So hey guys, how are you all? So welcome back to everyone on the channel. So in this video, it is about what if Naruto was a prodigy mastered the jutsus and all 5 elements in his early. So this is the full part of this video. And guys, if you want more videos like this, make sure to subscribe to the channel. And if you haven't liked this video, so like this video, and without further ado, let's get into the video. Naruto Uzumaki was tired. It had taken him 3 hours to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but despite his exhaustion he smiled, with that he could graduate and become a genin. He looked around, Mizuki had not arrived yet and he had already accomplished his goal. He looked back at the scroll. He had focused on the first jutsu he had written on the scroll. Surely there were many others, perhaps more interesting or powerful than the Kage Bunshin was. With a sly smile, he walked over and unrolled the contents. Certainly the scroll was big and long, with many techniques on it, but there was none that caught her attention, or rather, they all seemed interesting to her and she didn't know which one to choose. Suddenly, his eyes met a technique, Ito Tensei. She skimmed a little about what the jutsu did and how to do it. At last he had found the technique he wanted to try next. The paper said that a human sacrifice was necessary, since he didn't really understand what it meant and couldn't ask anyone, he decided to try the shadow clones. A DNA sample was also needed to summon the person you wanted, but since he didn't understand that part either and didn't have anyone in mind, she let it be. He made the seal of the cross, and 3 copies of him appeared in front of him, each one with a smile and full of emotion. Next he began to make the hand seals necessary to perform the technique. When he held the last seal, before hitting the ground, he thought about who he could resurrect. The stories that Iruka-sensei gave them in class came to her mind. Because most of them were boring, he didn't pay attention, but there were 4 names that he remembered perfectly. Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, Madara Uchiha and Minato Namikaze. Thinking about those 4, not realizing that he had only created 3 clones, although that wouldn't alter the outcome since you can't resurrect someone who was sealed, he hit the ground while saying the jutsu. In the place where his clones had been, 3 wooden coffins appeared, much to the boy's bewilderment. The covers fell and showed 3 of the people he had thought of. A smile spread across his face. She could barely contain her excitement. She had performed the jutsu right the first time. He was proud of himself. On the other hand, the 3 people summoned had different feelings. On the one hand, Madara was not at all happy that he was resurrected early, plus he was not his apprentice, but a boy he didn't know at all. Tobirama wasn't happy either. He never thought his technique would be used against him, and it baffled him that it was a child no less who had called him to the realm of the living. Hashirama, unlike the other 2, was happy and excited to return, especially because he could see his old friend. "Who are you, child? And how do you know my technique?" the white-haired man asked the blonde. "Tobi-kun, don't talk to the little one like that. You'll scare him," his older brother scolded him. "I also ask myself the same question," commented the last of the 3. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you," he greeted happily. He was ecstatic at his success. "Hello. I am Hashirama Senju. The serious man on my left is my little brother Tobirama and the grumpy man on my right is Dara-chan," said the one in the middle. The Uchiha growled at his former friend's nickname. Although on the outside he looked very upset, on the inside, a part of him is happy to hear you call him that again. It's not like he was going to admit it out loud. Hashirama laughed at his old friend and rival's reaction. He regretted how things turned out in the end. Maybe this was the opportunity he had been asking for so much to fix things with the Sharingan user. Tobirama, for his part, ignored his brother and the Uchiha's interaction. His mind was on the boy in front of him. He didn't understand how Hiruzen could allow the boy to learn a technique as dangerous as Ito Tensei, and he wasn't going to be left wondering. "Tell me, child, how did you learn Ito Tensei?" he asked her. The blonde came out of his stupor at being in front of 3 legends and answered him. "Mizuki-sensei told me that I could become a genin if I managed to steal the forbidden scroll and learn a jutsu. I found the Kage Bunshin and learned it, but since he hasn't arrived yet, I decided to learn another one just in case, and I came across this other technique." The Suiton user pondered his words. It was obvious in his head that this must be a trap. No one could expect an academy student to steal something from the Hokage's vault. This guy made it though, much to his dismay. The only probable solution to what was happening was that this Mizuki guy had tricked him into stealing the scroll, so it was clear that the man was a traitor and had no qualms about using a child for his purposes. The other 2 revived also came to the same conclusion as they heard the Uzumaki's response, which horrified Hashirama. He had created the village to protect children, and yet, this guy had used one for his ambitions. "Where is this Mizuki guy?" the older Senju asked angrily. The sight of the angry wood user was a very rare sight for anyone who knew him. The man had always been someone nice, too much so in his brother's opinion, so his current state did not match his usual self. "Don't know. She's supposed to be here soon," Naruto answered confused. Although he didn't know much about the first Hokage, even he found his mood change from happy to angry strange. "Tobi-kun, Dara-chan, do you mind if I take charge of Naru-chan sensei?" He questioned his companions. The white-haired man shook his head and the other shrugged. Neither of them would get involved in their battle. The blonde was confused. Not so much because the man wanted to talk or whatever with Mizuki, but the fact that he had given him a pet name. Except for 4 people, no one showed him affection and only AM called him Naru-chan. He was strange, though nice. Not even 2 minutes passed before the 3 revived shinobi sensed movement nearby, so they hid, much to the blue-eyed man's confusion. "Naruto," a voice shouted. He looked ahead and could see an upset Chunin with a scar on his face. "Hello Iruka-sensei," the Uzumaki greeted cheerfully. He was happy to see his older brother figure, although he did not understand the reason for his anger. The former Konoha ninjas did not explain to him what was happening. "What the hell were you thinking when you stole the forbidden scroll?" he asked angrily, confusing the boy even more. "Mizuki-sensei told me that I could become a genin if I did it and learned a jutsu." "Look," he said and joined her fingers in the shape of a cross. Instantly, 3 copies of himself smiled at the older shinobi. He believed that with it he would pass. Iruka was surprised that the blonde had been able to learn the shadow clone in a few hours, but he quickly woke up. It wasn't the time. "Naruto, it is very wrong that you stole the scroll, and even more so to lie about the reason." The man could not believe that his fellow Chunin had done that. "But it's the truth," the blue-eyed man complained, not understanding why Iruka had called him a liar. At that moment, Mizuki appeared on one of the branches and began to speak. Although Hashirama wanted nothing more than to go and beat him up for using a child, he was also curious as to why he did it, as the shinobi next to the blonde asked him. After he told the whole story, his plan, and the fact that Naruto was a Jinchuriki, he threw his smoke shuriken at the shocked boy. It never harmed him or the other academy instructor because the wood user caught the projectile and threw it back at him. While the older Senju dealt with the traitor, Madara used his Sharingan to alter Iruka's memories with a Jinjutsu, as he wanted his existence and that of the Senju to be unknown to everyone, which is why he also altered Mizuki's memories once. His old rival finished him off. When Iruka woke up, he did so with false memories implanted in him by the former Uchiha patriarch, in which he and Mizuki fought, but it was Naruto himself who stopped the traitor with his shadow clone jutsu and left him in such a bad state. At this, he congratulated the boy and gave him his ninja band. The blonde, after talking with Hashirama and Tobirama, understood that being a Jinchuriki meant being the Bijuu's prison, not himself, so he managed to calm down and act normal when his brother figure finally woke up. Also, at their request, he did not tell anyone that he could use the Ito Tensei and had resurrected them, to which he initially complained, but then accepted it. He could understand his reasoning. Ninjas hide their true power from the enemy to have an advantage over them, and if it were known that they were alive and under their control, they would be the center of attention of several people who wanted that power for themselves. On the other hand, he would have personalized training by 3 of the strongest shinobi in history, which excited Naruto, although Madara was really not happy with it, which earned him several ridicules from the wood user. Given the technique, the blonde could restrain them by will, something he knew but wasn't going to use. He didn't like the idea of using people as puppets, much to the confusion of the 2 more stoic men and the joy of the more jovial one, saying that the will of fire burned immensely within him. Tobirama was very curious about the way the Uzumaki did to bring them back, since despite not having experienced the technique firsthand before, he felt that the jutsu was not the same as his own. To begin with, they did not show the typical signs of Ito Tensei. "Well, since I didn't understand a couple of things about the technique, I improvised. I used shadow clones as sacrifices, and not knowing what it meant that I needed some DNA from those I was going to resurrect, well, I didn't do it. I simply thought of the first names that came to mind from Iruka-sensei's history classes," Naruto responded when the white-haired man asked. The Suiton user couldn't have been more surprised by his response. He had practically created a different variant of his technique. He didn't know the full extent he would have, but he definitely wanted to see it. While his brother and the Uchiha argued and fought among themselves, the second Hokage dedicated himself to training his summoner. It was clear that the academy had sabotaged him so that he would not become a genin, and that it was thanks to this special circumstance that he was one, so he would have to help the boy to be prepared for the shinobi world. The week between graduation and team selection was very busy for the blonde. Tobirama pushed him to the limit again and again without mercy, using hundreds of shadow clones to speed up the learning process. Hashirama and Madara also taught him things, although his main sensei was the white-haired one, since those 2 seemed like they couldn't be together without arguing or fighting all the time. She had already lost count of how many times the brown-haired man ran away, laughing at his friend and rival while he chased him, throwing fireball after fireball at him. By the time the day of team formation arrived, Naruto had already corrected all of his taijutsu and was creating his own with the help of his clones. His chakra control had improved, being able to walk on trees and walk on water. He knew some strategy, he was a master of traps, he could dispel the simplest genjutsus, he had basic knowledge of Fuinjutsu. His aim was perfect on fixed targets and decent on medium moving targets, and he had begun his elemental training. Even at that moment, he was in his classroom, he had more than 500 shadow clones training under the 3 resurrected ones. Looking back, she couldn't believe how drastic her life had changed since that night. His mind stopped wandering when Sakura and Ino came through the door shouting their victory and trying to claim the seat next to Sasuke. He looked at the Pincat longingly. Until a week ago, he was in love with her, now he no longer felt anything about her. The Nidaime had made him see the stupidity of his infatuation. How ridiculous it was to pursue a woman who was obsessed with another and that she probably wouldn't survive the real world. Letting go of the green-eyed girl was almost as difficult as letting go of her orange jumpsuit. Those two things and her teasing were her childhood, one that the Suiton wearer made clear ended the moment he put on her hit I-8. He was wearing shinobi sandals, Anbu pants, a fishnet shirt, and a black jacket. The funny thing about leaving his monkey behind was that no one in his class had noticed his presence, although it wasn't surprising. He barely recognized himself. "Alright class, sit down and shut up," Iruka said to the boys. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he used his big head jutsu. Once everyone was quiet, he began to give his final speech about what was expected of them as the new genin of the village. Later, he listed the teams in order. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha, your Jonin sensei is Kakashi Haddock. One moment. That baka didn't happen. How come he is with Sasuke-kun and me? The Pincat asked, confused and annoyed. Due to special circumstances, Naruto obtained a field promotion, the teacher explained vaguely. And where is he? He hasn't even come to class, the green-eyed girl mocked. Just because you haven't noticed me doesn't mean I haven't come, the blonde commented. The entire class turned towards the voice and were surprised to see it. If it weren't for the whisker marks on him, no one would have recognized him. Naruto, is that you? Kiba asked incredulously. Not only had his clothes changed, his posture, tone of voice, and even his smell had changed. The same, he responded with a small smile. Everyone was left in a state of shock. It was incredible that the idiot in the class, the last one dead, had changed so much in a week. While everyone was surprised, Hinata smiled sweetly. She was glad that her crush had passed, even if they weren't on the same team. Sasuke looked at the blue-eyed man with a critical look. If someone had asked him his opinion about his classmate a week ago, he would have told them that he was a good-for-nothing dope, but at that moment he wasn't so sure. He mentally shrugged. There was no point in thinking about it. They were on the same team, so she would soon know if she had really improved or it was just appearances. Iruka continued naming the teams, and once he finished that, he gave a short speech again and left the classroom. A few minutes later, the Sensei Jonins entered and took away their respective teams, except for one, Team 7. After waiting half an hour for his sensei to show up, Naruto made a clone to take his place and left in a shunshin, leaving his teammates confused. Despite their doubts, neither of them asked what the Uzumaki had done, and they continued doing their thing, that is, the black-haired man continued in his melancholic meditation, and the pink-haired woman kept asking him on a date. After leaving his companions, Naruto headed to where his senseis were. Upon arrival, he found a scene that was slowly becoming more and more normal. Ashirama chased by an angry Madara and throwing fireballs at him. The blonde sweat dropped at that. They were supposed to be two of the strongest shinobi in history, and yet they acted like little children. The only thing that made him happy was that the white-haired man was not like those two. "Don't you get tired of always doing the same thing?" she asked the heir. "Unfortunately, no," answered a voice behind him. "Tobirama-sensei, don't you think we should do something to stop them?" he questioned curiously. "Leave them, they will stop at some point," the blue-eyed man nodded, accepting the answer. "How about team building? Shouldn't you be with them now? My teammates are Sakura and Sasuke. As for my Jonin sensei, he is a man named Kakashi Haddock. Since we had already been waiting for him for half an hour, I thought it prudent not to waste any more time. I left a shadow clone just in case," he explained. The younger Senju nodded. His logic was good, although he didn't like his team at all. A fangirl, an Uchiha Avenger, and a late-arriving sensei. Yes, she would definitely have a word with her student if it weren't for the fact that he wanted to remain a secret. "Well, let's not waste any more time. Start running," he instructed his most recent student. He nodded and began to walk around the training field, occasionally dodging some stray fire attacks from Madara. 2.5 hours later, the Jinchuriki received the memories of the clone that he had left in class, so he apologized to the Nidaime and used Shunshin to appear on the roof of the academy, where the silver-haired boy was reading an orange book. If the Jonin was surprised to see his student using Shunshin, he didn't let on. A couple of minutes later, the other two members of Team 7 arrived at the rooftop, where they were surprised to see that their partner was already there waiting for them. Very well, let's start with the introductions, the adult spoke happily. Sensei, what are we supposed to say? The pink cat asked. You know, likes, dislikes, hobbies and dreams for the future, he responded lazily. Why don't you start? She questioned again, earning an exasperated look from the man. Well, my name is Kakashi Haddock, I have my tastes, I have my dislikes too, hobbies, they are too young to know, dreams for the future, I have never thought about that. Your turn. The three of them thought the same thing. He only told us his name. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, my tastes, you will learn them with time, my displeasures are several, and your lateness is one of them, my hobbies, the normal ones for a shinobi, and my dreams for the future, you can ask anyone, it's common knowledge. The three of them stared at him dumbfounded. Kakashi because his attitude didn't fit with his record, and Sakura and Sasuke because that wasn't the Naruto they were used to. Your turn, little finger, the silver-haired man said to the pink-haired girl. My name is Sakura Haruno, not Pinky, my taste she looked at the black-haired man, my hobbies she looked at him again, and giggled, my dreams for the future she looked at him again, and let out a squeal. And your dislikes? She asked without much interest. Ino Pig and Naruto Baka, he responded with displeasure. The blonde didn't even flinch at that. A week ago he would have felt bad, but thanks to Tobirama-sensei, his obsession with the girl was gone. The Jonin looked at his latest student. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, I like few things and I dislike many things, I have no hobbies, and my dream, no, my goal, is to kill a certain person, he introduced himself, earning a fanatical squeal from the green-eyed girl. Great, a fangirl and an emo avenger, although the blonde one isn't so bad. I wonder what happened to change so much in such a short time, thought the masked man. After informing them of the next day's test and recommending they not eat breakfast, he left in a Shunshin. The Jinchuriki did the same 5 seconds later, leaving his companions confused and with several questions. Returning to the training ground where his clones and senseis were, he found Tobirama writing on a scroll. She was curious about it, but she knew that if it was important or concerned him, he would tell her. How was the meeting? He asked without stopping what he was doing. A waste of time. Our supposed sensei has only told us his name, that we are not official Gainans, and that we have the test to be so tomorrow. In addition to trying to trick us into not having breakfast, he responded, somewhat annoyed. If he hadn't met the white-haired man, he might have fallen for his little trick. He recognized that he had been very innocent, naive and idiotic in the past. All as a result of his stunted education. He appreciated that the Nidaime was such an intense and demanding instructor, although at times he could be a slave driver. What are you up to? He questioned with the slightest notion of curiosity in his tone. According to him, the test is at 8. Given his tardiness, I'm leaning toward him arriving later, so I'll send a clone to training ground 7 while I have some light training with you. Of course, before that I will have a full breakfast. The Senju had no qualms about confiscating all of his ramen and forcing him to buy other food. He now had a perfectly balanced diet written by the man, and since he was always around, he knew whether he followed it or not. That's pretty good, the resurrected man commented, to which the boy swelled a little. But I think I taught you that better, he finished, earning a frown from the younger one. What do you mean? He asked, confused and annoyed. His plan was solid. You may not know what the man's test will be, but you do know who he is, so you can send some of your clones under Henge to obtain information from the Jonin, he explained to his student, who wanted to hit his head for not think about it. Making the seal of the cross, he summoned 5 Kage Bunshin and sent them to the village to investigate. Even though he had come a long way since he received the ninja sash from him, he still had a lot to learn, and he seriously appreciated having the suit and user guiding him. The second Hokage, on the other hand, was only half focused on the conversation. That did not mean that he was perfectly focused and understood everything that was said, it just wasn't his priority, and his mind was on something else. He had noticed several significant differences in Naruto's Edo Tensei from his own. Not only did the resurrected ones not have the most characteristic marks of the Jutsu, but they also did not have unlimited chakra. After watching Madara chase Hashirama throwing fire techniques all the time, he could notice that he was a little out of breath, not too much, but a little. In his original jutsu it did not pass, his unlimited chakra and his regeneration were the main reasons why the Edo Tensei was so feared. His regeneration seemed the same, and he retained all of his knowledge and abilities, at least as far as he knew. He also attempted to break the caster's control, since being the creator he knew that was possible. Instead of feeling like he was breaking free of his control, he felt like he was leaving the body he inhabited, hence why he stopped. He had to admit that this difference was very practical, it avoided the possibility that the summoned person could turn against his summoner. One of the unknowns he had was how much knowledge the caster needed about the person he wanted to bring back from the dead. The boy had said that he thought of names from history class, so he might have knowledge of life facts and techniques from him, but nothing personal. He questioned himself whether to ask her his doubts. He quickly dismissed it. He had helped the blonde become more intelligent and insightful, but his level was still average at best. Maybe later in the future he could help him discover the full capabilities of this new variant of Edo Tensei, but not at that time. He had a lot to learn. He idly wondered if he could turn the boy into a replica of himself. The image of his older brother appeared in his head, which made his left eyebrow tremble a little. Those two were too similar. The good thing was that the Uchiha kept him busy and away from his apprentice, so he might have a chance. He had had a Genin team when he was alive and helped train 3 others. Homura Midokado and Kaharu Utatane, 2 of the members of his team, never showed themselves to be excellent shinobi, they were good, but not excellent. Torifu Akimichi was similar. The Gami Uchiha had turned out to be an exceptional young man and could handle it better than most of his clan. The problem with him was the same as what happened with all of his clan, either they allow themselves to be consumed by hatred or they tend to sacrifice themselves without taking a good look at the bigger picture. Kagami showed signs of following that second path. Either. Anzo Shimura had come off as too military and his preconceived ideas of what a shinobi should be were not the best. From what little he had been able to gather since his invocation, his thoughts and ideals had become more radicalized. Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the other member of his team, had many aptitudes to be a great leader, that is why he named him his successor, but age had taken its toll on him and he had done many things that he did not like at all. He had Naruto. The blonde had a will of fire equal to that of his brother, a charisma that radiated naturally, the willpower to never give up, the empathy to understand others, and the talent to be a great shinobi. I had no doubt that he would do great things. Being Hokage would only be one of them. But for this she needed the proper education and training. He would give it to her. Even if he didn't make him his mini-me, he would make him an exceptional shinobi. Hashirama ran very close to him and a fireball almost hit him. Madara followed him while she threw a fire dragon at him and yelled a few things at him that no minor should hear. At least, I will prevent those 2 idiots from corrupting him with their stupidity and destructive desires, thought the little Senju. Without giving them any more importance, he continued writing on the parchment in his hand. Konoha was quiet at night. Only a few bars and clubs were open and there were more shinobi than civilians in them. A few Anbu patrols moved in the shadows, hidden from most eyes. Madara was aware of everything from the top of the Hokage mountain. The former Uchiha patriarch was thinking, pondering the latest events. He had been resurrected before his time and by someone who was not his disciple. He knew the Edo Tensei. He knew there was a way to break the connection with the summoner and have complete control of himself. But not with that variation. Every time he tried he ran the risk of dissipating. He was annoying. Not only could he not free himself from the control of whoever used the technique, but also whoever did it was a 12-year-old boy. Madara Uchiha, the strongest and most powerful of his clan, was under the control of a boy he barely qualified as a teenager. He was insulting. It was true that the boy had not forced him to do anything. He basically let him do whatever he wanted, which was mostly arguing and fighting with Hashirama, like when they were both little. He didn't understand himself sometimes. The way he acted was too childish. He got angry at the brunette for things he would normally ignore. And yet, he hadn't felt this happy since he was a child. He blamed this strange variant of the Edo Tensei for feeling this way. Somehow, the blonde's happy childish attitude had rubbed off on him and the older Senju's attitude hadn't helped. He was so immersed in his thoughts that he did not realize that his former friend and rival was behind him. Nice view. You do not agree? The black-haired man just nodded, pretending that he had known he was there when it wasn't true. It's incredible how much the village we founded has grown. Maybe in size, but people haven't changed that much. The Mokuton user frowned at his words. Are you saying that because of Naruto? She asked. He had not liked the attitude of the population towards the young Jinchuriki either. It's not just him. You may refuse to see it, but there is a lot of hate and pain in people. Even if they try to hide it, this world has no salvation, the Mangekyo Sharingan user responded solemnly. The Shadame Hokage did not like his words. It sounded like he had given up on the world. As if peace were not possible. And he refused to accept it. He failed, but he was sure Naruto could make it. Peace is possible. It just takes the right person to bring people together. A role model who shows the rest that there is always hope, she refuted calmly, making the Uchiha look at him. Who? He asked lamely, earning a look to which he snorted. If you really think that boy can do it, you're more naive than he remembered. It may be that you don't see it now. The boy is young and lacks skill. But that's what we're here for. My brother is already teaching him and he is learning in leaps and bounds. It's just a matter of time. Silence was his entire response. The black-haired man was not as optimistic as the brown-haired man, that's why he left Konoha and did what he did. That world had no future, hence his plans. I hope you can realize it soon were his last words before leaving. He wanted to say more, to convince his former friend, but he knew it would be of no use. She was very stubborn. He couldn't see the Uzumaki's full potential, either that or he didn't want to see it. He couldn't be sure. He decided to behave more maturely and help the young man with his training. After all, his wife had been a Jinchuriki like him and had her Mokuton, so it shouldn't be too difficult to help him with her Bijuu. Madara continued to stand there for hours, watching the village in silence. He would have liked to contact Zetsu and find out how the plans were going, but he had no way to contact him. The moon left and the sun arrived. Although she was at a great distance, his Sharingan allowed her to see his summoner in a training area with Tobirama, at the same time she saw one of his clones with two children in another area. He hadn't paid attention to who his teammates were, but he had seen the Uchiha fan on the boy's back, so he assumed he was the survivor of his clan. He hadn't been happy to discover the Uchiha massacre. Much less that it was one of their own who made it. But unlike the ignorant townspeople, he was able to realize that there was more behind the massacre than they were letting on. To top things off, he had sought information from Sasuke and didn't like what he heard. A spoiled, self-centered boy, with an average level of power, even though people flattered him as a genius, and an unhealthy obsession with killing his brother. He hadn't even bothered to find a strong woman to rebuild the clan. Overall, in his opinion, that child was a disgrace and unworthy of the Uchiha surname. His summoner would be more worthy of being an Uchiha than the black-haired man, and even though the blonde's childish attitude sometimes bothered him, he thanked Tobirama for making the boy more mature. Not that he would admit it. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the blue-eyed man had a lot of talent and potential. He didn't even remotely believe that he could stop the cycle of hatred, but he knew that in the future he would be a strong shinobi. Too bad he wasn't the Uchiha. He put that topic aside and looked at Training Ground 7. He was getting annoyed just by seeing that pathetic excuse for an Uchiha. She would have to see if there was a way he could create others with his genes. He would not allow the legacy of his clan to be tainted, or worse yet, lost, because of someone unworthy. He returned his gaze to where the Jinchuriki was, only to see Hashirama arrive. He spoke with his brother. From what he could read from his lips, the brown-haired man wanted to help in Naruto's training. The white-haired man nodded and asked Uzumaki to come closer. "What's wrong, Tobirama-sensei?" she asked calmly. "My brother will be in charge of part of your training starting today. He will mainly teach you Doton techniques," he answered seriously. "Yes, and I also want to see if I can teach you the wood element. Can you imagine everything we could do together? The world will be a much greener place," the Shodaime Hokage proclaimed. Madara had to shake his head in dismay. His former friend was an idiot. The Mokuton is a Kekkei Genkai, just like the Sharingan, only the former featured even less than the latter, and the boy wasn't even a Senju. What the hell was he thinking? Not that only you could use the wood element. The blonde questioned, very insecure. Even his summoner was smarter than his rival, the Mangekyou user mentally complained. "Yes, but who knows? Maybe you can too," he said with a smile. "Brother, that's not how genetics works," the Nidaime refuted exasperatedly. "Well, you told me that sometimes there are alterations in the DNA, and the Uzumaki and the Senju are cousin clans," the first Hokage protested. "Mutations, yes, and our clans also have a certain kinship, but what you propose is illogical and almost impossible," he tried to make him see reason. "We won't know until we try. Let's go, Naruto," she decided happily as she took the little one away. The blue-eyed man was too confused to resist. The Suiton user just sighed and shook his head in defeat. His brother was hopeless, and he didn't want her to infect his summoner with his stupidity. At the same time, on top of the Hokage mountain, Madara was ranting against his former friend while going from one place to the other. He was hopeless and he was an idiot. If she didn't want the Jinchuriki to go to waste, she would have to stop him. She preferred that the white-haired man take care of his training. "Look, Naruto, the most basic thing you have to know about Mokuton is that it is a combination of 3 parts. Doton, Suiton and natural energy," Hashirama explained. "Natural energy?" Naruto asked confused. "Yes, natural energy is basically the chakra that is in the environment. This has different properties than the chakra that living beings have. It is more dense, powerful and dangerous, but it is essential to create the Mokuton, since without it, instead of wood, by combining earth and water you would obtain mud," the Senju answered. "And how do I add natural energy to the technique? Wait, first how do I mix Doton and Suiton in a jutsu?" she questioned, not knowing how to start. Combining 2 elements is quite difficult, he admitted, but the easiest way is to concentrate 1 element in each hand. As for the natural energy, the hand seals themselves help to channel it, but if you depend solely on them, the techniques will be weaker than if you channel the natural energy and add it, he answered. The blonde nodded. He had learned to manipulate water. It wasn't his main element, that was wind, but when your sensei is the best Suiton user of all time, you learn to use said element decently. Tobirama's idea was for the boy to learn to control the 5 elements. He would teach him the water, as was natural, his brother would teach him the earth, and, apparently, the Mokuton, and if Madara did not object, the blue-eyed man did not want to force him, and the white-haired man could not convince his summoner to do so, he would teach him. I would show the fire. The wind would learn it on his own until they found someone who could teach him, since the Nidaime did not want Danzo near the Jinchuriki. They would also have to look for someone with an affinity for lightning. They knew the Kakashi had said affinity, but doubted his competence due to his unwarranted delays. Well, but first things first. I will teach you the basics of earth elemental manipulation, and after that I will teach you how to use Doton and Suiton simultaneously. Later I will help you create Mokuton and absorb natural energy, the training plan explained to him. Nodding, he began the first step of Doton manipulation, turning a leaf into dust with just your chakra. For the task he used 100 clones in addition to himself. He knew that after training he will have the test to become an official Genin, but he also knew that it was about teamwork. The day before, at night, the 5 clones he had sent to investigate his Jonin sensei gave him a lot of information. The man was famous in the shinobi world as Kakashi of the Sharingan or Copy Nin. His main element was Raiten, but thanks to his Sharingan, he has mastered Suiton and Doton. He also knows various Kaiten techniques and Futon fundamentals. Their test for the Genin teams was always the same, the bell test. Basically it was working as a team, even though appearances dictate that only 2 will pass at best, collaborating despite discord. When he found out about the test, he didn't see any point in it. It didn't help that it was Tobirama who created said test. Despite his reasoning, it seemed to him that putting together 3 people who don't get along, who are barely shinobi, and expecting them to put aside their differences and cooperate was stupid. The white-haired man had to agree with him on that, but it was because the Sundaime had done poorly in team formation. They were supposed to not just put together 3 future Genins based on their abilities, but 3 people who could work well together. That was the most important thing, and his former disciple seemed to have forgotten it. Naruto's plan to pass the test. Talk to his colleagues and try to convince them what the real test was. What if that plan failed? Talk to the Hokage to request an apprenticeship. He was the town's Jinchuriki. He had to be a shinobi, and it was time for his damned condition to serve some purpose. If he was honest with himself, it most likely had to be plan B. He couldn't see himself convincing those 2 to work as a team with him or with each other. Sakura might want to work with Sasuke, but he didn't want to work with anyone. 2 hours after the time agreed by Kakashi to do the test, the blonde let his cage bunch continue training while he ate something and retired to training field 7, where his potential teammates were. Upon arrival, he dispelled his clone and received the memories. Neither of them had had breakfast and they were tired and hungry. They had tried to ask him about his new abilities, or rather, the pink-haired woman had asked and the black-haired man had been attentive. His copy told them that he had been training that week before the teams were announced with someone willing to train him and had learned a thing or two. They asked him who his sensei was, but he told them that he wanted to remain a secret since he did not approve of an unassigned Jonin training an unofficial Genin. The green-eyed girl could see the logic. The black-eyed man too, but he was upset because he wanted to know who he was. In his mind, if the man had made the last dead man competent in a week, he, an elite Uchiha, was sure to become a Chunin or even Jonin rank shinobi. The clone had also tried to get his companions to eat, but they ignored him. He tried to come up with a joint plan for several possible scenarios, although he knew about the test he was not going to tell them, but they did not want to collaborate on that either. The original Naruto sighed after analyzing all his memories. It was clear that they were going to suspend the test. He had no doubts about it. Still, he was willing to give them one last chance when the test began. 3 hours after the agreed time, Kakashi showed up with a pathetic excuse about being late. Sorry, a black cat crossed my path and I had to come the long way, he excused himself. Next time use Shunshin, the blonde said dryly. His companions nodded in agreement, to which the Jonin sweat dropped. Without giving it much importance, he explained the objective of the test and the consequences for those who did not obtain a campaign. They had 1 hour to achieve it. The 3 hid in the forest. The black-haired man and the pink-haired girl did not look well enough for the silver-haired man to not notice them. On the other hand, the masked man was unable to find the blonde. Shrugging his shoulders, he took out his Icha book and began to read. This action confused the green-eyed woman while it angered the black-eyed woman, since to him it meant that the man considered him insignificant. From one moment to the next, a hand landed on both Geinen's mouths and they were dragged to another place. When they released them, they saw the blue-eyed man in front of them and a copy of him behind each one. I'm sorry for the abruptness, but this made it more difficult for Kakashi-sensei to track them, the Jinchuriki apologized. Naruto Baka, what do you think you are doing? The fangirl shouted. First of all, thank you for pointing out our location with your shouts, he said sarcastically, making the aspiring Kunoichi blush with embarrassment. Secondly, this whole test is a setup. It's not about getting the bells, but about working as a team, she explained. Yes, of course, dope. The thing is that you're not strong enough to get a bell, and you want help, the Uchiha mocked. Exactly. Sasuke-kun is so cool that he doesn't need help. He'll just get the bells and we'll both pass. Right, Sasuke-kun? Said boy just grunted, annoyed. He would prefer to be alone, but if he had to choose between the Haruno and the Uzumaki, he would take the latter. At least he would have a rival to support him, not some useless fangirl. The blonde sighed. He knew this would lead nowhere, so he didn't insist. The black-haired man left the place followed by Sakura, who was behaving like a pathetic puppy. She was infinitely grateful to Tobirama-sensei for freeing her from her infatuation with the girl. Deciding that there was no point in even trying to obtain a bell. She sat in place and continued her elemental manipulation of Doton. At the moment she was only able to turn the edges into dust, which was impressive for her first day and not her primary affinity. Wow, I'm surprised to see you trying to master the elemental chakra. Shouldn't you be trying to take a bell from me, though? The silver-haired man spoke behind him. Well, it's never too early to improve your skills. As for the bell, I know that the real objective of the test is teamwork, and since my colleagues have already refused to cooperate, I don't see the point in wasting energy on something that in the end will be of no use, he replied with calm. The Gainen. The Jonin was impressed that the boy had seen the true goal of the test. At the same time, it saddened him to know that the other two were informed about it and decided to ignore it. Tell me, Kakashi-sensei, I know that technically you are not my official sensei unless we approve, which we certainly want, but I would like to ask you a question, the blonde commented. You can do it. It's another thing for her to answer it for you, the older man stated, to which the younger boy nodded. I understand that you have a primary affinity for Raiden. Would you mind showing me the steps for said elementary manipulation? She asked. Do you have a primary affinity with earth and lightning? He questioned surprised. Actually my primary affinity is the Futon. But if I want to be the best Hokage of all time, I have to surpass the existing ones. I know Jiji masters the 5 elements, so that's my goal right now, she replied calmly. The masked man couldn't be more surprised. Apart from the Sundaime, very few managed to manipulate the 5 elements. He himself was only proficient in 3 and skilled in another, so it was surprising that a Gainen had set such a high goal for himself. Do you already master any element? He asked curious. Could you answer my question first, please, he asked politely. Oh yeah. The first step is to wrinkle a leaf with your chakra. It will be considered complete when you can make the leaf turn into a ball in less than 5 seconds, the blue-eyed boy nodded. The second is to light a light bulb with your chakra. You have to be careful or you could fry it or even make it explode, he instructed. Thank you. Regarding your question, I have mastered the water chakra control exercises. Also the first part of the wind. I can't do the second one because I don't have access to a waterfall, she explained. The man's only visible eye widened. He was 12 years old and had already mastered the Suiton exercises, and Futon was only halfway done because he had no way of accessing the second exercise. He was also trying to dominate Doton right in front of him. The boy was a prodigy. The clock bell rang. It was noon. The test time was up. It was time to announce the results. Unfortunately, they were not favorable. After freeing Sakura from the Genjutsu and pulling Sasuke out of the ground, the 3 aspiring Gainens stood in front of Kakashi. The silver-haired boy had originally planned to give them a second test by tying one to the post and telling the other 2 not to feed him, but after hearing the blonde saying that he had announced the true purpose of the test and they had ignored him, don't do it well, I think we all know the result of the test. It is not like this. The Jonin questioned rhetorically. The Pinkat looked at the ground depressed. The black-haired man clenched his fists in frustration. The blonde just shrugged. Not only do you not have a bell, but you two have never even discovered the true objective of the test, he said, looking at the green-eyed girl and the black-eyed girl. They were confused and looked at the blue-eyed man, who shrugged his shoulders again. I told you. The real objective of the test was teamwork, but he didn't listen to me, the Jinchuriki commented casually, further depressing the girl and pissing off his partner. Yes, that's why, Sakura, Sasuke, you will return to the academy to take a remedial course. Naruto, I'm going to talk to the Hokage so I can take you as an apprentice, he announced. The Uzumaki was slightly surprised by this. It was true that his plan was to ask his Jiji to be an apprentice to some Jonin, but he didn't expect that Kakashi would ask for a mentorship with him. The Uchiha was fuming. He was the last of his clan, an elite, and yet this Jonin preferred to teach the loser over him. He was inconceivable, unacceptable. He would complain to the board as soon as layoffs occur. Your hit I ate, the silver-haired man asked. Haruno gave up her ninja band completely depressed, while her lover gave it up reluctantly and angry. The only thing that kept her from confronting the man was the certainty in her head that her counsel would tell her again as soon as she told them what had happened. "See you here in 3 hours," he told the blonde before leaving in a shunshin. The black-haired man glared daggers at his former partner before leaving. The Pinket just followed him like a beaten puppy. Once their failed companions were gone, they sighed and returned to the training ground where their resurrected senseis were. Upon arriving, the first thing she realized was that Tobirama and Madara were talking. That was strange. Those two hated each other, especially the white-haired man and the black-haired man. "How was the test?" asked the Suiton user. "As one would expect. They didn't listen to me and we failed. I told them about the real reason for the test, but they didn't want to listen to me, so I stayed in a fixed place doing the elemental manipulation exercise of the earth. Kakashi-sensei found me. I asked him about the Raten manipulation exercises. He told me and, surprisingly, when he failed my companions he told me that he would ask Hokage Jiji to be his apprentice," he informed her. "That's good. We will no longer have to look for a jonin to train you. Although I still don't like his lateness," said the younger Senju. "Truly, that boy is a disgrace to the Uchiha clan," the Sharingan user sputtered. While the Nidaime and the Genin discussed their training plan, which they had to update due to their new role in the village, and the upcoming lessons from Madara, who had offered to help, the black-haired man was meditating how to prevent his bloodline from being lost. Recent events had confirmed to him that Sasuke was not a worthy successor, and that the Uchiha clan would fall with him if he did not do something. He had been watching the team test from the top of Hokage Mountain and couldn't be more embarrassed by the boy's pathetic performance. He was aware that if his plan worked, everyone would live in an ideal world in Jutsu, but still, until then, he wanted his clan to be recognized as a strong one, something that wouldn't happen if the only Uchiha was a spoiled child and without talent. Elsewhere, in the Hokage's office, the Sundaime and all the Jonins who had received a team from the graduates were waiting for someone to arrive. "I'm sorry for the delay, but I was in the secretary's office looking for the necessary papers to take on an apprentice," the man excused himself. "Do I have to assume that Team 7 has failed and you are going to take one as an apprentice?" Hiruzen asked. "Hi," he responded lazily. "I see," he commented, smoking his pipe. "We will continue talking about that when the rest announce the results of their tests." So one by one the Jonins announced who approved and who didn't. In the end only teams 8 and 10 passed. "Can you tell us what happened now, Kakashi?" he asked the village leader. "Hi. Like every year, my test was the bell test. Sakura was quickly knocked out by a C-rank Jutsu. Sasuke was quick to attack me and I defeated him with the double suicide decapitation jutsu. Naruto didn't even attack me. I found him training in his manipulation of the earth element. When he appears he has already mastered the Suiton and the first part of the Futon, the latter being his primary affinity, the second part he has not been able to do due to not having a waterfall. Honestly, I'm surprised he's come this far since graduation." He wasn't the only one surprised. Everyone in that room was surprised at that news. Asuma, in addition to surprise, was also curious. Futon users were very rare in the village. From what he told me, he continued, his dream is to surpass the previous Hokages, and since he knows that you, Hokage-sama, master the 5 elements, he has taken it as a step towards that goal. The Sundaime smiled. He felt proud of the figure of his grandson. If what the silver-haired man had told him was true and he had no reason to lie to him, the boy was a genius like his father. I asked him why he didn't attack me and he told me that he knew that the test consisted of teamwork. He had previously warned his teammates about him, but they didn't listen to him, so he decided not to waste time confronting me and dedicated himself to his training, he concluded. "Am I wrong to believe that you want to take Naruto-kun as an apprentice?" Hiruzen asked. "No, Hokage-sama, that is my intention. By the way, here are Sakura and Sasuke's Hitai," they answered and put the 2 ninja bands on the table. The older Sarutobi let out smoke from his pipe. He knew that the council would find out about this and demand that Naruto be returned to the academy and Sasuke be Kakashi's apprentice. He could already hear the screams and protests of the civilian party. "If that's all, you can go, except you, Kakashi. I have to talk to you about a couple of things." "Hey, Hokage-sama." All the Jonin except the silver-haired one left the office, some to do missions, others to hang out, and others to do their things. "Kakashi, be honest with me. Did you notice anything strange about Naruto-kun during the test or before?" she asked him with a serious expression. "Hi. His attitude is very different from the records. Also, as much as I want to think that he is a genius like his father, it seems very strange to me that he has been able to advance so much in elemental manipulation. In just 1 week, even if someone helped him, which is doubtful given his reputation, he shouldn't have advanced that much, especially if Futon really is his only primary affinity," he stated his opinion. "What is your theory?" She questioned her with a stern voice, although the reality is that she was worried about the figure of her grandson. I think your current attitude is the authentic one. It wouldn't be strange given his situation with the town that all these years he has been wearing a mask to prevent people from attacking him and, after what happened that night, maybe take it off and show his true self," he replied. The Nidaime student nodded thoughtfully. He was just as he feared. He had always suspected that the blonde was hiding his true feelings and thoughts so as not to worry him. Now he had confirmation from one of his best jonins. "You can leave," he said to the masked man, who just nodded and left. "I'm so sorry for what you've had to go through, Naruto-kun. I'll make it up to you. No one will hurt you again." Naruto showed up at training ground 7 at the agreed time. He wasn't sure if the man would be on time or late again, but he wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. He wasn't disappointed when he appeared in a shunshin of leaves not a minute later. "Hello Kakashi-sensei," the blonde greeted happily. "Hello Naruto. I hope you're ready, since your training starts now," the silver-haired man announced with an eyeful smile. "I'm ready," the blue-eyed man stated with conviction. "Very good. Since during the test I couldn't see your skills, we're going to have a one-on-one combat so I can determine your skill levels. Do not hesitate to come to me with the intention of killing," she told him while taking out a kunai from his bag. While those two were training, the Hokage had found himself dragged into a council meeting. He knew what that meeting was about. It was pretty obvious in his mind. It was clear that the Uchiha had complained to the council about failing the test and being sent back to the academy. "Thank you all for coming. I won't waste any more time and I'll get straight to the point. This meeting is to discuss Kakashi Haddock's decision to fail Team 7 and send Sasuke Uchiha back to the academy," Hamura reported. "That is not fair. It's obviously the demon brat's fault that he failed. I think the most appropriate thing would be to send the demon brat back to the academy and have Uchiha-sama become Kakashi-san's apprentice," a civilian said, to which all the civilians agreed. "No. Sasuke failed the test completely just like his classmate Sakura Haruno. The only one who realized the meaning behind the test was Naruto, and that is why Kakashi has taken him as an apprentice," the Sundaime refuted. The civilian side rose up in protests about this and demanded that the blonde leave his position as the copy ninja's apprentice and the black-haired man take his place. The elders, although not as vocal, agreed with them. "Silence," the Sarutobi shouted. "You have no right to give an opinion on the choices of my shinobi. Kakashi has chosen and I support his decision. Sasuke will be sent to the academy for a remedial course and then placed in the reserves. Naruto will continue as Kakashi's apprentice and there is nothing more to talk about." The civilians wanted to continue protesting, but Hiruzen's murderous instinct silenced them. The shinobi side, very wisely, stayed out of everything. They didn't really care either way, so they didn't see the need to intervene either. Without further ado, he ended the meeting while sending a warning look to the civil councillors. They had already ruined the life of his grandson figure enough, not anymore. Back at training ground 7, Naruto was on the ground completely exhausted while his Jonin sensei stood breathing somewhat heavily. He wouldn't admit it to anyone, but he really had a hard time winning over his student. His Taijutsu was decent, maybe a little sloppy, but he believed it was because he was trying to develop one to combine with his shadow clones. His Genjutsu detection and dispelling wasn't bad, he could identify and dispel C-rank Genjutsus. His ninjutsu was by far the best in his repertoire. He had been surprised that he knew several water jutsus, some of them with reduced hand seals. Not to mention his ability to command dozens of Kage Bunshin like they were nothing. He had definitely hit the student jackpot. He idly wondered if this was how the Sannin Jiraiya felt when he was given his sensei, Minato Namikaze, as a student. There was still the question of how he learned those techniques, but that would be for another time. He looked at his apprentice again, it seemed like he was recovering, he was even already standing up. It was obvious that he had great stamina and recovered quickly. "Well, now what are we going to do, Kakashi-sensei?" asked a fairly recovered blonde. "Well, if you still have chakra left, we can continue with your elemental doton manipulation," the silver-haired man offered. "I have 200 clones doing the earth manipulation exercise somewhere else, and yes, I still have a field left. If you want, we can start with the manipulation of Raiten," she told him, breathing normally. Kakashi's only visible eye widened. He had 200 Kage Bunshin training elsewhere, he had fought him spending a lot of chakra, and he still had to spend. How much chakra did the boy have? "Yes, I have definitely hit the jackpot," thought the masked man with a hidden smile. Putting those thoughts aside, he walked over to a tree and handed it a leaf. Just as she suggested to him, she would help him with the manipulation of the lightning element. Hours later, when the sun was already setting on the horizon, they called it a day and informed him that they would continue their training the next day at 8 a.m. With an eye smile, he said goodbye to his student and left in a shunshin. The Jinchuriki slowly dissipated the clones he had been training with to crumple the leaves. He had barely managed to wrinkle the edges although, according to his sensei, it was normal for him to struggle as a primary Futon user. Once he finished there, he returned to the place where his clones trained with their resurrected senseis. Over the hours, several clones had dissipated to transmit knowledge to the rest about progress, so that, of the 200 that existed at the beginning, 137 remained. He was quite happy with his progress. Thanks to his better chakra control and Hashirama's advice, he was almost finished with the exercise of turning a leaf into powder. He was ecstatic with his progress so quickly. Aburama had theorized that his affinity for wind was so strong that it overshadowed his possible secondary affinities of water and earth. It was the only possible explanation for him to have mastered the Suiton exercises so quickly, and he was on his way to mastering Doton quite quickly as well. Be that as it may, the fact is that he was making exceptional progress in those areas. Iraitan was clear that it would take time, and his classes to master the fire element with Madara would not be until the next day. After gradually dissipating his aftershocks to assimilate all the information without causing problems in his brain, he said goodbye to his senseis and went home. There she prepared a proper dinner for herself. She missed Raymond and had to see if she could at least go to Ichiraku sometime. She then got ready to go to sleep. I was tired. The exhaustion of his clones took place along with everything else, aggravating his exhaustion. If it weren't for her stamina and his willpower, even with the gradual dissipation, he would have collapsed on the spot. He let out a yawn as he climbed into bed. It had been an interesting and very productive day. She expected the next day to be the same, especially considering the training with the former Uchiha patriarch. His last thought before falling asleep was an animated illustration of himself throwing fire jutsus at an angry and jealous Asuke. His rivalry with the black-haired man had not completely disappeared. Naruto woke up with a smile. Since the night of the incident with Mizuki and the Forbidden Scroll, his life had improved drastically. Yes, the town still hated him, but now he knew why, and he had several more important people in his life. Tobirama was like a strict father who practically asked for perfection. Hashirama was like a cool uncle with whom he had fun and learned things. Madara was more like the grumpy but still loved member of the family. Then there was Kakashi-sensei, maybe an older brother. He was ecstatic with the new members of his family. He already had a grandfather in the Hokage, an uncle in Tuchi, an older cousin sister in Am, and an overprotective older brother in Iruka, and now he had more. The only thing missing would be a mother figure, a grandmother and perhaps an aunt. She thought she remembered that Hashirama Ajusen was married. She would have to ask him to bring her back, then she would only be missing a mother and a grandmother. Putting all that aside, he got up and began to prepare everything for the day. The first thing was an abundant and balanced breakfast. Then she showered, got dressed, secured her kunai and shuriken bags, as well as checking that the weapons were there and okay, and left his apartment. It was still 7, so he had an hour to spend with his resurrected senseis before meeting his Jonin sensei. He laughed to himself. He was sure that his father would be super jealous if he knew about his 4 teachers. It didn't take him long to reach the place where the 3 former shinobi were waiting for him. The brown-haired man was smiling at him and waving energetically. The black-haired man looked at him with his arms crossed. The white-haired man looked at the Uchiha with narrowed and suspicious eyes. Yes, nothing outside of his new normal. Naru-chan, today you will train with Dara-chan, but that doesn't mean you have finished my training. So I hope you give me 100 clones to continue your training, the Mokuton user said happily. The Sharingan user sent him an annoyed look and it was obvious that he wanted to send him a fire jutsu, but he restrained himself. With a gesture of his hands, he motioned for the blonde to follow him, which he did without protest. For the next hour, he and his Kage Bunshin went through the exercise of burning a leaf, as well as learning the fireball jutsu. According to what Mandara told him, the technique was basic for his clan, and one member was not recognized as an Uchiha and could not wear his symbol until he learned to use the jutsu for the approval of the adults. The blue-eyed man was quite surprised, although in a positive way, that the man told him about his clan and his time. He had heard many things about the Uchiha, both from the villagers and from Sasuke, but he never fully believed it. He now had confirmation from a former Uchiha patriarch about truly what it was like to be an Uchiha. It must be said that it was something different from what the rest said. On the one hand, the black-haired man recognized that they had rivals, not many since the real Uchiha are born fighters, but there were people who could face them like the Senju. On the other hand, although it was true that fire was the most common primary affinity in the clan, there were several members with other primary affinities, such as one of their late little brothers, who had an affinity for lightning instead of fire. The Sharingan allows you to copy the enemy's jutsu if they use all the hand seals that the technique requires. If you use reduced stamps, they cannot copy it. They also can't copy an elemental affinity, so if they don't train to develop a secondary affinity for them, the jutsus will always be weaker than what a natural user of the element could do. Those and many other things he discovered in that hour about the Uchiha and the Sharingan. It was fascinating for the boy and he listened to everything carefully. He didn't quite understand why the black-haired man was telling him, but he didn't ask either. He was happy to obtain such information. As he had told Tobirama several times, he never knew when information might come in handy. It was a little disappointing when his time ran out and he had to say goodbye to go to the meeting with his Jonin sensei. He was really enjoying his lecture. She was much more entertaining than the ones Iruka gave at the academy. He arrived 2 minutes early. However, his sensei was already there leaning on one of the posts and reading her orange book. He didn't know why so many men liked that book. Many times he caught his Jiji reading a similar book. "Oh, Naruto, I see you've already arrived," he commented as he put away his icha. "Hello Kakashi-sensei. What are we going to do today?" he asked excitedly. "I've been thinking about it and I've created a schedule for us. Starting today, we will have 2 hours of physical training and Jutsu as soon as we meet. Then we will do 1 or 2 missions, depending on how long it takes us to complete them. We will have a 1-hour lunch break right after. We will spend the afternoons training with your chakra control, Jinjutsu, elemental manipulation, ninjutsu, and anything else we want to add in the future. The training will end at 6 p.m, so you have a couple of hours to rest or whatever you feel like. This will be our training regimen from Monday to Saturday. Sunday will be our day off," he explained. The blonde was bouncing on the spot with excitement. He couldn't wait to get started. And he didn't have to. The silver-haired man attacked him without warning and he barely dodged the blow. It seemed that his training that day began with a practice match. After half an hour of fighting, the masked man ordered the blue-eyed man to walk around the clearing 15 times. He then had to do squats, sit-ups, push-ups and other exercises. To top off the training, they fought again. The Jonin believed that the best way to improve his taijutsu was with practice in combat. At 10, they wrapped up their morning training and went to the mission room to get a D rank. Naruto wasn't too excited about how mundane the missions were, but he did them without protest. In the end they managed to make 2 before lunch. Kakashi took them to a small place frequented more by shinobi than civilians, and they placed their order. The Haddock was surprised that the boy didn't order ramen when he was on the menu. He tried to ask about it casually, and the Genin explained that he was on a diet to improve his physical development and be taller. The former Anbu captain nodded in understanding. He knew that the Uzumaki was the shortest of his age, and it was a sensitive topic for him. They spent the rest of the hour discussing the external training the Jinchuriki was doing. The copy nin was curious how Doton's elemental manipulation was going and if he was doing anything else. Although hesitant at first, Naruto answered truthfully on the topic. There was no point in him hiding his progress from his sensei. Besides, lying at that moment could cause him more problems in the future than he was worth. To say that the Yondaime's former student was surprised would be a gross understatement. He knew that the boy could create a large number of shadow clones and that this greatly accelerated the training. But that was ridiculous. Not even 2 weeks had passed since he graduated from the academy and he had already mastered the water element along with several techniques. He had completed the first half of the wind element, he was about to move on to the second half of the earth element and had already started with the exercises of the fire and lightning elements. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made that he was the last dead person in his class. With everything he had done in his short time as a shinobi, how was it possible that the teachers at the academy didn't realize his potential? Shrugged. Thinking about the past didn't make much sense when it didn't affect the future, although she still bothered him and he would talk about it with the Hokage. For the moment he would focus on the gold mine that was his apprentice. A month had passed since Team 7 failed the bell test. Many things had happened since that day. The first would be the investigation the Hokage did when Kakashi told him about his suspicions about Naruto's time at the academy. Hiruzen had to agree with the man about how incongruous the facts were. The idea that the blonde was the last of his class didn't square with all the talent he had shown since he got his hit I-8. At the same time that the Sundaime sent someone to investigate the case, Haddock himself also went to the place one day to get his answers. Unfortunately, on his way he ran into Sasuke and Sakura. Flashback: the Jonin was moving through the halls of the academy looking for Iruka Yamino when he came across the failed Genins he had the misfortune of testing out a week ago. Wow. Look who we have here. Have you realized how pathetic the dope is and have you come looking for me? The Uchiha asked arrogantly. Puff, that baka is useless. It's obvious that Sasuke-kun is better, commented his annoying fangirl. A small crowd of students and a few teachers watched the conversation curiously. The silver-haired man mentally sighed. He didn't expect to find them that day. Oh well, might as well lower his egos. Not at all. Naruto is probably almost anyone's dream apprentice. I'm just here to talk to his former Chunin instructor. I'm surprised that someone as talented as Naruto was the last of your class, she replied with a lazy tone. What does that dope have that I don't have? The black-haired man protested angrily. Let's see, he said while pretending to think he is hardworking, attentive, he learns quickly, he has an energy, resistance and chakra that makes most jonins look ridiculous, he has a natural talent for ninjutsu, traps and infiltration, plus of a positive attitude that makes it very easy to teach. The correct question would be, what do you have that he doesn't have? The humiliated boy stomped away, cursing the blonde and the jonin under his breath. The pincat followed her in love with her like a lost puppy while he tried to cheer him up and assured her that he was the best one for her. Fin flashback from that day on, Sasuke added Kakashi and Naruto to his list of revenge for humiliating him in such a way. It's not like those two knew or cared. They both had a very low opinion of the last Uchiha. The second thing that had happened was the reanimation of Mito Uzumaki Senju through the Ito Tensei. It was something that the Jinchuriki thought about for several days before proposing it to his teachers. Flashback Hashirama-sensei, can I talk to you? The blonde asked the brown-haired man. Of course, Neri-chan. What do you need? She questioned with a smile. Could you tell me about your wife? She asked him. Myth-chan. Of course, after all, they were both from the same clan, she replied and quickly began to talk to him about his partner. First he began by describing her physically. Then she told him about her character and way of being. Finally she told him some stories of their time together and the woman's accomplishments. Wow, Mito Abachan was great, the blue-eyed man proclaimed excitedly. Yes it was. Sometimes I miss her, she told him with a sad smile. Do you want me to bring her? I can bring her with the Ito Tensei like I did with you, he offered. That would be fantastic. Let's go with my brother. I'm sure he'll want to see how you do it, he instigated. Before he could say a word, he was already being dragged by the arm by the wood user. In a short time they were in front of the Nidaime Hokage, who was looking at his brother for his antics. What's happening? She asked with a sigh. Neri-chan is going to use the Ito Tensei to bring Mito-chan. I thought you would want to see it, she replied with a big smile. That caught the younger Senju's immediate interest. He had been able to obtain limited information of the technique on his own. He still had several doubts that he has not been able to resolve. Maybe seeing it firsthand could help you. A little uncomfortable by the white-haired man's attentive gaze, he created a cage bunshin to perform the jutsu. He took a deep breath and remembered everything the brown-eyed man had told him about his wife while he was doing the hand seals. Tiger snake, dog, dragon snake. A coffin appeared where his clone was. The lid fell and he revealed a red-haired woman with black eyes. Her hair was tied up in two buns with stamped as iron earrings dangling. On her forehead there was a seal that looked like a diamond. Mito-chan, the Nidaime Hokage, shouted before running to hug his partner. Tobirama looked at the last hand seal the boy had made. It was supposed to be a clap, not another snake seal. That change must have been the cause of the alteration of his jutsu. The Genin, unaware of his father figure's epiphany, watched a reunion of his uncles with a smile. He was glad that he had made the brown-haired boy so happy. Plus he now had an aunt. He was only missing a mother and a grandmother. In flashback, other notable things that had happened were the dismissal of several academy instructors, the revision of the curriculum, Naruto's completion of elemental manipulation, doing joint D-rank missions with other teams and training with them, the coup of reality of the blonde, realizing Hinata's crush on him, Mito's introduction to Fuinjutsu along with lessons about girls. Meeting the green beast of Konoha, its mini-clone, and the horrible sunset Jinjutsu, he still shuddered when he remembered it. And his confrontation with Sasuke and Sakura. The latter was a desperate and pathetic attempt by his former classmates to prove that the Uchiha was better and deserved the learning that the Uzumaki was doing. Flashback, Naruto was at the Team 7 training ground practicing his latest technique, Earth Element. Earth Wall. Kakashi-sensei had shown it to him the day before and he almost had it. He had originally used shadow clones to speed up the process, but since it was already almost perfect, he decided to finish it himself. Once he had done so, he would try to reduce the hand seals. He was about to do the jutsu again when a dope scream stopped him. He would know that voice anywhere. She rolled her eyes as she saw him and the banshee entering the training ground. He complained to himself. He didn't want to waste his time with them, and the silver-haired boy had gone with Guy to do one of his typical challenges. It was unlikely that he would return anytime soon, given the challenge the other Jonin had proposed. What do you want, team? I'm busy, he said without much desire. Fight me, he demanded. No, he answered without further ado and tried to return to his training. What's wrong, dope? Are you afraid of losing to me? She mocked. No. I simply don't want to get in trouble for fighting with a student at the academy, he replied boredly. Don't lie, baka. You're scared because you know that Sasuke-kun is much better than you, Haruno screeched. Not for the first time, the Nine Tails container wondered how the hell he could have been in love with that girl. She was loud, moody, obnoxious and a useless, pathetic fangirl. The only good thing was her intelligence and she didn't use it. I have already said why I am not going to fight. "If you believe me or not, that's your problem," she commented as if nothing had happened. His senseis, especially Tobirama and Madara, had taught him not to be provoked by the enemy. He wasn't going to get into trouble just because the Uchiha had his pride hurt. The black-haired man made several hand seals and threw a fireball at him. Despite having his back turned, he heard clearly when the black-eyed man pronounced his jutsu, so he made 3 hand seals. The water of the lake moved and created a wall behind him that protected him from the Kaiten technique. The black-haired man's smug smile faded into an expression of rage as he saw how the dope had countered his jutsu. He couldn't say or do anything else because Kakashi and Guy arrived from their competition and took the boy away for attempted assault on a village shinobi. They also took the green-eyed girl as an accomplice. In flashback, if it had been up to the Hokage, both of them would have been removed from the shinobi program forever, but unfortunately the civilian council got in the way. Since the two were still civilians, they fell under his jurisdiction, so nothing much happened to them. Putting those thoughts aside, the apprentice and his sensei entered the mission office with the intention of obtaining a more difficult mission. A C rank shouldn't be much of a problem for them. Things had gone wrong. Not to the point of being completely dangerous, far from it. That did not mean that the mission had escalated to another level. After all, no C rank involves missing ninjas. Originally it seemed like a simple mission. Escort a bridge builder to his house in Nami no Kuni. Because it was supposed to be a simple mission, Kakashi politely declined his leader's proposal to involve another team. He wasn't sure if he had chosen right or wrong in this regard. Another team means more shinobi to protect the client, but having fresh Gainans on a high-ranking mission was more of a harm than a help. There was also the option of returning. The client had deliberately lied when he requested the mission. That automatically gave them the right to break the contract and turn around. The problem was that his student wanted to continue. He was aware of the risk and he did not want to continue out of a selfish desire, on the contrary, he wanted to continue because he did not want more people to suffer at the hands of an imbecile hungry for power and money. I could understand his point, in fact, I admired his altruistic spirit, but that did not take away the risks. She knew that the blonde was no ordinary Gainen. He could most likely give a Chunin a run for his money, maybe even a special Jonin, but he lacked experience and he didn't want to put him in danger. Good. We will continue with the mission he finally accepted, defeated. The blue-eyed boy smiled happily and Tazuna sighed in relief. He was truly afraid that the two shinobi would leave him to his fate. Without them, there would be no hope for his people. Naruto was happy to continue the mission. He had felt sorry for the old man's story and wanted to help his country. Maybe if it was just him and his Jonin sensei, he would have considered returning to the village, but they weren't alone. Their resurrected senseis were with them hidden in the surrounding forest. But there was no risk of anything happening to them. They could go to the wave, help finish the bridge and kill that bastard businessman. Although I couldn't see them. She had the clear impression that Hashirama and Mito were horrified and furious at what they had heard and that Tobirama and Madara were disgusted by this Gato's actions. I didn't understand how such evil people could exist. He could somewhat understand the lust for power and riches. People always tended to want more, whether out of selfishness or vanity. But when it gets to the point where you pressure innocent people to the point of extreme poverty, that's when you've crossed the line, a lot. He would never allow such a thing if he could help it, and on this occasion he can. Their Jonin sensei is a powerful and famous ninja in his own right. His resurrected senseis are some of the most powerful people to ever walk the earth. He, well, recognized that he was not as great as them, but he could still contribute something. They continued on their way, alert for any other danger. They boarded a boat that took them to the island. The Ito Tensei were walking on water. They returned to land without any problem and continued on their way. At no time did they let their guard down. Naruto threw a kunai where he felt a chakra signature. He didn't need to check to know that the guy had made kawarimi with some small animal. Teacher and student were on guard. They knew the enemy was close. A huge sword crossed the air. The Jonin threw the client to the ground while himself and his student also crouched down. The weapon embedded itself in a tree and the next moment a man appeared on top. Wow. Look what we have here. Kakashi of the Sharingan. No wonder the demon brothers lost. The lost ninja spoke. Zabuza Mamachi, the demon of the mist, former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, the silver-haired man commented. Wow, you know about me. That honor. She spoke sarcastically and the black-haired man mocked. Naruto, protect the client. I'll take care of him, the silver-haired man ordered. The blonde nodded and created 3 shadow clones to surround Tazuna. Hidden Mist Jutsu, the enemy named his technique. A thick fog surrounded the area. The former Anbu captain raised his hit I8 to reveal his Sharingan eye. It didn't help much. -8 points. The pharynx, the spine, the lungs, the liver, the jugular, the aorta, the kidneys and the heart. Which one should I choose? She heard herself in the fog. Accompanied by his words, he released his killer instinct in order to make the boy panic. Unfortunately for him, it didn't work. The Uzumaki was used to it thanks to his resurrected sensei, what's more, that was nothing compared to his own. The Haddock was going to say some words to try to make the boy not afraid when he realized that he really wasn't. He was focused on the front and didn't seem the least bit scared by the killer instinct. He smiled under his mask. Her apprentice was a box full of surprises. Not that she was complaining. At times like these he couldn't help but think that her sensei would be very proud of her son. "You're brave. I admit that, but you're no match for me." "Now die," said the swordsman, appearing over the blue-eyed men and the client. The Jinchuriki added chakra futon to his kunai and faced it against the Kubikirabacho. He had to send chakra to his arms and anchor himself to the ground so as not to retreat. The Haddock appeared behind the Mamachi and stuck the kunai where the heart would be. The enemy turned into water. A second later another Zabuza appeared behind him and stabbed him with his sword. The Konoha Jonin also turned into water. "Awesome. Being able to copy my technique even in the fog," praised the lost ninja. "Naruto, do you know any wide area wind jutsu?" The teacher asked his student. "Yes, one," he answered. "You said," he indicated. "Futon. Great advance," proclaimed the youngest. The fog was quickly cleared, revealing the opponent over the lake. "How I hate wind users," commented Kiri's former shinobi. The copy nin went after the other jonin and they faced each other over the water. The black-haired man tried to capture him with the water prison technique, but his opponent noticed it in time and did a kawarimi. The next few minutes were a demonstration of various water jutsus until the dog summoner was able to play with his mind to make him believe he could see the future and take him down with a water dragon. He coughed a little. "Can't see the future?" she asked him. "Yes, and I foresee your death," he answered. Before he could kill him, a pair of senbon needles stabbed into his neck. "It seems that your vision was accurate. Thanks for weakening it." "I've been hunting him for a while," said a masked young man coming out of the forest. "You're a Kiri hunter, right?" she questioned as she checked the man's pulse. There was not. "Exactly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get rid of him," she replied before leaving with the body and the sword in a shunshin. The silver-haired man let out a sigh and lowered his hit I-8. The second later he fell to his knees. "Kakashi-sensei," the blonde called worriedly. "I'm fine. I'm just low on chakra. Using the Sharingan consumes a lot of chakra," she explained. "You will be fine." The blue-eyed man questioned worriedly. "I will be. For now we should continue. Tazuna, is your house very far away?" "Not much. Just over an hour's walk," answered the bridge builder. "Naruto, do you mind carrying me?" "I'm very tired," the former Anbu captain asked, somewhat embarrassed. "Of course, Kakashi-sensei. You worry about resting," he assured her. He created several cage bunshin to protect the client and help him carry his master. Once they were ready, they continued on their way. A slight blur on the periphery of his right eye told him that his resurrected senseis wanted to speak with him as soon as he was free. They arrived at the builder's house without incident. There they were greeted by Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, who was very happy to see her father safe and sound and thanked them both for protecting him. Once the blonde left Kakashi on the bed in the guest room, he left under the pretext that he was going to explore the terrain and set up some traps just in case. The Jonin agreed. Once outside, he created several cage bunshin to do what he said he was going to do while he went to where his resurrected senseis were. He didn't have to go far into the forest for it. "Good. Now that you are here, we must discuss your training to prepare for your next battle," said the white-haired man as soon as the boy appeared. "What do you mean, Tabarama-sensei?" asked the blue-eyed man. The hunter ninja was fake. He is obviously an ally of Zabuza. He was watching the entire fight and not only did he act alone at the end, but instead of following the protocol of cutting off the head and destroying the body, he took it whole and in one piece. Not to mention that the senbon needles are the most difficult weapon to kill with and practical to disable and feign death, explained the minor Senju. Then why didn't they eliminate it? The Genin questioned confused. It didn't make sense in his head. That fake hunter ninja wouldn't have been any problem for them. So why didn't they kill him? It was not a real threat, the Nidaime responded calmly. "Remember that we want to keep our presence a secret. We are not going to intervene for something that is not life or death. Don't worry, Naru-chan. We will train you so that next time you can defeat them on your own," the Shodaime told him happily. "We will make you as strong as possible in the time we have. We will most likely have a week or two at most. We will use cage bunshin to speed up your training, but don't expect miracles either." The last part was reported by her looking at her brother. "Oh, come on. Naru-chan already has a good level. It's just a matter of giving him a trump card. And, according to you, which one would it be?" the red-eyed man asked skeptically. "Naru-chan, remember our training. Dirt in one hand and water in the other, then do dog, hare, snake and touch the ground." Strange and curious, he did as he was told. Being able to mold an elemental nature in each hand was not easy. It took him a good 30 seconds to do it. A lifetime in combat. Once accomplished, he did the handstands and touched the ground. The chakra seeped and the plants around it began to grow and bloom. It was a beautiful sight. The brown-haired man began to celebrate his success. He had Mokuton too. The white-haired man, after a moment of surprise, turned to his brother with a frown. What the blonde had done was supposed to be impossible. The boy was Uzumaki, not Senju, and it seemed too much of a coincidence that he was a wood element user. Hashirama, you won't have anything to do with this, right? She questioned sternly. The brown-eyed man stopped celebrating and slowly turned to his little brother. Of course not. How can you believe that? He denied, somewhat nervous. He gave him a hard look that told him he didn't believe his lies at all. The brown-haired man stood his ground for a few seconds before starting to squirm a little under the gaze of his little brother. Maybe I have been giving my Ito Tensei cells to Naruto while he was sleeping to increase the chances of awakening the Mokuton, he admitted, extremely nervous, especially when he saw his dear wife's expression. What have you done? What? The normally calm Mito asked with clear anger in her voice. Come on, dear, it's not that big of a deal. Look, Neri-chan is fine and has Mokuton, he tried to justify himself. In the end he had to run to avoid being trapped by his partner's chakra chains. Tobirama could only shake his head at his older brother's stupidity. Without giving more importance to the matter, he focused on his student. His training had to begin as soon as possible. No one seemed to notice Madara's pensive state, which had been kept out of the way from the beginning. They also didn't notice his departure. The former Uchiha patriarch was momentarily forgotten by the rest. Which was fine at the time. He needed to think about a few things. Hours later, as the sun was sinking below the horizon, Naruto returned to the client's house. He was tired but satisfied. He had undergone intensive training while his clone secured the area and searched for information on Geto. The smell of food hit his nose as soon as he walked through the door. She was aware that there was still at least some time before dinner time, but she couldn't help but salivate at the delicious aroma. You're back, he heard a voice to his left. He turned his head slightly and could notice the figure of his Jonin sensei on the living room couch, reading his favorite book. What has kept you so busy that you have been out all afternoon? She asked, taking her eyes off the book and addressing him. I decided to train a little while my clones investigated Geto. I ran out of time a little, she responded, rubbing the back of her neck. Oh, and what have you discovered? He questioned, interested. He may not have been very happy that the blonde was away for so long without warning, but he understood that he didn't do it out of ill will, but rather with a desire to improve. He was also aware that his student used the training as a way to deal with things that bothered her. Nothing good, he answered with a frown. Geto has an army of thugs with which he controls the population. Those who do not pay are forcibly thrown out of their homes, beaten or killed. Out of fear, bullies can do almost anything, and no one will do anything for fear of retaliation. Worst of all, they kidnap young women for fun. His jaw clenched in anger at the last part. The silver-haired man closed his only visible eye tightly. He shared the sentiment of his apprentice. He hated scum like that little man, Geto. Although he was not part of the contract, he wouldn't mind taking down the greedy businessman. He sighed in frustration. First things first. They couldn't let her client die. That was their mission, and the people really needed the bridge to prevent another man like Geto from doing the same thing to them again. Naruto, Zabuza is alive, he warned him. I know. I realized it shortly before I started training, she informed him. The dog summoner nodded. He became more and more delighted with his only student. Just thinking about what would have happened if he had passed Team 7 sent a shiver down his spine. Most likely they were screwed. That is, if they were all alive. He shook his head slightly. There was no point in thinking about what ifs. She had done it many times in the past and they never solved anything. They only managed to depress him more. Dinner, Tsunami called. Do you need help going to the table, Kakashi-sensei? No. I may be weak, but I can move a little on my own. Tomorrow we will return to training. Are you sure you're okay for that? The blue-eyed man asked, worried. Don't worry. I'll be fine, he gave his patented eye smile. The Jinchuriki nodded, not very convinced. Kakashi wasn't just his teacher. He was like an older brother to him, just like Iruka-sensei. And even though he was aware that he could handle himself, he was a jonin after all, she still worried about him. The former Anbu captain smiled softly beneath his mask. He could read the boy like an open book at that moment. His concern for him warmed her heart. He felt the family affection and regretted not having entered his life sooner. He allowed himself to relax while they had dinner with Tazuna's family. She didn't even bother with the somewhat emo attitude the boy gave off. He couldn't help but think of the failed Genin he had to test. Sasuke and Inari had a certain resemblance. He shrugged. The Uchiha would be someone else's problem, not his. Naruto, as I told you yesterday, today we return with training. To start, we will have a Taijutsu fight. Are you sure about this, Kakashi-sensei? You don't look very recovered, the blonde asked, worried about his health. The silver-haired man gave him his patented eye smile. He was moved by the concern of his student. Don't worry. It's true that I'm not 100%, but a little training won't hurt. Besides, tomorrow we will accompany Tazuna to protect them while she builds the bridge. It's better to take advantage of the time we have to train, she responded evenly. With some hesitation, the blue-eyed man nodded and got into his taijutsu stance. His style was mainly Tobirama's combat style, but he had added a couple of moves from the styles of the rest of his masters. The black-eyed man wasted no time in attacking his apprentice with a feint punch and kick. The Jinchuriki dodged the first and blocked the second, and then he also attacked with a right hook. While they were having their taijutsu practice, in the forest, an army of 400 Naruto clones were training with the Ito Tensei. Each resurrection had 100 kage bunshin to teach. The white-haired man was training them to be able to detect someone in a field fog. Hashirama was teaching them how to use Mokuton along with some jutsus. Mito continued with his instruction in Fuinjutsu, emphasizing barrier seals and some offensive ones. Madara was assisting in his control over the fire. Even if the Suiton beats the Kaiten under normal circumstances, if the techniques had a lot of power behind it, it could evaporate water and even pass through it. At the end of the day, the Uzumaki was exhausted and fell unconscious as soon as he hit the pillow. The following days were a little more enjoyable, although not much. He would get up early, do some training with Kakashi, have breakfast, create several kage bunshin to protect the house, go to the bridge with his Jonin sensei, while his clones trained with the resurrected, return in the afternoon, do another training with the former Captain Anbu. I would have dinner and sleep. He was infinitely grateful to whatever deity was in the sky when he saw Zabuza on the bridge that day. The last week had been training hell. Yes, he had gotten much stronger, but the pace was too fast and exhausting even for him. He also wanted to leave as soon as possible, so he wouldn't have to continue putting up with the client's grandson, Inari. If it weren't for all the self-control she had gained since the night of the Forbidden Scroll, she would most likely have exploded at his constant whining. Seriously, she was more annoying than Sasuke, which is saying something. We meet again, Kakashi of the Sharingan, but this time, as you can see, I also have someone with me. Haku, take care of the brat. I take care of Haddock. Yes, Zabuza-sama. Naruto, leave some clones to protect Azuna and take care of Zabuza's sidekick, the dog summoner ordered his student. 2. He created 4 replicas of himself, which surrounded the client and raised a barrier of purple flames. Since when can you make barrier seals? You know what? It doesn't matter. We'll talk about that later. First we must take care of the problem in front of us, the silver-haired man spoke, somewhat defeated. He had been with his apprentice for about a month and a half, and he still continued to surprise him. She always came up with something new that he had no idea he knew about. It was both impressive and infuriating. Without further delay, he launched himself at the swordsman. The Kubikirabacho collided with the blade Jonin's kunai. It wasn't long before the missing ninja used the hidden miss jutsu to gain the advantage. For their part, the Geinin and the false hunter nin also clashed. Initially with taijutsu, and shortly after kunai against kunai. They were quite evenly matched in speed and strength, although the black-haired man was channeling chakra into his arms so as not to lose ground. Your skills are quite amazing, but unfortunately for you I have 2 advantages here. Yes. Which ones? She asked without believing the blue-eyed man. First, we are surrounded by water. And second, you have a busy hand so you can't do jutsus and I can, she replied. He passed through several one-handed seals and sent a shower of senbon needles at his opponent. The Jinchuriki separated from the black-eyed man and performed 5 hand seals at full speed. The water in the environment condensed and formed a wall of water. At times like that and when he was attacked by Sasuke, he was glad that the younger Senju had taught him how to do the water wall technique with reduced seals. Of course, it was easier to do it with a mass of water than with the humidity of the environment, as demonstrated by the fact that the first only needed 3 seals and the second 5, but it was still tremendously practical. Taking advantage of the fact that his enemy couldn't see him, Zabuza's sidekick made several hand positions and launched his most powerful technique. By the time the Uzumaki dropped the jutsu on him, he was already trapped in a mirror dome. Ha, bad luck, Kakashi. Your brat is finished. No one can beat Haku when he uses his ice crystal demonic mirrors technique, the eyebrowless man mocked. We'll see. Naruto is much more capable than he seems, the Yondaime student stated with conviction. The Geinin knew he was in a bind. The speed of his opponent had increased enormously and he kept sending senbons at her. Since he created the mirrors, he could only see a blur that he assumed was the original, since his image was in all the glass. He had managed to dodge a good number of them thanks to his reflexes, more than his ability to keep up with her, but he had still received a few as well. Sigh. She hoped she could hide her newfound Mokuton abilities for later, but he didn't think she could afford it in this situation. At that rate, not even her superior regeneration could stop the Senbons from paralyzing her body, if not worse. Oh well, that's what she had been training with Hashirama Ajisan for. He concentrated on shaping his Suiton and Doton chakra while performing the necessary hand seals while trying to dodge as many projectiles as possible, which was not easy at all. He had not yet achieved the necessary level of skill to add natural chakra to his techniques, so they would not be as powerful as the Shadame Hokage, but it would do for now, or at least he hoped so. As he finished, multiple wooden columns appeared from the ground, blocking most of the mirrors. Without wasting time, he again performed various hand positions while continuing to shape his chakra to mix the earth and water. This time he created several wooden clones. The fight between Zabuza and Kakashi stopped when he saw what was happening. "Are you kidding me? Can your student use Mokuton? This must be a fucking joke," cursed the lost ninja. The boy's own sensei was dumbfounded at the new information. Not in his wildest dreams would he have imagined this. He was definitely going to have a very long conversation with his apprentice when everything was over. Shaking his head to clear the shock, he took advantage of his rival's stupefied state to knock him unconscious with a blow to the back of the head. When he looked back at the other fight, he could notice that the ice mirrors were gone and the fake hunter ninja was wrapped in wooden restraints. The fog began to dissolve as it did not receive the chakra necessary to maintain itself. At that moment, the sound of applause began to be heard at the end of the bridge. The image they received seconds later was of Gato with a bunch of thugs behind him. Heh, it seems that Zabuza was not the demon he claimed to be. More like a baby demon, Gato mocked and his men laughed. "I have to thank you, Konoha Shinobi, for eliminating him for me. You've saved me the work. In gratitude, I will give you a chance. Hand over the builder and I will let you go alive." Teacher and student looked at each other for a couple of seconds and nodded. Neither of them liked the dwarf and both were in a position to continue fighting. Not bothering to respond to the corrupt businessman, the leaf ninjas began performing various hand signs. Suiton. Great Water Dragon Naruto named his technique. Raiden. Fang Tracking Lightning Beast Kakashi proclaimed his jutsu. Both attacks merged, turning them into a large electrified water dragon with sparkling eyes. The mercenaries and Gato tried to flee by running in the opposite direction with the intention of jumping into the water. They believed they had a better chance of surviving the fall than the incoming attack. Very few managed to jump and the rest were trapped in the combined technique. No one on that side of the bridge survived. They were all electrocuted to such an extent that their skin was completely red. Tazuna, who was still inside the barrier watching everything, was both relieved and terrified at what he saw. For one thing, Puss was dead, so his country would no longer have to fear the little tyrant. On the other hand, it was chilling how easily the two Konoha shinobi had finished them off. His cries of agony, although short, would be etched in his memory for life. Not even 2 minutes passed before the townspeople appeared at the scene with Inari at the head. She was wearing her usual clothes and hat. The only clear difference was the loaded crossbow she carried in her hands, ready to fire if necessary. Shortly after the shinobi's departure, 2 mercenaries attacked the house with the intention of kidnapping Tsunami. The boy, despite his fear, stood up to the guys to try to save his mother. They would have killed him if it weren't for the interference of the blonde's clones. Even so, they congratulated him for being brave. It was then that he realized that he had to be strong and fight just like Kaiza did. He had gone door to door trying to get people to gather courage and go with him to help his grandfather and put an end to Gato. At first it seemed that he had not been successful, but then everyone came together to confront the corrupt businessman. Each one carrying as a weapon the first thing they had at hand. They felt a little discouraged when they realized that the ninjas had already taken care of him and his thugs, but that was quickly overshadowed by the joy of finally being free. The people returned to their homes to begin preparing a party to celebrate the death of their oppressor. Azuna joined them after the clones maintaining the barrier around them dropped it and dissipated. "Kakashi-sensei, what should we do with these two?" asked the blue-eyed man, pointing to the former swordsman of the mist and his accomplice. "Don't know. Originally I didn't kill Zabuza to get information about Gato, but now it's not really necessary," she answered honestly. "Any ideas?" "Well, we can always take them to Konoha. I'm sure the T&I department will be able to get some useful information from them." The Uzumaki gave his opinion. "It is not a bad idea. Although I'm a little worried about the ice user," the silver-haired man commented. "Because?" the Jinchuriki questioned confused. "There is a faction in the village that will do anything to ensure the power of Konoha. They won't resist the opportunity to have another Kekkei Genkai in town. They could try to obtain sperm samples from the boy to recreate his identity on the page," the black-eyed man explained. "That's horrible. I'm sure Jiji would never allow something like that," the Genin said horrified. "That's true. Hokage-sama is too good to do something so unmoral." But he doesn't mean that there will be people who will try to pressure him to accept, the former Anbu captain argued. What should we do? The boy asked worriedly. As I told you before, I don't know. Your idea of taking them to the interrogation division is very valid and good for Zabuza. But it may cause problems with his sidekick, the dog summoner side in conflict. For now, let's enjoy the celebration. Then we'll decide what to do. Naruto nodded in agreement. He needed to distract himself from the dark truth he had just learned. Before sealing the body of the former swordsman, the silver-haired man looked at the sword at his side. It was another thing that they had to decide what to do with her. Meh, I don't know if we should give up the sword, sell it or keep it, the Jonin mused out loud. Sell it. The blonde asked confused. Kubikirabacho is one of the famous 7 swords of the mist. It's worth a fortune on the market, she explained calmly. Do you have financial problems? She questioned a little rhetorically. No. Me neither. So it's not like we need the money, he expressed his opinion. The elder nodded in agreement and sealed the sword in a storage scroll. Even if neither of them ended up using it, it would be a nice reminder of his first mission out of town. He sealed the renegade ninja and his accomplice in a prisoner scroll. That should give him between 1 and 2 weeks before his presence there would bring any ill effects to them. Before they could go with the villagers to celebrate, they had to take care of all the dead bodies on the bridge. Both to avoid all the diseases and unpleasant things caused by the decomposing bodies and so that they would not be a nuisance when the construction of the bridge resumed. It was at that point that the blue-eyed man realized what he had done. He had killed around 100 people. Even if he had done it with the help of his teacher, he had taken the lives of many men. His stomach turned and he began to retch. She ran to the edge of the bridge and emptied the entire contents of his stomach. Her sensei stood next to her and rubbed her back a few seconds after she started vomiting. The haddock sighed sadly. He had forgotten that his apprentice was only a green genin and this was his first death. It was so easy to forget how little time he had been in the ranks with all the skills he possessed. She waited until he calmed down a bit to talk to him and make sure he was okay. The first death was always the hardest and the Uzumaki had had many to begin with. It wasn't the best at all. They piled up all the bodies on the shore before burning them with 1 Kaiten Jutsu each. They cleaned the structure a little with Suiton techniques and then met with the people at the party they had organized. It wasn't very glamorous, but you could tell they had done their best. There wasn't much food, but that was to be expected. Gato had been starving them. It made sense that they couldn't raise more for the celebration. Pretty much there was something to start with. He could notice his client talking to some men he had seen working on the bridge. She was carrying a bottle in her hand and wouldn't be surprised if it was sake. He had already gotten the idea that Tazuna was a hopeless drunk, although he admitted that he had courage. He had originally planned to let the boy enjoy the party for a bit before asking him about his new abilities, especially his Mokuton, but he decided to wait until the next day. Enough that he had to deal with his first death. He deserved some relaxation. Once he was sure that he was enjoying the celebration and was going to be okay, he looked for a secluded place where he could read in peace. He had read almost nothing of his precious Icha since she came to Nami. It was time to make up for lost time. He opened his eyes. She looked around her somewhat sleepily and yawned. He had been awake until after midnight. Still, he was one of the first to leave the party. After the children obviously. The celebration had been in style. Sure, there was nothing remotely luxurious and there wasn't much food or drink either, but it was the people that counted. All the people talking, playing and laughing. That's what made her great. His happy smile at the memories of the night turned bitter as he remembered what happened in the morning afternoon. The first death was never easy and he had killed many. He shook his head. He had already talked about it with his sensei the day before and he wasn't going to let it continue to make him bitter. He got out of his sleeping bag and got ready for the day. Her teacher was not in bed, so she must have been downstairs already. Unless she had stayed out all night, which he highly doubted. He went down the stairs with a happy step. Gato was dead and Nami's people were free. The only thing left was to finish building the bridge so that something like this would never happen again. Maybe search the little tyrant's mansion to see what he had there. He walked down the stairs at a light trot and entered the dining room. Everyone was there except the client. He shrugged. She saw him several times that night, always with a bottle in hand. He was probably sleeping completely drunk at that moment. Good morning, he greeted in good humor. Good morning, they returned the greeting. Breakfast was pretty uneventful. Inari did the most talking, telling about the party the day before. The rest added a few things, but let the boy do most of the talking. Naruto, I would like to talk to you. Alone, the silver-haired man told him once they had finished the meal. The blonde just nodded and followed the man. They went upstairs and locked themselves in the guest room. I suppose you want to know about my Mokuton. It was not a question but a statement. Yes, among other things he answered even if it was not necessary. He looked at him questioningly, and the blue-eyed man sighed somewhat tiredly, sensing what the Jonin wanted to know. I didn't tell you because it's recent. I used it for the first time by accident the day we got here. It was the main reason why I was training until late, he answered the unasked question. That doesn't tell me much about why you didn't tell me before, he commented. Kakashi-sensei, be realistic. If I had told you, what would have changed? You are not a Mokuton user. You couldn't have helped me, she protested. He wished he could deny it, but he had to agree with his student on this point. Even if he knew Tenzo, another wood-style user, he really didn't know much about the subject. I grant you that. And I will admit that in this time I could not have helped you. But I know someone who can help you once we return to Konoha. Hey? He asked confused. I have a friend in Anbu who has the Mokuton like you, he answered. I thought that Shadame-sama was the only Mokuton user that existed before me, he said surprised. His story is complicated, he stated, ignoring his apprentice's mistake. Sometimes he kept forgetting the formalities. I'm not the one to tell you his story, but I will talk to him and Hokage-sama to arrange a time so he can help you with your Kekkei Genkai. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, he thanked with all his heart. Even if he didn't need it since he had Hashirama Ajisen training him, he appreciated the gesture. Besides that, he was curious about the other person who could use the wood style. There is no reason to give them. I am your sensei and my duty is to make sure you are the best shinobi possible. The dog summoner dismissed now. Would you mind telling me how advanced you are in Fuinjutsu and anything else you know and haven't told me? Of course, he responded a little embarrassed. It wasn't the first time they had a similar conversation. Having 4 secret senseis caused this quite often. She would sometimes notify him that she was learning something so that she wouldn't miss him when she showed it. But most of the time she completely forgot. Although Tobirama had scolded him for it a couple of times, even he recognized that this whole situation was complicated, even more so for a new genin. For that alone he had escaped punishment training and only received a small reprimand. He thanked all the gods because he never had punishment training. From the stories Hiruzen Jiji and Hashirama Ajisen had told him, he was not a pretty thing to see, much less experience. The man could be very sadistic when he wanted to. They spent the next 2 hours talking about the self-taught training he was doing. His chakra detection exercises in a fog imbued with him, his training in Mokuton and Kaiten, and his studies of Fuinjutsu. At the end of the conversation, Kakashi didn't know whether to thank or curse his luck. His apprentice was a damn genius who surpassed both of his parents combined, but gave him more headaches than anything else. He was grateful that his silver hair kept his gray hair from showing, because he was sure that his student was going to give him premature gray hair. Plus there was the fact that she didn't know whether to applaud his initiative or scold him for not informing her of his personal training. It was impressive and he was making leaps and bounds, but it was also annoying not knowing exactly what he could do. How is he supposed to train him properly if he hid his full abilities from him? The only thing keeping him from thinking badly of his actions was the fact that he clearly hadn't told her more out of carelessness than out of bad intentions. He sometimes forgot that not 2 months ago he was considered the class clown. No one would say it after team assignments. He shook his head. It would be best for her mental health not to think about it too much. He would have enough to deal with when they returned to Konoha. Between the ice user and Naruto's awakening of Mokuton, the next council meeting was going to be busy. He wouldn't want to be in the position of Hokage-sama when that time came. He decided to give the blonde the day off to do whatever he wanted and started reading his precious Icha Icha. He really needed the distraction of his favorite book to take away the headache he was developing. The Uzumaki, as soon as he was dismissed, left the house to speak with his resurrected senseis, especially with the Senju brothers. He wanted his opinion on what he had just discovered. He never thought that there would be another wood element user and perhaps this would create some problem. This is definitely a problem, the white-haired man stated when the Jinchuriki finished telling what he had discussed with him, the former Anbu captain. It's hard enough to believe that you have learned a couple of Mokuton techniques on your own. If all the hand stamps also match, it will create suspicion. So what should I do? The blue-eyed boy asked, hoping that the red-eyed boy would have some solution. The only thing I can think of is that you perfect the techniques until you can do them with reduced hand stamps. That will eliminate suspicion or at least mitigate it, the Nidaime responded seriously. It won't be easy at all. It took me years to master my Mokuton, and even longer before I could reduce the hand signals of some techniques, the brown-haired man protested with a frown, something unusual for him. We have no other alternative. It is not yet time for us to make ourselves known, and the only credible lie would be that he himself experimented and recreated your jutsus. The only other option to reducing hand seals is to alter the sequence in a way that does not modify the technique. I don't know which of the two is more difficult, the brown-eyed man commented, still frowning. He hadn't taken into account the possibility that there was another person with Mokutan, and now the boy he saw as a son, nephew, grandson could come off badly because of his wish for him to have his Kekkei Genkai. For now we will use shadow clones. One half will try to use the reduced seal techniques, and the other half will try to alter the sequence. The group that shows the most results will be the option we will take, resolved the Suiton user. The second Kami no Shinobi only nodded grimly. This was not a time to be his typical self. Happy-go-lucky. Naruto needed it. He had gotten him into that mess and he would get him out. Naruto was quite nervous, even if it didn't show much. He wasn't stupid. Thanks to his training with the resurrected, especially Tobirama, he had a fairly developed mind for his age, or at least compared to before. He understood the situation perfectly. She knew he would have to work hard to complete the training if he wanted to keep her secret safe. The problem was time. Although the party bought 2 days for people to recover, Gato's death caused more people to work on the bridge, speeding up construction. In less than 2 weeks the bridge will be ready and they will have to return to Konoha. Even with 500 shadow clones working on reducing the hand seals or changing the sequence each, he didn't think he could do much. He needed to find a way to delay the departure. With any luck, the completion of the bridge will earn them another celebration to which they will be invited and delay their return another day, but it was not enough. He had to think of other things to prolong his stay. Bullies. No, very few were saved or did not go to the bridge, and all escaped for fear of being caught or killed. Delay the construction of the bridge in some way. No, none of the ideas that came from there sat well with him. Gato's mansion. That could be an option. The tycoon most likely had many valuable things in his mansion. Giving them to people would be a cause for celebration. He would have another 2 days at least. Yes, I would do that. Of course, I wouldn't do it right away. The day was her day off and she wanted to take advantage of it. Plus he had just finished the celebration and it wouldn't have as much effect. So she would wait at least 3 or 4 days before searching for the mansion. With a dozen cage bunshin, she would most likely be able to find the place in a day or 2, which would be perfect. Just as he thought it, he did it. She waited 3 days before sending his clones to search for Gato's mansion. The next day, shortly after noon, they dissipated to give the original the location of the building. Kakashi-sensei, they found him, Naruto announced after gaining some distance. Very good. We will go after the fight is over, he informed him, to which he nodded. The dissipation of the cage bunshin had occurred in the middle of one of their training matches. Since there was really no risk to their client, they each sent a clone just in case. So far there were no incidents, but it was better to be safe than sorry. The fact that the silver-haired boy knew about the search for Gato's mansion was because the blonde informed him of his intention just before creating his duplicates. The Jonin himself agreed with his idea. They finished their fight a while later, rested for a few minutes, and then went to the mansion. They were curious to know what that place would contain. There was a chance that the few mercenaries and thugs still alive had looted the place, but the scouts hadn't noticed any of that in the little they had looked. It didn't take them even an hour to reach the building. It was huge, and you could tell it was made with the best materials. It had a wall surrounding the mansion with a black grille door with a logo of Gato's company in the center. The gate was unlocked, so they could enter without problems. The garden was in good condition. It had only been about a week since anyone had been there. The door of the mansion, on the other hand, was locked, confirming that no one had entered since the businessman's death. The black-eyed man suggested breaking down the door. It wasn't like his owner could file a complaint. The blue-eyed man shook his head in amusement and used a pair of lockpicks to unlock the lock. "I want to know," asked a former Anbu captain when he saw his student open the door. The Jinchuriki shrugged and the adult decided to pretend it was nothing out of the ordinary. He inwardly also admitted that it was a good skill for a shinobi. They entered the place and soon both of their eyes widened. You didn't have to be very smart to know that everything there was luxurious. Paintings by famous painters, tapestries of the highest craftsmanship, furniture and carpets of the highest quality, and many other things that we didn't know what they were, but it was clear that they were very expensive. The White Fang's son had been in several houses of people with high purchasing power, but this was ridiculous. He doubted that the daimyo's castle had such ostentatious decoration. Am I wrong to think that there are millions of ryos in decoration alone here? The Genin asked for confirmation. No, Naruto, you are not wrong, his teacher confirmed. Then we should see lol this, he commented and created several clones to store everything in storage scrolls. Good idea, he congratulated him. With that out of the way, they continued to tour the mansion. Everywhere you looked, there was luxury everywhere, causing the Kyuubi's container to create more cage bunshin, some in order to create more storage scrolls. There was still plenty of good food in the kitchen and pantry. They used a stasis scroll to preserve everything. Later they would deliver it to the town so that they could distribute it among themselves and the rest of the people in the country. The last place they checked was Gato's office. It was as ostentatious as the rest of the house. However, that room had something else that interested them, the documents on the desk and the filing cabinets. Even with the help of the clones, it took them a couple of hours to go through all the papers. To say they were disgusted by the actions of the dead shipping magnate would be an understatement. Smuggling, drugs, kidnappings, extortion, slavery, and forced prostitution were just some of the things the little bastard had handled under the guise of his legal company. The blonde had to contain his retching more than once because of the things he read. Worst of all, their duplicates had found a hidden entrance to a chamber beneath the basement. There was a fairly large group of people chained and locked up. The smell was so strong and nauseating that she dispelled a couple of aftershocks. The memories and experiences hit the original like a ton of bricks. He quickly went to one of the trash cans and vomited up the entire contents of his stomach. "Naruto, are you okay?" The dog summoner asked him worried. "My clones found a secret chamber under the basement. There are many people there. I think almost all of them, if not all, are dead. The smell is unbearable," she informed him once she finished vomiting. The two went down to the basement. The blue-eyed boy was a little pale and weak, but he refused to be left out. If he could do something to rescue those people, or at least give them a proper burial, he would do it. The Jonin was quite worried about his student. What was supposed to be a simple C-rank mission had turned into an A-rank one. To top off his bad luck, the barely teenager had had his first deaths and had been exposed to several of the darkest and nastiest aspects of human greed. He felt quite guilty about that. In times of peace, Gainans were supposed to have time to be children and not worry about the evil of the world. It was his duty as a sensei to safeguard his apprentice. And she had failed miserably. Minato and Kushina must have been disappointed in him. 114. That was the number of people in that basement. And of all of them, only 7 were alive when they were found. 3 men and 4 women. And all of them were in deplorable conditions. Most died from lack of food and liquids, especially the last one. Some due to illness due to the inhumane conditions in which they were. Those images would stay in his head for life. It turned out that all those rescued had family and/or friends alive. The reunion was very emotional and full of tears. He could still hear their watery voices thanking them for saving them. It was something that gave him joy and sadness at the same time. The dead were buried. Those who knew them, although sad, thanked them for at least returning the bodies. At least they would know what became of them. They would no longer see in their dreams the many possibilities of suffering they would be experiencing. The most heartbreaking thing was seeing people who had people they knew who were not among the bodies and those rescued. They would be the ones who would live in hell with all the possibilities of what would be happening to them at that moment. Instead of a celebration like he had expected when he planned to search and loot Puss's mansion, he was met with funerals and a time of mourning. It is true that he still helped him stop the construction of the bridge, but that was not how he wanted it to be. Kakashi had given him the rest of the day off to rest and recover. He hadn't suffered any physical injury, but his mind had really taken a hit. He needed to think and reorganize his ideas. His view of his world had changed. Aburama and Madara had already told him about the evil of the world. The white-haired man told him about how people will do whatever they think benefits them, while the black-haired man explained the cycle of hate in which they were trapped. It was one thing to hear it and another to see it. Hashirama had given him a more positive view of things. He also told her about his dreams of peace. He had been disappointed and saddened when he learned of the shinobi wars that occurred after his death, but he still had hope. Each of them gave him a perspective on all of this. Still, he felt sad and lost. Despite having matured since his time at the academy, he was still a child entering adolescence. He hadn't been even remotely prepared for what he saw on this mission. It's not your fault. You have done the best you could. Nobody can ask you more than that. The blonde turned towards the voice. I know, Mito Abichan, but it still hurts. So many lives lost because of one greedy man. Not just a man, Naruto-kun. Gato was not alone. If it had been like that, none of that would have happened, he corrected her in a calm voice. Could be. But he was the main culprit. Do you think there are more people like him? She asked him with some uncertainty. Unfortunately, there will always be men who put their personal interest over the lives of others. My husband is too optimistic and often ignores the evil of people. I'm not saying everyone is bad, but not everyone is good either. It is inevitable that some people like this will arise. I wish it weren't like that. Why there are people like Gato, I don't understand. He was frustrated. Human greed. The darkness that lives in people. Whether we like it or not, we all have the potential to do good or do evil. It is our own decisions that take us there. So, why do people decide evil over good? Why do they choose to do harm rather than help each other? She didn't understand it. That's something I can't answer. Every person is a world. But it is generally easier to take the path of evil than the path of good. Not well. It's not correct, the blue-eyed man complained, annoyed. Not everything in this world is fine. Not everything is correct. We can try to eliminate the evil we know, but we will never completely eliminate it. The Jinchuriki sighed. He understood what he meant, but he didn't like him at all. Although he knew it was a childish wish and hope, he couldn't help but want the same thing as Hashirama Ajisan. Peace in the world and may everyone treat each other as brothers. Naruto-kun, she called him, and he looked at her. I know it's difficult for you, but you shouldn't obsess over this. She looked away without answering. You're not alone. I'm here if you need me. We are Uzumaki. We are clan and family. Don't hesitate to talk to me if you need it. He got up and moved with the intention of leaving. Mito Abichan. He stopped but didn't turn around. Yeah. Can you tell me more about our clan? I really want to know, and you don't usually mention them much, he asked in a soft voice. Of course, Naruto-kun. All you had to do was ask for it, he replied with a small smile. He sat down next to him again and told him about his clan and Yuzushi Agakure. They were there for several hours. Until the sun began to set below the horizon. The Genin said goodbye to the retreat and returned to Tezuna's house. There he had dinner with his family and his sensei. The meal was a leisurely affair. Nobody said anything. The builder's own family was mourning the people they had buried. Later that night, the silver-haired man went to the room and could see his apprentice looking at the ceiling with a distant look. Are you feeling better? She asked him softly. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. I feel better, she replied without looking away from the ceiling. Do you want to talk about it? She questioned cautiously. Needless. I've already come to a resolution on my own. I don't like it, but I know it happens sometimes. The black-eyed man nodded. That was very true. Unfortunately, it was something he had already had to deal with a few times. During his time in Anbu, he had witnessed many unpleasant things, to put it mildly. Good night, the Jonin said. Good evening, returned his student. They both took a while to fall asleep that night, especially the second one. The innocence of a child had been reduced by witnessing the harsh reality. Outside the house, in a clearing in the surrounding forest, the former Uchiha patriarch gazed at the moon. That day had reminded him why he turned traitor and attacked his former friend. The last month had been quiet and he had enjoyed it. He spent time with Hashirama, even if he sometimes got on his nerves. Have cold arguments with Tobirama. Teach a promising boy with great potential. He had allowed himself to forget. She had allowed herself to relax. Stop thinking about the contaminated world she lived in and see only the good. Since that night on the top of Hokage Mountain, after her conversation with the Mokuton user, she had let go of everything from her past. Now everything was coming back again. The darkness that she once saw as clear as day came back again and tainted someone she loved. Although she wouldn't admit it out loud, she had grown fond of Naruto. It was like seeing a younger version of Hashirama. Cheerful, kind-hearted, and with iron determination. However, unlike the brown-haired man, the blonde was more intelligent and sensible. He silently thanked the white-haired man for that. The boy was strong, both physically and mentally. He was confident that he could overcome it despite his young age. He knew he would. The problem was that there was another threat on the horizon that would not harm his psyche, but rather kill him. I was conflicted. On the one hand, the plans that he had developed when he was alive. On the other, the boy he had begun to see as a little brother or nephew. He couldn't choose them both, and that frustrated him. He dreamed of bringing peace to the world just like the elder Senju. Maybe his method was a little questionable. He wouldn't deny it. But he would ensure peace. Hashirama's plan. It was unlikely. He wanted to believe that his old friend was right and Naruto could succeed where they failed. He really wanted to. But his faith in humanity was very low and the Uzumaki would have an uphill battle all the way. He wanted to protect him, but at the same time he wanted his plan to succeed, which would most likely kill him. I would spend the entire night looking at the moon and trying to decide what I should do. Kakashi-sensei. Yes, Naruto. Can I ask you a question? Of course, he gave her his patented one-eyed smile. Do you know why Zabuza became a traitor? The silver-haired man blinked in confusion. He wasn't expecting that question. From what I understand, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, went crazy and started exterminating those with bloodlines. Zabuza attempted a coup d'etat and failed, so he had to flee, he explained. Then it's not so bad. He became a traitor trying to do a good deed, the blonde gave his opinion. The black-eyed man shrugged his shoulders. Maybe yes. Maybe not. In the shinobi world the line between good and evil is quite blurred. For some, what Zabuza did is right and for others it was wrong, he commented philosophically. What I don't understand is why work for someone like Gato, he frowned. Probably for money. Gato was very rich. The life of a lost ninja is not easy. Even less if you want to try a coup again. Do you think he was trying to raise funds to try again? He asked a little surprised. Shrugged. It's a possibility, he replied nonchalantly. Let's find out, he said with a sly smile. The Haddock hesitated a little, but his student managed to convince him in the end. He didn't particularly care about the answer, but if his pupil didn't think about the other day, then he would pretend that he also cared about the answer. He took out the prisoner scroll where he had Zabuza and his sidekick sealed. He released the swordsman from the seal. He didn't need the false hunter nor. The black-haired man was unconscious. He tied him up and the Uzumaki put a chakra suppression seal on him. A low-level water technique did the job of waking him up. The renegade shinobi woke up slightly with a start. He discreetly looked around as he pondered what was happening. First of all, he was tied up. Secondly, he did not have access to his farm. Thirdly, there were no traces of Haku. Fourthly, he had the Konoha shinobi right in front of him. The panorama was not pleasant. Good. All yours, the former Anbu captain patted his apprentice. One of Kiri's former shinobi's eyebrows rose curiously. What would the boy with Mokuton want from him? Okay, she let out a sigh and looked at him sternly. I just have one question for you. Why were you working for Gato? From what Kakashi-sensei has told me, you tried to free your village from the Yondai Mei Mizukage, so I don't understand why you would work for a man like him, a person who enslaves and kills the population. From a country. Boy, you're too young to understand how the world really works. The comment, surprising, was not made with mockery. Believe me, I have seen and experienced many things that most boys my age or a few years older have not felt, he stated with a voice much more mature than he should. He looked at him curiously next to the copy ninja. The Jonin looked with some regret at his student, whose eyes were somewhat clouded. It seemed like the Genin wasn't like other brats who thought they were shinobi just because they had the hit I-8. In this world, it is money that moves you. With it you can buy information, security, health and many other things. However, it cannot bring back the dead. Yugura is killing the people of my country solely for having bloodlines or for supporting those who do. Beto was going to pay me a lot of money to kill the builder. With what he was going to earn, he could obtain supplies for the rebels and thus continue the fight for our freedom. I understand and respect that, but I still don't understand why Gato. He is as bad as Yugura. If not worse. Shrugged. He was the one who offered the job. Plus he planned to kill him after he paid me. I hate guys like him. The Jinchuriki nodded. That was acceptable. Not that he totally agreed with his actions, but he could understand his train of thought. He honestly felt bad for the poor people in the water country who were persecuted and or killed just for being born with a bloodline limit. He didn't see it as fair at all. Plus he couldn't help but think that he was like them. Condemned for something they did not choose. Gato is dead and he planned to kill you after you completed the job. What would you do now if we let you go? Naruto, the dog summoner called in a warning tone. The mist demon laughed. You have balls, boy. I grant it to you. As for your question, go back on the road to look for another job to earn funds. I don't want to return to Kiri empty-handed, he answered sincerely. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, I know it is against protocol, but I think it is for the best. Think of it this way. We take away the trouble that bringing an ice user to the village could cause, we gain a potential ally in the future if the rebels win the war, which I hope they do, and Zabuza will owe us a life debt. Which is not something one of the 7 Mist Swordsmen can ignore. That was true. There were 2 debts that the members of the 7 Mist Swordsmen could never ignore, a debt of honor and a debt of life. The honor of membership and his sword were at stake in those situations. A debt of honor was when someone saved your honor in some way or returned your sword after someone had taken it. The life debt was when someone saved your life or forgave it in some way, like in that situation. Fine, the silver-haired man finally relented. They took Haku out of the prisoner scroll and gave him Kubikirabacho back. Furthermore, the Mokuton user discreetly passed him a storage scroll. He didn't want his sensei to notice, and luckily he didn't. They said goodbye shortly after, hoping to see each other again once the Fog Village was free of the tyrant Mizukage. Even with his reservations about the whole matter, the Haddock was proud of the kind heart of his ward. She really was the spitting image of his parents. They returned to the clearing near their client's house and resumed their training. Beneath his mask, the black-eyed man's smile didn't fade one bit for the rest of the day. Beyond Nami, in the country of fire halfway to the border with the country of hot springs, Zabuza and his companions stopped for the night. The swordsman looked at the scroll the blonde had given him. Who would have thought that Agaki would save his life? It was so surreal and downright embarrassing. His only consolation was that he was no ordinary brat. He channeled chakra into the seal and a large cloud of smoke formed. When she cleared up, she revealed a lot of food and some objects that looked really expensive. She quickly realized that those things were previously owned by the dwarf businessman, so they must be worth quite a bit of money. A somewhat psychotic laugh came from his throat. Not only had he saved her life and restored her freedom, but he had also helped her by giving her food and a way to get cash quickly and easily. That boy, he couldn't help but say out loud as he shook his head. He gave a small chuckle, in disbelief. It seemed that not only did he owe her a life debt, but he also owed her one for helping his cause. She hoped to see him again in the future and pay her debts. Hand in hand, if the rebels won and he was alive at the end of the war, he would make sure that Kiri and Konoha had an alliance. That boy had a great future ahead of him, he could say that for sure. It was better to have him as an ally than as an enemy. Naruto let out a sad sigh. The bridge was finished and they would depart back to Konoha the next day. The only reason they weren't already on their way was because he and the villagers managed to convince Kakashi to stay for the celebration. He wasn't sure where his sensei was, but he figured he was reading that perverted book of his. Well, he was missing it. The party was very lively and, unlike the other time, there was more food and things to enjoy. Both the blonde and the silver-haired had been named heroes of the wave. So much so that the bridge was named in his honor, the Great Bridge of Naruto and Kakashi. Both shinobi blushed with embarrassment for the honor, although the black-eyed man didn't notice it thanks to the mask. It was shortly after that I had lost track of him. Maybe she didn't like being the center of attention. The blue-eyed man couldn't help but feel a little melancholy at that moment. He would miss Nami. He had grown very fond of the land and the people of it, especially Tezuna's family. Inari had overcome his fear of him and was determined to be as strong as Kaiza Tausen and Naruto Nyasen. The Mokuton training went surprisingly well and he was done, for the time being. He had managed to reduce hand seals for some techniques. Tampering with the hand seals was much more difficult, so he ruled it out in favor of the other option. Since he only showed 2 wood element jutsus, which he had already reduced the hand seal sequence, he didn't think he would have any problems when it came to showing off his skills. The other techniques were just in case. The former Anbu captain had been arguing more often with his apprentice about what he was practicing on his own. Although he was happy that he was a genius like his father, he was downright perplexed by his learning speed. From the beginning he knew that teaching his sensei's son would have its ups and downs. However, he never thought about all the headaches that his unnatural advances would cause her. The seemingly out-of-nowhere activation of the Shodaime Hokage's bloodline didn't help. For some strange reason, he had the feeling that all this was his divine punishment for his years of tardiness and reluctance. Worst of all, she could imagine Obito on the other side laughing at him for his troubles. At that moment he was on a tree branch reading Icha Icha. Although he was reluctant to stay for the celebration, he appreciated the extra time. He probably wouldn't have much free time on the sheet anytime soon. He was already imagining the council meetings and was grateful that he wasn't the Hokage. Besides, his student deserved a break. They had been training almost constantly since they came to the wave. Not to mention his training aside. If you add to that the rescued people, it was obvious that the boy must have been exhausted both physically and mentally. Then there was the matter of Zabuza. She understood the blonde's reasoning, but she still didn't like him at all. The biggest problem would be how to explain it to his leader so that he wouldn't get into trouble, which was a possibility even if they both had a grandson-grandfather relationship. He stopped thinking about it and focused on his book. Where was she? Yes, Torin found Miyoko fresh out of the shower with only a towel, haha. What the Jonin did not realize was that Hashirama was a few branches above watching him, or rather his book, until his wife grabbed him by the ear and pulled him out of there. The man turned as he heard the rustling of branches and leaves moving. He surveyed his surroundings for a couple of minutes before shrugging and continuing to read him. His time in Anbu made him somewhat paranoid. It was clear that there was nothing there and it was just his imagination. A few hundred meters away, Mito was scolding her husband for being so reckless. It was not necessary to spy on the copy nin, especially not so closely. She could have found out. Luckily for him, the Uzumaki had not noticed his reading. Tobirama could only shake his head at his brother's idiocy. He had his suspicions about what he was really doing, but he decided to keep quiet to avoid trouble. He sighed with a bit of exasperation. She had already come to the conclusion a long time ago that his brother was incorrigible. Luckily for everyone, or at least for him, she was able to teach the summoner restraint from him. At first he was too similar to the older Senju. A shiver ran through him as he thought what would have happened if he had followed that path. The world had enough with one Hashirama. 2 would be disastrous. His mind wandered to the Uchiha. Madara had been somewhat distant since the day Naruto and his official sensei went to Gato's mansion. Who would have thought that he would be the most affected in the matter? Do not get wrong. She knew that the black-haired man had already seen things like that and it didn't bother him. He also had no illusions that he had suddenly become a good person. He wasn't sure what was going on in his head, but he felt like something had changed. He decided not to dwell on the matter any further and focus on the next challenge ahead of them. Time was running out and they would soon return to Konoha. She was confident that his latest student could handle all the suspicions his new ability with the Mokuton had created, but it never hurt to have backup plans. The hours passed and it was time to leave. The people of the town where Tezuna's family lived and other people from the country gathered at the end of the bridge, saying goodbye to their heroes. They had done great things for them and they would never forget them. Nyasen, do you have to go now, can't you stay a little longer? Inari asked, clinging to the Uzumaki. I'm sorry, Inari, but I have to go back. We really have been here longer than our share of time. But don't worry, I will visit them again. It is a promise. Take care of yourself. And don't forget that you have a house here if you need it. The same for you, Kakashi-san, the builder told them. The silver-haired man nodded gratefully. His departure was accompanied with many goodbyes, good luck, come back soon and many other farewells. The Jinchuriki felt like a celebrity at that moment. It's not that she disliked him. Quite the opposite. He loved being recognized by the people of Nami. He felt that he was one step closer to achieving his dream. The Haddock smiled with joy, which could only be seen in his one uncovered eye. He was happy for both the inhabitants of the country and his apprentice. The Gainin deserved all the recognition and happiness he could get, even if it drove him crazy sometimes. The return journey was quite calm. They didn't have any confrontations, and they spent their time having a pleasant conversation. Because they did not have any civilians with them, they were able to move much faster and shorten the travel time. 3 days after leaving the wave, more than 3 weeks after starting the mission, they were able to see the walls of their village again. The black-eyed man didn't think he would be so happy to see them. Despite knowing all the headache that awaited him upon his return, it was good to be home. Naruto and Kakashi quickly checked in at the door and headed to the Hokage's office to report. Normally, after a mission, a written report is made and delivered along with a signed paper showing the completion of said mission. When it is a mission for the village, a signature is not necessary as the Hokage will add it later. This procedure has 3 exceptions. D ranks, some high importance quests, and misclassified quests or with items not counted or of relevance to the village. The first does not need any report and the others are done through an oral report. If necessary, one is written later, but an oral one is done manually. Since their C-rank mission was misclassified and had items relevant to the village, it obviously fell into the 3rd category twice, so they had to report directly to the Hokage. Sorry. We need to talk to the Hokage. Procedure M20 and K48, the silver-haired man said to the secretary, who quickly spoke over the intercom. The Hokage is waiting for you, he warned them and allowed them to pass. Procedure M20 was code for announcing a misclassified C-rank mission that resulted in an A rank. On the other hand, Procedure K48 meant that they had important information regarding a Konoha clan, but not one that put that clan at risk. Jonin Haddock, Uzumaki Gainin, it's good to see you both in good condition. Now, I can understand the M20 procedure, but I'm curious about the K48. However, I'll let you tell it in order. Report, he ordered seriously. For the next hour and a half, the former Anbu captain told his military leader everything that occurred on his mission, with a few input here and there from his student. He listened to everything carefully. He had had some suspicions about Tazuna, hence he offered backup for the mission, but he didn't imagine there would be so much behind it. He was in shock when he was informed that the young man had awakened the Shadame bloodline. Even more incredible, he managed to recreate a couple of his techniques in a week. He would have to contact Tenzo to test him and teach him how to use the wood element correctly. Plus he was curious to see what he could do. Would he be as good as his sensei's brother, as good as Tenzo, or somewhere in between? He was a little worried when he learned about the boy's first murders. Usually the first murder is the hardest, and the fact that there were several didn't help. The only thing that calmed him a little was seeing that he had coped more or less well. He grimaced slightly as he learned of all the small businessman's dirty dealings. He had had his suspicions about the Gato company, but he had seen no real reason to investigate. As one would expect, the Sundaime was quite surprised and very serious at the end. I have mixed feelings about your actions with Zabuza. He looked at them both, although he focused more on his grandson figure. However, I understand your reasoning, and I cannot deny that there is a high possibility that they will be beneficial in the long term. He made a pause. On the other hand, the awakening of a Mokuton user is simply amazing. I will have to schedule a council meeting later to discuss this. Until then, you're fired. Take a break and relax. They have earned it. Hi, they both stated and left the office. Once he was alone, Hiruzen dropped into his chair and let out a sigh. I'm too old for this shit, he complained, much to the amusement of the Anbu who were hiding in the office. Outside the Hokage tower, the dog summoner dismissed his apprentice and went home. He was going to take advantage of all the time he had before the council meeting to relax. He didn't know when he would have a chance after that. The blonde, for his part, headed to teammates' training camp. He had been thinking about it a lot and, with Mito's advice and encouragement, he had decided to ask Hinata on a date. Was nice. Shy and a little strange, but nice. He knew she liked him, which was a start. According to her aunt, it was better to date the person who liked you than the one you liked. I didn't quite understand what he meant, but I might as well give it a try. If it went well, the two of them could go out more and maybe be dating. If it went wrong, well, they could always be friends. He arrived at the training ground to see Kiba and Shino in combat while being watched by his sensei and his teammate. Hello, Hinata-chan, the blue-eyed boy greeted in a good mood. The aforementioned turned when she heard him and turned red when she saw him. Hello, Naruto-kun, he returned the greeting while joining his fingers in a clear nervous tick. The red-eyed girl couldn't help but have a small amused smile when she saw their interaction. Hello Naruto-san. Can I ask what are you doing here? Oh yeah. I'm sorry Kurenai-san. I came to talk to Hinata-chan about something. If I can, of course, she responded somewhat nervously. She nodded and looked at her student. The pearl-eyed girl played with her fingers for a moment until she gathered enough courage to speak. What do you need? She asked softly and trying not to stutter. Well. He was asking me if you wanted to go on a date with me tonight. If you're not busy, of course. The Gainin's brain stopped working for a few seconds. Naruto, her crush, was asking her out on a date. Yes, she squealed excitedly before falling unconscious. The Jinchuriki looked at her worried about her fainting. Alright. He asked worried. Yes, that's fine. She'll wake up in a while, the Jonin assured him. Oh, good, she sighed in relief. Could you tell her when she wakes up that I will pick her up here at 8, please? I don't want to pick her up at her compound to avoid problems with her clan. I'm not sure of her opinion of me and I don't want to risk it. Don't worry. I inform you, she smiled kindly. Thank you. With that she said goodbye and went to a secluded place. She needed to talk to her and figure about advice for her date that night. Maybe later he would go to Ichiraku to talk to AM for a second opinion. He didn't want to look bad on her first date. Oh, what a beautiful dream. She couldn't help but think out loud to the Hyuga when she woke up. What dream? The Jinjutsu master asked with an amused look. One that I have had. Naruto-kun appeared and asked me for a date, she replied dreamily. It wasn't a dream. That happened about 5 minutes ago, more or less. That completely woke up the young heiress. She looked at her sensei, who was smiling very amused. Her brain went a mile a minute trying to accept that her crush had actually asked her out on a date. A great feeling of happiness overwhelmed her and she fainted again with a huge smile on her face. The older Kunoichi shook her head, still amused. She hadn't even had a chance to tell him what time her appointment was and she had already passed out again. Just then the male members of the team had finished and addressed them. Kurenai-sensei, what happened to Hinata? Asked the Inyazuka when he saw the girl fainted. Aburam asked himself the same question. Oh, it's nothing. She will be awake shortly. For now, she take a break. When she wakes up we will go for a deer rank. The brown-haired man groaned. He couldn't wait to do more difficult missions. The black-haired man only adjusted his glasses. He didn't like doing such missions either, but unlike his louder companion, he refrained from making any comments about it. Naruto went to the council meeting room with a big smile. The last few days had been very good in his opinion and he was in a very good mood. Hinata was great company when you managed to get her out of her shell. Their first date was a picnic in a flower-covered clearing he had found. She would have preferred to take her to a restaurant but she didn't want to risk something ending badly. In the end she made the right decision. The second was a meal at Ichiraku. She didn't seem to mind going to the little ramen stand and they had a good time. It would have been perfect if it weren't for AM telling the pearl-eyed girl embarrassing things about him. She at least enjoyed hearing her beautiful laugh. The third date, and the last one they had had, was at their apartment. He bought the ingredients from the shops under a henge and prepared a dinner for the two of them. It wasn't a 5-star meal, but it tasted good and the Hyuga appreciated the gesture. Naruto, are you ready for this? His sensei asked him. As much as I can be, he replied, dimming his smile. He nodded and opened the doors. On the other side the council was already assembled. The council had 4 parts. Civilians, clan heads, elders and the Hokage himself. I could tell there were 4 empty seats. He quickly identified them as the seats for Senju, Uchiha, Sarutobi, and Kurama. The Senju and Uchiha were obvious given the circumstances. The Sarutobi was normal because Hiruzen was Hokage and, therefore, could not serve as the head of the clan. The Kurama, however, was more complicated. From what he had heard, there were many tensions in said clan because many did not consider her heir suitable and supported her uncle. Until the dispute was settled, they would not be able to vote on the council. Very good. Now that we're all here, we can begin, the Sundaime began. Hokage-sama, what are those two doing here? Asked a civilian. It is about them that the meeting is held, or more precisely what happened on their last mission. And what happened, Hokage-sama? Shikaku asked lazily. He was enjoying a well-deserved rest when he was informed of this meeting. And the worst thing was that when he finished and returned home his wife would be waiting for him to return to work. I let Kakashi answer that. Kakashi, please. Of course, Hokage-sama. Thus he began to tell what had happened in broad strokes and focusing on what was most relevant. It should be said that all those who were not aware were very surprised by what was narrated. Danzo, although he didn't let it show, was furious with his old friend for not letting him train the boy. Jinchuriki, Mokuton and natural talent, with that mix he could have put all nations at his feet. Hokage-sama, I think I speak for everyone when I say that it is obvious that Naruto-san is a senju. Furthermore, he must also be a descendant of the Shodaime. So he is the rightful heir of his clan since Tsunade-sama hasn't set foot in the village in almost 20 years, Inoichi said. I agree. Plus it would be nice to have a senju to show off. The rest of the countries know about Lady Tsunade and believe that she is the last of her clan and therefore the senju will finish off her. It would be good for us to prove that that is false and that the senju can actually return, Hiashi argued. Little by little everyone in the room agreed with very few exceptions. Although several civilians reluctantly agreed that it was for the best, others flatly refused as they did not want the demon brat to have political power. A vote was taken and the majority voted in favor. Well, it's a fact. Naruto-kun, from now on you are the senju heir. You will be able to take the position of clan leader and be part of the council when you become Chunin or are 18 years old, his grandfather figure informed him. Can I keep my last name? I'm used to being Uzumaki. Besides, if I am descended from the Shodaime, then I am also descended from his wife and she was in Uzumaki, the bluey man asked. I don't see any problem. From now on you will be Naruto Uzumaki Senju, the Sundaime announced with a smile. With that said, the meeting ended and people left. Some were happy, some were serious, and some were upset. Hiruzen was particularly happy that everything had turned out so well for his grandson figure. Being a clan heir granted him certain privileges and protections that would ensure his safety. Although he kept wondering where his Mokuton came from. Did Kushina have some senju blood or was it on Minato's side? Hiashi, although stoic on the outside, was smiling on the inside. He knew that his eldest daughter was dating the copy nin's apprentice. He hadn't made any moves for or against because he wanted to gather as much information as possible about the boy to make the best decision. At that moment, with the new events, their relationship was the best thing that could have happened. He was to meet with the elders as soon as possible and make his move. The news that the resident Jinchuriki was now the heir to the Senju clan spread like wildfire. The general shinobi population ranged from neutral to delighted with the news. Knowing that one of their founding clans was still alive was good news. The reaction of the civilian population was much more varied. There were people who saw it as an opportunity to increase their power within the village. Others feared the repercussions of his past mistreatment. Others flatly refused to accept that fact and continued to see him as the demon brat. And civilians had many more reactions to the news. For his part, the object of the gossip was his Jonin sensei, who had taken them to his training camp to talk. Naruto, Hokage-sama and I have been talking about your training and we have reached an agreement. Starting tomorrow, you will train with me in the mornings, we will do 1 or 2 missions, and in the afternoon you will train with Tenzo, the person I told you about who possesses Mokuton. Kakashi-sensei, can I ask you a couple of questions? Of course, he responded with his patented eye smile. If Tenzo has the Mokuton, then isn't he a senju too? And if so, why isn't he the heir? It's complicated. The silver-haired man searched carefully for the words. He does not have senju blood and did not obtain the Mokuton naturally. He was the victim of an illegal experiment that gave him his Kekkei Genkai. He explained the situation as vaguely as possible. The blonde realized he was being vague on purpose. However, he did not give it much importance. His questions were answered. He was curious about the whole thing, but he decided not to pry. Later, if that's what he would ask the Tenzo. The rest of the conversation was about what the Haddock had planned to show him in the coming months. With his current level he was already very prepared for the Chunin exams that would occur in Konoha, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Normally, the Gainins entered the exam in teams of 3, but not always. There were times when the trainees entered the exams alone. It was not very common because it would be them alone against the rest. Even rarer were teams of 2. That usually only happened when a village was low on talented Gainins and still wanted to compete to advertise and attract clientele. So yes, Kakashi was going to train his student to be strong enough to enter the exam and not only survive, but wipe out everyone. He would be lying if he said he was only doing it for the good of the people. He really wanted to show off his student and show everyone that his sensei's son was a prodigy like his father. Naruto waited patiently for his new master. He had trained with Kakashi-sensei that morning and they had finished their second D rank 15 minutes ago, so the silver-haired man had retired and he had returned to the training field as indicated. He was curious what the other wood element user would be like, both physically and in attitude. He couldn't help but wonder if he looked like Hashirama Ajusen or his brother. Would he be brown-haired or white-haired? Brown-eyed or red-eyed? Happy or serious? Maybe none of that. He didn't have to wait much longer when a man appeared on the scene. He had short almond-shaped brown hair. The big black eyes. He was wearing a variation of the typical clothing of a Konoha ninja with his bulletproof vest. The biggest difference between his attire and the norm was that the collar of the shirt was tight-fitting and reached to the chin. He also had 2 hip pouches strapped to his back instead of just one. On top of that, he had a Hapuri-style forehead protector that framed his face. He reminded her quite a bit of Tobirama in that regard. "You must be Tenzo. Pleased to meet you. I am Naruto Uzumaki Senju. I hope I can learn a lot from you," she greeted him cordially and made a small bow at the end. "Yes, I am Tenzo, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-san. My senpai has told me a lot about you." "Your senpai? Your sensei, Kakashi, is my senpai," he explained. "Oh," he nodded. "Very good. With that out of the way, I'd like to know what you can do with your Mokuton. I'll teach you from there. Well, I only know 4 techniques. Mokuton. Wooden clone, Mokuton. Wooden pillars, Mokuton. Wooden wall block and Mokuton. Wooden dragon. That's pretty good for being self-taught. Now, show me the hand seals. I want to know if they are the same ones I use or different. Then I want you to do them to see both your proficiency and the power of your jutsus." The blonde did as he was told. He first reviewed the hand seals for his new sensei to see. Then he performed the techniques to the best of his ability. The brown-haired man noticed that the sequence was similar to his, only with 1 or 2 less hand seals, except for the wooden dragon, which was missing 3. The power of the jutsus were stronger than his. Not to the level of the Shodaime, but not too far. Which was surprising. It seemed like he had some proficiency with the techniques, but had some work left. Not much, but something. In addition to experience using it, of course. That was very good. You need to keep practicing with them to fully master them, but they are certainly suitable for combat, especially Moku Bunshin. It seems like you have it completely mastered. Thank you. Wood cloning is my favorite technique. It's like the cage Bunshin, but without the limitation of being dispelled by one hit. It is certainly a very useful technique, he nodded. I have also realized that each technique is of a type. Attack, defense, support and complementary. Balancing your skills, which, from my point of view, is ideal. With that in mind, I am going to teach you one of each type of technique, starting with the Mokuton variant. Wooden pillars, Mokuton. Pillar prison. Then I'll show you another one that I think you like. With those words, the training began. It turned out that the other jutsu was Mokuton. House of the 4 pillars. From what he explained, this technique was used by sending chakra into the soil, where the roots of plants become raw materials. This technique allowed a building to be constructed in an accelerated manner. As with Mokuton. 4-pillar prison, the size and shape of the building varies depending on the user's imagination. By placing someone around the house, the user creates a barrier, making it impossible to detect and allowing the user to rest in peace. He wasn't wrong when he said he was going to like it. Being the first day, they finished at 6 p.m. Tenzo warned him before leaving that starting the next day they would be there until 7. The blue-eyed man had no problem with that. Yes, he would take away time with his resurrected senseis or with Hinata-chan, but he could send clones with the former, and he was sure that the latter would understand and could even send her a cage Bunshin to pass the time. Thinking about the Pearl Eye, he decided to go see her and spend time with her. He would also take the opportunity to chat a little with Kiba and Shino and see how they were doing. From what he had been told previously, they finished training between 6:15 and 6:30, depending on what they were doing. They rarely called it a day first if they did everything they had planned before their normal leaving time. Since he had time, he decided to take the long way to training ground 8. Usually he would cross the forest or take the path next to it since they were the quickest routes and there were usually no people, but this time he decided against it. The long way was to return to the town proper and then head towards training ground 8. Normally I wouldn't take this route to avoid the town. Although the glances and whispers had toned down since he became a shinobi, he had always preferred to avoid them altogether. On that occasion he wanted to check the looks and the whispers, so he had no choice. It had been more than a day since the council recognized him as the heir of the Senju clan. During the missions he had done that day, he had been able to notice the looks and whispers, which had been very varied. He could also tell that his sensei's presence affected the population a bit. In a positive or negative way. He couldn't say for sure, but he certainly made them more cautious about it. That was why he was walking through the town alone. He wanted to analyze his environment without factors that could alter the results. Hand in hand, a lot more people were looking at him and there were a lot more whispers. Channeling chakra into his ears, he heard fragments of the conversations. Some were happy that the Senju clan was back. Others were afraid that he would use his newfound political power to take revenge on those who wronged him. Others continued to hate him and accuse him of being the reincarnated Kyuubi, even if they didn't use those words themselves. The strange thing was some things he heard some girls say. She reminded him eerily of Uchiha fangirls. He made a mental note to be vigilant in the future. He had seen Sasuke run away from hordes of his fangirls in the past, and it wasn't exactly because he was antisocial, which he was, but that was beside the point. Having seen and heard what he wanted, he quickened his pace towards training ground 8. There was no need to risk anything bad happening. There it is, he heard a girl shout behind him. He turned around and saw a group of girls running towards him. That was precisely what he wanted to avoid. Molding chakra quickly, he made a shunshin to get away from there. He didn't want to have anything to do with them. The group was shocked when their target disappeared. They looked everywhere, looking for him. Not seeing him, they set out to find him again. The Naruto Uzumaki Senju fan club had been formally started and they were on their first hunt for him. While the original Naruto was in his second lesson with Tenzo, a small group of shadow clones were with the Senju brothers and Mito. Madara had disappeared shortly after they returned to Konoha. Iridide had taken a couple of clones to give them some lessons about Uzushiogakure and the Uzumaki. She had already told him a little about it while they were in Nami, but she thought it was right to continue and tell him all about the history and customs of her ancestors. Hashirama had taken the largest number of Kage Bunshin to help them in their Mokuton training. Even if there was another wood element user alive and teaching him, the brown-haired man considered it his obligation to teach him everything he knew since he was the one who gave him his lineage. In addition to that, he would thus have to compare techniques and ways of learning. Tobirama, like Mito, had two clones. One she was teaching some of his Suiton jutsus and another she was teaching the history and customs of his clan. It was about 550 years ago that a group of Senju who were naturally born with larger chakra reserves than the rest and most with red hair asked permission from Gasuke Senju, the leader at that time of the clan, to form their own clan. Gasuke accepted his request with several conditions. The most important were: never turn against the Senju, maintain contact and relationships with their original clan, and help the Senju when they asked and could afford it. The terms were accepted and the clan split into two, the Senju and the Uzumaki. Mito will probably tell you more about this from his side. So I will skip it and continue only with the story of the Senju. The white-haired man informed the Kage Bunshin. Don't worry. Mito Abichan has already told me this part. It was the first thing he told me about the history of our clan, commented the blonde. That's good, but you still have to know the part that involves the Senju. Or has he told you that part too? If he did. Many people within the Senju clan questioned Gasuke's decision because they felt he was weakening the clan. The clan war was still raging and the Uchiha had them in their sights. A reduction in their numbers at that time would only make them an easy target both for the Uchiha and other clans. That's right. Gasuke's decision created a lot of friction in what was left of the Senju clan. However, Gasuke wasn't the leader for nothing. He was well aware of the risks of his decision. It was during his rule that the Senju were truly recognized as the clan of 1,000 trees. Although our clan always preferred to live in the forests and use our environment to our advantage, Gasuke took it to another level. Gasuke is considered the first Mokuton user in history. Wait. I thought Hashirama Ajusan had been the first, he protested, incredulous. As you know the Mokuton, yes. You could say that my brother was the first, but there were others who controlled the wood. Although not at my brother's level. What do you mean? He asked, confused. Gasuke could manipulate nature, but not like you or my brother. He could grow trees to adulthood, manipulate their branches or roots so that they attack enemies, make them stay green despite being deciduous trees, and it was winter, grow vines and grasses to restrain adversaries. In essence, he could alter what already existed to a certain extent. You and my brother can create it from nothing and alter it in many more ways than Gasuke or any other Mokuton user before you could. Oh. She exclaimed in amazement. Yeah. For someone who lives in the forest, this ability gave him a great advantage. It was thanks to that he was able to keep the clan safe until they were back to proper numbers. Much to his dismay, the red-eyed man paused after that. Although he tried to present himself as the epitome of the perfect shinobi, logical and with his emotions in check, sometimes it was difficult to be. It pained him to remember that his once great clan had been reduced to almost nothing. The only person with Senju blood still alive in the world was her great niece, who was a disgrace in her eyes. He looked at the young man in front of him. She knew it was just a duplicate of the original, but that didn't matter. Naruto, although he was not a true Senju, could be the last hope of his clan. He bore his last name and his brother's bloodline. Not to mention that he was in Uzumaki, his cousin's clan. He harbored without knowing it, or perhaps he did know it, the only possibility for the Senju to be reborn. Tsunade was already too old and it was highly unlikely that he would have any offspring. No. The blonde was his only chance. Within what was possible. She had been lucky. The boy was young and he had been able to educate and teach him so that he would be someone suitable for the standards of his clan. He had his moments where he acted more like Hashirama and it would get on his nerves or exasperate him, but overall he was fine. Putting those thoughts aside, he continued with the history lesson. The blue-eyed man had been named by the council and the Hokage the new Senju heir. He would make sure that he was equal to his position. Also a small voice in his head spoke the plan to turn him into our mini-me is still in effect. Deciding to ignore said voice for the moment, he returned with what he was. At least, that was the plan before hearing the explosion. He let out a tired, exasperated sigh. From the direction of the noise and the slight smoke she could see. Her brother had done something idiotic again. Although he was curious as to how something could explode when he was supposed to be teaching the clones how to wield the Mokuton. At the site of the explosion, a crater in the ground several meters wide and a few meters deep could be seen. Both Hashirama and the clones looked at the hole in surprise, bewilderment, or a mix of the two. This has not happened. If anyone asks, we were further away and we don't know what happened here, the brown-haired man indicated to the cage buncheon. The replicas continued to look at the result of the explosion in amazement. Too late, dear, a sickeningly sweet voice told the brown-eyed man. The Shadame stiffened and slowly turned his head to see his lovely wife with a tremendously sweet expression that told him he was in hell of trouble. Like any sane man, he did the smartest thing to do in that situation, run. Thus the husband flees from his loving and terrifying wife. The duplicates, still in their places around the crater, are slowly coming out of their stupor. Hey, did anyone notice the way Ajasan did this? Asked one. The blondes looked at each other and shook their heads. Joe. She would have been great. We have to ask him after Abachan beats him up. Everyone nodded and said their own agreement. A noise close, but not close enough to worry about being seen, alerted them. Everyone, dissipate, one of the blue-eyed men ordered, and they all did so without hesitation. If they had bothered to know who it was, they would have seen that it was Tabarama, and there was no need to dissipate. Although his eyebrow twitching might have convinced them to do it anyway. At Training Ground 7, the original Naruto received his clone's memories with slight confusion. That few seconds' lack of concentration was all he needed for the jutsu he was doing to go wrong and explode into hundreds of splinters. Okay. I didn't expect that, Tenzo commented when he saw the result of his part-time student's latest technique. I'm sorry. A shadow clone dispersed and my memories of him distracted me, he informed her, a little embarrassed. We will have to work on that. Losing concentration in the middle of battle could mean the death of you and your comrades. Tomorrow we will train so that you can fight and create your techniques without the memories of your clones dissipating getting in the way. For now, let's try to replicate this result. A shower of splinters like this could be a good wide area attack. Hi sensei, he nodded and got to work. The rest of the afternoon consisted of consciously reproducing his mistake. Once he was able to do it, he taught it to the brunette so he could do it too. At 7 o'clock he left the training field at a fast pace heading to his apartment. He had arranged to meet Hinata in an hour and wanted to be presentable before meeting her. Since he was announced as the Senju heir, no store or restaurant had refused him service or inflated prices. The consequences for doing so deterred anyone who still had a lingering grudge against him. Thanks to that he could take the pearl-eyed girl on a date like Kami wanted. His idea was to officially ask her to be his girlfriend at the end of the evening. She already had Hiyashi's approval to date her daughter, which was surprisingly easy. He didn't know, and didn't need to know, that the Hyuga patriarch had been looking forward to said request from the blonde. It wasn't very difficult for the clan head to convince the elders that a relationship between Hinata and Naruto would be good. This would bring an alliance between both clans, and Hanabi could be the future leader of the clan as they wanted. For his part, the man was more than happy to prevent one of his daughters from being sealed with the seal of the cage bird. He quickly showered, put on some formal clothes, made sure he didn't forget anything, and left the apartment. She moved across the rooftops until she reached the outskirts of the clan compounds. Then she walked to the entrance of the Hyuga compound. There at the entrance was the black-haired woman waiting for him. She was wearing a light lavender kimono decorated with flowers. His short hair was pulled back into a small bun with a couple of curly strands framing his face. He was wearing teardrop-like earrings that he suspected were made of pearls. His face had minimal makeup that highlighted his beauty without being excessive. The image took his breath away. He couldn't believe that such beauty was possible. Even less so that he was the lucky one to have his heart. How the hell he didn't notice her until after the academy was beyond him. Beautiful, he thought out loud without being able to help it. The kunoichi blushed slightly at the compliment and her lover's look of fascination. The guards guarding the entrance had to stop themselves from smiling. Like almost all the members of her family branch, they were fond of the young woman and wished her the best. That she was finally with the boy she liked was a good thing. It was a pity that she was not her heir, but at least she would not have to suffer the fate of the caged bird's seal. The Uzumaki came out of his astonishment and extended his hand a little. A few seconds later, purple roses with thornless stems joined by a vine appeared in his hand. It was a little trick that Hashirama Ajasan had taught him. It had no real shinobi value, but it was very useful for giving your partner flowers without them expecting it. A small surprised gasp left the Pearl-Eye's lips. She was surprised both by what the blonde did and by the beautiful roses she had created. He handed them to her with a cheerful smile, and she accepted them with a soft smile. The pair of Hyuga women watching the match with their Byakugan activated made dreamy coos and sighs. It was so magical and romantic. Hinata had been very lucky with her partner. "Come on?" she asked him while offering her arm. She nodded and grabbed his arm happily. She felt like a dream come true. They walked comfortably in silence towards their destination. Several people stared at them for various reasons, mainly jealousy. Seeing the jealous looks of multiple girls gave the black-haired girl some satisfaction. She had been in love with the boy next to her ever since he saved her from some bullies shortly after starting the academy. It had been years of watching him from a distance, longing to be by her side. How many times did she hate her shyness and weakness? How many times did she envy Sakura for hogging her attention? At that moment he allowed himself to smile with superiority and triumph. He had wanted this for a long time and he was going to enjoy it. He deserved it. She had been the only girl who really realized what a good catch the blue-eyed boy was. Now everyone knew and wanted to catch him, well no. He was hers and hers alone. The Jinchuriki saw his companion's expression and had to contain a laugh. He could easily guess what he was thinking at that moment and he found it very funny. It's not like he could blame her. He probably would have done the same thing in her place. They arrived at the restaurant and the waiter took them to their table. They both read the menu card and gave their order to the waiter when he arrived. While waiting for their food, they had a pleasant conversation that mainly revolved around their shinobi career. The plate soon came out and they ate in silence, enjoying each other's company. Dessert was cinnamon buns, much to the Pearl Eye's delight. The Mokuton user thought his addiction to that candy was adorable. She reminded him of him and Raymond. The Senju paid the bill and they left the restaurant calmly. Dinner had been wonderful. There it is, the scream brought them both out of their bubble. The sight of a horde of fangirls was not pleasant. The blonde picked up his date bridal style and jumped towards the nearest roof where he began to create distance. The Hyuga didn't know whether to get upset with those girls for chasing her lover or thank them for putting her in that situation. Being in her arms was pleasant and she blushed as she imagined the two of them dressed in wedding clothes on their wedding day. "I'm sorry about that. I didn't think my new position as clan heir would attract fangirls. I hope this doesn't ruin our date," she told him as she put her down. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun. It's not your fault and I won't let those girls ruin our night." "I'm glad to hear that," he smiled gratefully. They were already at the limits of the Hyuga clan compound. A few meters ahead was the entrance. They walked for a bit before stopping a couple of meters from the entrance. "Hinata-chan," he paused, not sure what to say. Then he let out a sigh and concentrated. "I'm sorry I didn't notice you during the academy. You are a wonderful girl and you deserved more. I know I can't change the past, but I hope I can fix it in the future. Hinata-chan, do you want to be my girlfriend?" The young woman's mind blocked for a second before restarting at full power. "Yeah." She shouted out of pure joy, surprising the Kyubi container with the outburst. The Kunoichi, realizing what she did, blushed with embarrassment. It didn't help that her crush laughed at her once he got over her surprise. "I'm glad to hear you so excited," he commented with amusement, making the Gainans blush worse. "See you tomorrow." He was going to kiss her on the cheek when she turned and gave him one on the lips. "See you tomorrow," he said goodbye and ran back to the complex. Kakashi's apprentice stood frozen in surprise for a few moments before reacting. He touched his lips with a soft look and headed home with a smile on his face. Madara looked disapprovingly, not for the first time, at the last living Uchiha in Konoha. He was in Jutsu class and defeated his fighter, much to the adulation of multiple fans. It was disheartening to see how far his clan had fallen. Not only was the boy at a level far below what would be expected of an Uchiha his age, but he also brought out the worst character he could have. The Uchiha were always a proud, skilled warrior clan with a taste for battle. Many considered them arrogant, but it's only arrogance if you don't have the strength to back it up. The boy was shamelessly arrogant. He boasted of being an elite Uchiha and did not have the power to back up said claim. He was mediocre at best and downright incompetent at worst. He felt embarrassed when he saw it. He didn't like it the first time he saw it. Too proud of himself, weak by his standards and completely spoiled. When he failed Team 7's test miserably, he only confirmed what he had already noticed. He decided to give her time to see if her attitude improved. Her failure would be a blow to her ego and pride. With a little luck and time, she might show some promise or at least an improvement in attitude. He couldn't have been more wrong. If anything, his attitude got worse. He saw his failure as Naruto's fault and lashed out at him. His face almost fell in shame when his summoner told them about the incident between them. "We Uchiha may have been proud to a fault, but we never blamed anyone else for our mistakes. We usually deny the mistake, but we never blame another." Before the mission on Nami, he paid an occasional visit to Sasuke to see if there was any improvement. There wasn't. After returning from the mission, she decided to observe him for a longer period of time in case his visits were at their worst. They weren't. He had been watching the boy for a week and he was becoming more and more disgusted. He felt insulted that this brat carried the Uchiha surname and wore his insignia. He wasn't worthy in any damn sense. His negative feelings towards the world had only increased after that day. Hope for a better future was fading again. The more pessimistic side of her was coming out. It was like drowning in hate. It wasn't a new feeling. He had already experienced it twice while he was alive. That doesn't mean you have to like him. He stopped seeing that mocking Uchiha and left. She really didn't want to continue looking at that pathetic sight. It was disgusting to see how he was hailed and praised for a mediocre performance and how he basked in the attention even though he appeared disinterested on the outside. The little pink-haired banshee only made things worse. What a pathetic, annoying creature. He moved through the village under a henge. In the rare cases in which a shinobi noticed him too much, he would use his Sharingan to make him drop the matter and believe that what he saw was the fruit of his imagination. It was a ninja village after all, and good shinobi could notice even the best henges if given enough time. He had to contain an annoyed snort when listening to a certain conversation. He had learned a couple of days ago of his summoner's new status as heir to the Senju clan. It was kind of funny and depressing that people believed that Naruto was a descendant of Hashirama just because he was a Mokuton user. He understood the reasoning, but knew they were wrong. Frankly, he was very seriously considering taking a page from his former friend's playbook. The Uchiha clan was going to end in a very embarrassing way if that Sasuke boy was the only one left. His obsession with revenge would be his downfall at a young age, and with it the clan would become extinct. The biggest problem he had was that he wasn't sure if his plan would work. Yes, Hashirama had gifted Naruto with Mokuton, but it was unclear if he actually altered his genetics so that he was a Senju and could pass on said genes. There was no point in granting the Sharingan to someone if he couldn't pass on his Jutsu to the next generation. You've heard. She heard one woman ask another. Know what happens? The other curious woman questioned. Apparently the Senju heir and the Hyuga heiress went out on a date last night. Do not tell me. What good news. My niece will be so sad. She had become interested in the boy. Yes, mine too. It was she who told me. She saw them last night with the rest of her friends. The young heir is so shy. Seeing the girls, he carried her date bridal style and took to the rooftops. Oh poor. So many years it is only clear that she affected him. Yes, I already said that his joking attitude was a mask to hide his pain and loneliness. Madara had to hold back a snort again. He had heard people's opinion regarding the Jinchuriki when he was summoned and it was not positive. It was one of the things he despised most about humanity, his hypocrisy. When he was a nobody, most people hated him or were indifferent to him. Now that he was a clan heir and the supposed descendant of the Shadame Hokage, everyone loves him. Hypocrites. He left the town and entered the forest. She needed a moment to think and meditate on her next step. Where was Zetsu anyway? Wasn't he supposed to be the representation of his will? So, she should be here. Was his death the reason she couldn't call him or was it something else? Something didn't fit. Sigh. So many problems and worries in her head. If only she had someone to share them with. Hashirama had been her friend in her youth, but things turned sour. He and Tobirama never got along. He didn't know Mito well, so he wasn't an option either. Naruto was a good boy and would try to understand his point of view, but in the end he couldn't. Plus there was the infinite Tsukiyomi plan. Sigh. Again. He envied his old rival for having his little brother with him. I wish I had Izuna next to him. His presence would calm him down and he would appreciate his advice. He loved his brother and hated the fate he suffered. What had hurt him the most was hearing how the people of his clan believed that he had gouged out Izuna's eyes to obtain the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. He was her little brother. The only brother he had left. The person she loved most in life. His death was the most painful experience he ever experienced. He could never have snatched her eyes away. It was Izuna who took them out and gave them to him. The last gift from him to his beloved older brother. Eyes whose light would not be extinguished no matter how much he used them. He may have been cruel and sadistic in his past. He would never deny that he was. He loved and still loves battle. Blood, pain, is what differentiates the living from the dead. But even he has morals and is capable of feeling love. Izuna, I wish you were here by my side, he whispered into the air. A gust of wind hit him and with it the sound of happy laughter. He frowned. He felt that the person who was laughing at his suffering. Even though he knew it was illogical, he couldn't stop anger from filling him. He went to the source of the sound to see his summoner, or a clone of it, talking animatedly with Mito about their date the night before. Jealousy and envy flooded him. Everyone was happy except him. Why did Hashirama have to be the one blessed with having his loved ones by his side? Why not him? Seeing the Uzumaki woman only made his blood boil more. She wasn't even summoned with them. She came later. Why was Hashirama able to get his wife back and he couldn't get his brother back? He froze as he realized the answer. The brown-haired man had asked her summoner to bring her back. He could do the same and ask her to bring Izuna. Naruto, can we talk? The blonde stopped what he was doing and turned towards the source of the voice. Madara had been missing for an entire week. The reason? She didn't have the slightest idea. Of course, he answered and followed him. They walked for a while and ended up on top of the Hokage monument. The blue-eyed man smiled. It had been a while since he had been to that place. With everything that had happened in the last 2 months, it wasn't like he had much free time. What's happening? He asked her when he realized that they had reached their planned destination. I would like to ask you a favor, he answered a little awkwardly. He had only asked for 3 favors in his entire life, 4 if you counted this one. He wasn't used to it. Clear. What do you need? The Uzumaki was more than happy to help one of his precious people. Besides, the Uchiha had been very distant lately. He hoped this would help him. I would like you to bring back my little brother Izuna. I'm willing to give you Sharingan like Hashirama gave you his Mokuton if you do. It was true. He really wouldn't mind giving his Dojutsu to his summoner. He had proven himself to be someone more than worthy. Plus, it could help you determine if this method gave someone their lineage individually or altered their genetics so they could pass it on to their descendants. Needless. I'm happy to help. Although you'll have to tell me a little about your brother. I need some information about the person I am bringing back so I can perform the technique. The black-haired man nodded without any problem. He remembered when Tobirama asked him how he could bring them and he said that he didn't use DNA and thought of the names from his history class. He understood that this was the same and he didn't mind talking about his brother. Once the Jinchuriki obtained the information from Izuna, he created a shadow clone and performed the technique. A coffin appeared where his clone was. The lid fell and he revealed a man with black hair and eyes. His hair was long and he was tied in a ponytail that reached down to his back. Madara. What is happening? She asked him when she saw him next to a boy with mustache marks. Izuna, I'm glad to see you again, he said with a tone so soft that it surprised his companion. Me too, brother, but that doesn't answer my question, he commented with an amused tone. Thank you for your help, Naruto, but if you'll excuse me, I want to catch up with my brother. No problem. See you later, she said goodbye and left them alone. A curious young man. Obviously he's not from the clan. I'm surprised to see you with him. Yes, well, a lot has happened since your death. I imagine. The breeze blew between the two Uchiha. Although they were both glad to see each other, memories of the last time they saw each other made things a little uncomfortable. Madara couldn't get the image of Izuna dead and eyeless in the coffin out of his head. Izuna looked sadly at Madara knowing all the pain that her death brought. Did you manage to bring peace? She asked him after a moment of silence. His last wish before dying was that his clan and the Senju could make peace and unite so that the rest of the clans would follow their example. Yes and no, he replied with a frown. He didn't like to admit that he had failed to correctly complete his brother's last wish. Izuna gave him a sad smile and sat down on the ground. I hear you. And so, Madara told him everything he had done since his death. How at first she drowned in his anger and continued her fight against the Senju, blaming them for his death. The multiple battles that he had against Hashirama until he defeated him and asked for the same thing as him, peace between both clans. After seeing his sincere desire and remembering Izuna's last request, he accepted and they began to build Konoha. The Uzumaki allied themselves with them due to their relationship with the Senju, but preferred to remain on their island. Other clans joined them over time, and others formed their own villages following their example. With the village underway, there was a vote to see who would be the first leader of the village. Hashirama won and became the Shodaime Hokage. He was not happy with it, especially when the two clashed due to having different plans to create peace. In the end he planned a coup to take the lead and carry out his plans, but his clan refused and they left him alone. Once again overcome with anger and hatred, he left the town. He spent some time roaming the earth aimlessly, devising how to bring true peace to the world. She had read the Uchiha tablet and knew that there was a higher level in his eyes than the Manjutsu Sharingan, the Rinnegan. With those eyes, she would have more power and could read the entire tablet. By chance of life, when he was walking aimlessly, he fell into an underground cave. There he met a creature, Zetsu, who claimed to be the representation of his will. Although not very sure at first, he was eventually able to determine that it was true, or at least partly true. Currently he had started to raise doubts about Zetsu. He later found the Kyuubi and used it to attack Hashirama. His plan consisted of 2 parts. Obtain some DNA from his rival and fake his death. He would have preferred to defeat him, but he suspected that even with the fox's help he couldn't do it. The fight ended as he had predicted. His rival had managed to knock the 9 tails out of the game and he was tired and injured. He took advantage of the dust that had been generated in his last clash and switched with a white Zetsu that was posing as him. The brown-haired man killed him and with that he thought he had killed him. Once everyone left him for dead, he secluded himself in the cave he had discovered and implanted Hashirama's DNA. Unfortunately, the activation of the Rinnegan took too long and he was already an old man when he obtained them, so he had to alter his plans. He made Zetsu give his eyes to an Uzumaki who lived in AIM. She also saved an Uchiha from being crushed to death by a rock. He admitted that he used the boy and manipulated him into going along with his plans after he died. He was already very old and was only alive because he linked his life energy to the Jito Meizo, which lengthened his life. From that point on he had no first-hand information due to his death. Only recently had she returned because of the blonde she had seen before. He used a technique that Tobirama created, the Ito Tensei, to partially bring them back to life. He also told him everything he had experienced and learned during that time. He was quite embarrassed when he admitted that her first few days were spent almost entirely arguing with Hashirama, chasing him and throwing fire techniques at him. Izuna couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing that part. "It seems like you've been through a lot," he commented when his brother finished his story. "Yes," he stated looking at the sky. It had taken him hours to tell him everything that had happened. It was night and the sky was covered with stars. "What are you going to do?" she asked him while he also looked at the sky. "Don't know. I would like your advice." Izuna hummed a little. "Well, I'm with you that we need to find a way to perpetuate the Sharingan. That Sasuke you told me about is not someone reliable to continue with our clan. As for the rest, it's up to you. Do you think the infinite Tsukiyomi plan is the right thing to do?" Madara questioned doubtfully. "Maybe it is. Maybe not. You know better than anyone that the Sharingan does not see the future despite what others think. What would you do?" "I protect what matters to me. It's true that I would like to live in a peaceful world, but it's no use if I don't have the people I care about by my side." The former Uchiha patriarch remained silent, mulling over his words. The rest of the night continued like this. Both in silence enjoying each other's presence and the starry sky. Once the Jinchuriki obtained the information from Izuna, he created a shadow clone and performed the technique. A coffin appeared where his clone was. The lid fell and he revealed a woman with black hair and eyes. She was a woman of average height, with white skin, very beautiful, with dark eyes and a small nose. Her hair was long and straight. Both Madara and Naruto looked at the woman in surprise and confusion. Neither of them knew who she was, although she looked vaguely familiar to the blonde. Where am I?" asked the woman looking around her. "Hey, who are you?" the blue-eyed man questioned, confused at not having summoned Izuna and instead having brought her. "I'm Mikoto Uchiha. Now, can you tell me who you are and where we are?" She had her suspicions about the identity of the individuals in front of her, but she didn't understand where she was and what was happening. Her son Itachi was supposed to have killed her. Well, you'll see Mikoto was meeting the other people that Naruto had brought back using the Ito Tensei. He never thought that he would meet Madara Uchiha in person, much less the first and second Hokage. He remembered Mito from when she was a child. He never really talked to her, but he saw her a couple of times. Everyone was more or less friendly. Tobirama was quite stoic and Madara had left with his brother Izuna a while ago. Apparently Naruto had wanted to summon it when she came out, but he succeeded on his second attempt. Talking to Mito was very pleasant. She was a cultured and calm woman. Her conversations were very interesting and she enjoyed them very much. The only thing she regretted about the whole situation was not being able to contact her son Sasuke. Time passed quickly. Mikoto adapted perfectly to the group. He had been watching his youngest son from a distance and it broke his heart to see him like that. He was no longer the cheerful and polite boy she had raised, but a melancholic and arrogant brat. She had cried more than one night for the fate of her two children. More than once she tried to contact Sasuke in a desperate attempt to make him change. Tobirama had been keeping an eye on her and stopped her from doing it every time. How she had hated him at first for stopping her from getting close to her little one. They had had more than one fight because of this and, due to their Ito Tensei status, their fights lasted for hours. However, he realized that his actions were not out of evil and were actually for the best. She had offered herself as a shoulder to cry on every time she had broken down. It was a sweet gesture on her part. Mito had noticed her growing feelings for her brother-in-law and had supported her, much to her embarrassment. Unknown to Mikoto, Hashirama had been teasing his brother for the same reason. Madara stared in pure shock at Tobirama and Mikoto holding hands as they walked and talked. She didn't understand what the hell had happened for those two to get together. Though she admitted that she hadn't been with the group much lately. The white-haired man had made his hatred and distrust of the Uchiha very clear in the past. Seeing him at that moment on what could be considered a date was not something he expected to ever see. "They make a cute couple," Izuna commented with a smile. Madara looked at him still in shock. What the hell? Sasuke walked through the village with his fists clenched and his jaw clenched. His mood was angry, which he had been in for a while. He really hadn't been very happy since that Cyclops Jonin, Kakashi, decided to take the dope as an apprentice and send him to the academy. The first thing he did after his ninja band was taken away was go complain to the council. The civil councillors were always more than willing to do anything to satisfy him. He thought that he would recover his hit IH shortly. It was not so. When he realized that he had actually been kicked out of the shinobi forces and had to return to the academy, he got pissed. He cursed Haddock over and over for hours. He only stopped when it was night and went to sleep. Although, if there had been anyone in his room that night, they would have heard him muttering in his sleep about his displeasure. The next morning he was able to think things through more calmly and smiled. Naruto was the last dead, the loser. It was only a matter of time before the silver-haired man realized his mistake and begged her to be his apprentice. When he saw him at the academy that day, he thought the time had come. He didn't imagine that he would be humiliated again. Having Sakura around was both pleasant and irritating. She loved the adulation and fanaticism he showed to her person, even if she never let it show. However, sometimes she became insufferable and her voice was too annoying. As the days passed, he came up with a plan. He would challenge the blonde to a fight and beat him, proving that he was better than him. But he rejected it didn't sit well with her. That he neutralized her fireball without even looking was worse. And of course, to top off his misfortune, that stupid Cyclops along with a man dressed in green, arrived and took him and the pin cat to the Hokage's office on charges of assaulting a shinobi. To say that the Sundaime was not at all happy when he was told the facts was little more than an understatement. If it weren't for all the political support he would have been kicked out of the shinobi program for life. Instead, he was forced to do community service alongside his fangirl, whose mother was a member of the civilian council, and so she was able to save herself as well. His anger increased at that and did not diminish in the slightest. She trained hard in all his free time and always with revenge on her mind. He would kill Itachi for destroying his clan and somehow make the dope, the Cyclops, and that senile old man they had as their leader pay for the humiliation he had suffered. He cursed over and over not having his Sharingan. With it, she could copy the idiot's training and become stronger. She needed to be stronger to avenge his family. Besides, he deserved it for being a member of an elite clan, not like the blue-eyed one. Or so he thought. Finding out that the Uzumaki was actually a senju gave some sense to his situation. He had not been cast aside by a clanless orphan, but by the heir of his family's rival clan. He also gave meaning to the rivalry they had always had. They had it in their blood. Although that news alleviated his unease a little, it did nothing to mitigate his anger and jealousy. In any case they increased it. It wasn't fair that they gave everything to the blonde and nothing to him. Even some of his supporters and fangirls had come over to his side. And now he had to hear about Naruto's relationship with that shy little mouse they had in his class, Hinata. The girl may not have been very strong herself, but she was the heiress of a prestigious clan. Yes, the Uchiha and the Hyuga never got along due to disputes over who had the most powerful eyes. He would never have taken a Hyuga as his first choice to restore his clan. That did not take away all the political power and possible techniques that the blue-eyed man could obtain by leaving her with her. The whole situation pissed him off to no end. He first took away the learning that should have been his. Then he removed him from being the center of attention of civilians. And to top it off, he was taking away the possibility of dating a competent clan heiress. Ino didn't count in her mind since she was weak and pathetic in her opinion. Sasuke talking about the Yamanaka. Before he could do anything, the blonde had already climbed on top of him. He grunted at the unwanted contact, but she didn't seem to mind. Sasuke-kun, you can't imagine how happy it makes me to see you again. I haven't seen you since we graduated. How has everything been for you? I know you went back to the academy because of your forehead, but I'm sure you'll be out soon and everyone will see what a strong shinobi you are. Unknown to the member of Team 10, her lover's anger was increasing by the moment. It didn't sit well with her to be reminded that he had been forced to return to the academy. But she, a useless fangirl, had managed to remain a kunoichi when he was removed from being a shinobi only made it worse. Get off me, you stupid fangirl, he snapped and shook her off. Due to the sudden push, she fell on her back, sustaining a head injury when she collided with the ground. Sasuke-kun, the heiress whispered with sadness and some shock. Leave me alone. You don't understand that I'm not interested in you. I'm only attracted to strong kunoichis. Not some useless stupid fangirl. How they haven't made you go back to the academy is beyond me. Your father probably must have good contacts. Those words hurt the blonde hard. It took all of her willpower not to burst into tears. It was at that moment that she wondered what she saw in him. She understood that she had suffered greatly from losing his family. But she had no right to treat her like that. She heard a voice calling her. In a moment, both Shikamaru and Joeji were at his side. It was the Nara who caught the blood in his hair first. You're bleeding. Come on. Let's go to the hospital. Don't waste your time with him, she told her partner and helped her get up. As they left, he sent the Uchiha a heated look. She may have considered the Amanaka a troublesome woman, but she was still her friend and it angered her that the bastard had hurt her. Even the Akamichi, who was almost always calm and eating, stopped eating and frowned at his former classmate. The academy student just snorted. He couldn't care less about his opinion. How could he do that to the girl? Don't know. Obviously she is in love with him and yet he treated her like trash. I can't believe that back in the day I encouraged my daughter to pursue such an insensitive boy. The black-haired man realized too late that he was in the middle of the street where everyone saw what he did. It didn't take long for the murmurs to appear. Everyone commenting on his treatment of his fangirl. What were once whispers of pity or praise turned to disbelief and contempt. He increased his pace in order to get home as soon as possible and get away from the masses. Without him knowing it, the news of what happened would spread like wildfire and in a short time everyone would be aware. His support would be severely affected and some factions would move in the shadows to use that to his advantage. Madara hesitated. Izuna had asked him to meet the other resurrected ones, but he wasn't sure it was best. It wasn't because of Hashirama or Mito, but because of Tobirama. He had not forgotten that it was the white-haired man who killed his brother. I knew it was a stupid fear. They were no longer at war and an Ito tensei cannot die since they are technically dead. Still, she couldn't help but worry and let his mind conjure up the worst possible scenarios. In the end he gave in, reluctantly. Naruto had supported the younger Uchiha that it was best for him to introduce himself to the group. He didn't know why, but at one point it seemed to him that they both thought and expressed themselves the same. With a resigned sigh, he nodded. They both smiled smugly, although the only obvious one was the blonde. He shook his head. It was clear that the conversation he had with Izuna had affected him. It was the only possible explanation he could think of for him to see so many similarities between his brother and his summoner. They moved quickly and efficiently through the tree branches. So it didn't take them 2 minutes to reach the place where the other 3 resurrected people were. From the moment they arrived at the small clearing where they were, Madara did not take his eyes off the Nidaime Hokage. "Hello everyone. We're here," the blue-eyed man announced with a smile. The brown-haired man and the Redeed stopped talking to each other and looked at them, noticing the new person. The Uzumaki didn't know who she was and she was a little curious. The eldest Senju did know who he was and was happy for his friend. The Suiton user stopped writing on the scroll in his hand and looked at them. Outwardly, his expression did not change in the slightest. He remained stoic and showed no emotion. Inwardly, he blinked in confusion before realizing what had happened and cursing a little under his breath. Now they had 2 Uchiha in the group and things were going to get unnecessarily awkward. "Meet the new member of our group, Madara's little brother," Izuna the Jinchuriki asked a little too theatrically. Even if he had matured a lot since the night of the Forbidden Scroll, he still had his childish moments. Plus she was always excited at the prospect of adding another familiar figure. Now that I thought about it for a moment, I had many male family figures but few female ones. Should he find a partner for his uncles and older brothers or simply look for women who can act as sister and aunt figures? He was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't notice the slight tension in the air. He didn't have time to come out and notice her either because the Shadaime quickly stood next to his old rival and put an arm around her shoulders in a happy hug. "I'm very happy for you, Dara-chan. Now you also have your little brother by your side," the brown-eyed man commented happily. The former Uchiha patriarch's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. It didn't help that his little brother was snickering at him. Temporarily destroying his pride and dignity, he quickly made several hand seals and threw a large fireball at her. The Mokuton user crouched down before running off with a big smile and laughing a little. Of course, Madara ran after him trying to burn him and yelling 1,001 expletives at him. He believed that he had already gotten over his small moment of weakness in the past when he acted childishly by chasing and attacking Hashirama, but it seemed like his old rival didn't know how to stop pushing his buttons, or maybe he did. "I was doing it on purpose." Given the amused glint in his eyes, he was betting more on the latter. Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts by the scandal, only to blink in confusion at the scene. Izuna laughed humorously at seeing his older brother behaving like that. Mito shook her head, amused and exasperated by her husband's attitude. Tobirama shook his head in exasperation and annoyance. She performed a few hand seals and extinguished the flames. It was clear that the black-haired man had forgotten, or had not bothered, about the fact that they were surrounded by trees and other flammable things. "Does this happen very often?" the new resurrected man asked the blonde, trying to contain his laughter. "Well, it was very common at the beginning. But they stopped doing it after a week or so," she answered honestly. I was a little confused as to how all of that came about. He hadn't been paying attention at first and had missed it. Any possibility of this being maintained? She questioned without stopping watching the show. "It depends on how angry Madara is and how much Hashirama mocks him in the middle of the chase," the Genin shrugged. Izuna smiled amused when he saw the panorama. It's not every day you see your serious and regal older brother chazzing and launching Kaiten techniques at a laughing Senju while another goes behind them putting out the flames. The fact that this other Senju is the cause of his death does not diminish his good mood in the slightest. Not only was it hilarious, but it also warmed his heart to see his brother like this. Not because of his anger and exaggerated attacks, but because of the hidden happiness in his eyes. He knew that Madara hadn't been this happy since her father forced him to pull that trick on Hashirama. He felt guilty for having followed his father's orders and revealing his friendship with the Senju. If he were honest with himself, that was probably the main reason for the last request he made to his brother. Not so much her desire for peace, but for Madara to be able to spend time with his old friend again, so he could be happy again. He looked askance at the blue-eyed man. He was certainly an interesting boy. He was able to achieve what he couldn't, restore happiness to his brother. He knew he wasn't perfect. Madara still had a lot of darkness inside him and his faith in humanity was greatly weakened. But he hoped that, little by little, his brother would return to the way he was before. He had been very worried when he told her about his path of hate and darkness. The idea of trapping everyone in a Jinjutsu didn't sit well with him, even if it was one where everyone would be happy. The infinite Tsukiyomi did not seem like something to create peace, but to enslave all of humanity. He found it hard to believe that something so abominable was written on his clan tablet. He was always aware that his clan valued strength above all else. Also that many members were extremely arrogant because of the Sharingan. But he felt that the whole Rinnegan, Bijuu and Moon thing was extremely exaggerated and disturbing. It really didn't occur to him that one of his ancestors had created that. Even less so that Madara had actually been actively working to pull it off. She was just crazy. Anyway, as he told her the night before, in the end everything depended on his decision. He would prefer that he stay away from those dark plans that he had made in life, but he will accept any decision he makes and will be by his side. After all, he was his older brother and she loved him. The moment had arrived. After months of training and missions, the Chunin exams had arrived. Naruto would be lying if he said he wasn't excited and a little nervous. Of course, anyone who looked at him would only see fierce determination. Tobirama had made sure to teach her to control his emotions and put on a blank face. He passed by the Gainans who were easily fooled by low-level Jinjutsu. He mentally shook his head. She couldn't believe so many Chunin wannabes would fall for something so basic. Although he was mildly amused by Team 9's act. He went up to the third floor and met his teacher. "Hello Kakashi-sensei. Here to wish me good luck." "Yeah. Although it's not like you need it. Tenzo and I are sure that you will destroy everything." He gave him a thumbs up. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I will make you proud," she told him before entering. "You already do it, Naruto. You already do it," the silver-haired man whispered before leaving in a shunshin. The blonde entered the room with a stone face. He was instantly bombarded by murderous instinct. Multiple teams cast the killer instinct on him in an attempt to scare him. It didn't work at all. The blue-eyed man internally mocked the other competitor's pathetic attempt. On the outside, he kept a cold demeanor about him. He didn't need a killer instinct to make more than one person shiver. Just the look of him is enough. He scanned the room for the strongest potential opponents. Not only did he observe people's physiques, he also used his sensory abilities to measure their chakra reserves. It had been hard work to develop even the slightest sensory skills, but it was worth it. At that moment she could feel the chakra signatures within a half-kilometer radius and sense the chakra reserves of the people he was close to. If he was honest with himself, he was a little disappointed. He had had high expectations for the group of Chunin hopefuls, but they didn't live up to it. He didn't mean that there were no strong opponents. Only he expected more. Only 6 people caught his attention. A red-haired girl from Kusa. Her chakra seemed familiar to him somehow and she had high Chunin chakra reserves. A blonde from Suna. She could tell he took her training as a kunoichi seriously, her chakra reserves were of mid-Chunin level and she was curious how good she was with her fan. The red-haired boy who was next to the blonde. His chakra reserves were of low Jonin level and she could sense Bijuu chakra coming out of him. It was clear in his mind that he was a Jinchuriki like him. Then there was a team from his village that didn't give him a good feeling. 2 of them had high Chunin reserves and the other was elite level Jonin. To make everything more suspicious, they were suppressing their chakra signature to appear to have smaller chakra reserves. He could understand wanting to minimize your abilities to deceive the enemy, he himself was also suppressing his chakra signature, but something told him there was something more. His reflection stopped when he felt the 3 chakra signatures that were entering the room and the other 3 that were not far away. Team 10 and Team 8, in that order. He watched his former classmates with idle curiosity. It had been a while since he did a joint mission with another team. The only person from his old class that he had spent more than 5 minutes at a time with in recent months was his girlfriend, Hinata. He wanted to see how the rest of them did. Hand in hand, he could tell that Ino was finally taking her training seriously. She looked like she had stopped the diet and was in better shape. Shikamaru, on the other hand, was still a lazy genius. He could tell from his posture that, despite being relaxed, he was mindful of everyone in the room. Choeji hadn't changed either and was eating a bag of chips. Yee. It seems like all of us rookies are here, Kiba half shouted as he entered. The Uzumaki had to hold back a sigh. He liked the Inyazuka, but it would be better if she was a little more like his teammates. Announcing your arrival so brazenly in what could be considered hostile terrain was unwise. He approached them calmly. He knew that would draw attention to himself, but he wanted to be with them. More specifically with his lavender beauty, who had noticed him and was smiling at him with a small blush. "Hello guys," he greeted them calmly. "Hey, Naruto, ready for the exams?" Kiba asked him. "Of course. Kakashi-sensei wouldn't have let me into the solo exams if he wasn't one." "Heh. I am glad to hear that. I still want revenge." "You mean that you want to fight him again and try to win?" "Revenge is when you lose once and want to fight again. You already lost 7 times. Oh, shut up Shino. What side are you on?" He protested angrily and his dog barked, making him sulk more. The rest couldn't help but be amused by the scene and some let out a few laughs. "They should keep it low. See those guys over there? They are from AIM and have a bad temper. But what can you expect from a group of rookies? They remind me of me when I first took the exams," a young man with gray hair spoke. "Excuse me, but are you?" Kabuto Yakushi. "Kabuto-san, is this your second time in the exams?" the Yamanaka asked him. "Actually this is my 7th time," he replied. "Wow. You must stink," the Inyazuka mocked. "Yes, good. These exams are not that easy. Furthermore, I have collected quite a bit of information all these years. I keep them in these cards," she said and took out a deck of cards. "They may seem blank, but when I channel my chakra." The previously white card changed to show a diagram with the number of exam participants from the respective villages. While he explained a little what was in the letter and explained a couple of things about the exam, the blonde looked at the guy carefully. Just like when he looked around the room, he didn't think much of it. Maybe it was his apparent kindness, the fact that he failed 6 times, or something else, but each time he became more paranoid about it. He wasn't sure, but one thing was clear, he wouldn't take his eye off her. "Do you have information about specific people?" the blue-eyed man questioned. "It depends. Who are we talking about?" "The blonde and the retard are Suna, and the retard is Kusa." "Naruto here," responded the boy with marks on his face, earning a raised eyebrow from the aforementioned what. "If I want to beat you this time, I could use all the information I can get." The 9-tailed fox container only nodded. She could understand the reasoning and didn't hold it against him. Plus it would provide her with a valuable opportunity to see what kind of information he might have. After all, it was their own person they were going to talk about. "We'll see." Suna blonde. "Here it is. Damari Sabaku. His teammates are his own brothers, Gaara and Kankuro. His sensei is Baki. She has done 79 D rank missions, 91 C rank missions and, wow, 5 B rank missions. She also states that she is a Futon user and mainly uses her fan for her wind techniques." Following. Gaara Sabaku of Sunagakur. Same team as Tamari. She has done 42 D rank missions, 57 B rank missions. She further states that she has come out of every mission without a single scratch. That caught his attention. Even if he was a Jinchuriki, he shouldn't have gotten away with it all unscathed. He himself was also a Jinchuriki and received injuries on his missions. You will have to be careful when you are around him. Let's see. Kusari Deed. Here. Karen Uzumaki. Teammates Hiro and Kano. Sensei Masao. She has done 54 D rank missions and 11 C rank missions. She also says that she is the team's healer and that she has a bloodline, although I don't know which one. He couldn't care less about his team, sensei, missions completed or his abilities. At the same moment Uzumaki said, the rest became unimportant. He had to talk to her no matter what. And finally, Naruto Uzumaki Senju. Kakashi Haddock's apprentice. He has done 57 missions of D ranks, 3 C ranks, 4 B ranks and, wow, 2 A ranks. His ninjutsu is cage level. Hitojutsu low level Jonin. Jinjutsu low level Chunin. He can use the 5 natures of the chakra and has the Mokuton lineage. Everyone in the room is shocked by the information and wonders how the hell he is still a Genin. Gaara is the only one who gets excited at the prospect of a strong opponent. The blonde narrowed his eyes at the information given. It was too complete even if they were from the same village. It's true that he was missing a few things here and there, but it was still too much for a mere Genin to know. Something was definitely up with that Kabuto character. Naruto sighed a little disappointed. With his sensory abilities, it wasn't too difficult to find a team to fight with and obtain the scroll from him. Honestly, for 3 Chunin Wanabs, they were pathetically weak. Shrugged. It wasn't his problem if villages sent mediocre Genins to the exam. He himself acknowledged that Konoha had registered several teams that were not prepared for promotion, but at least had the advantage of playing at home. He took one last look at the unconscious and bound shinobi before taking off. She already had the scroll she needed, so she was heading to where she felt the Uzumaki girl was. He wanted to meet her and this seemed like her best moment. He was jumping through the trees when he felt a presence, which made him stop and examine his surroundings. Whoever she was skilled. He couldn't sense his chakra signature, and it was only his training with Tobirama for cases like that he could tell they were stalking him. "I know you are there." "Sal," she spoke with authority. "Ku. I'm impressed that you noticed me. Not many people can do that if I don't let them." A supposed woman came out of a tree trunk. She had long black hair, black eyes, pale skin, and wore a headband with a grass symbol. "Who are you?" "You're obviously not a genin," he said with an intense look. The supposed Kunoichi of Kusa smiled evilly. Ku. "Hasn't anyone ever told you that it's rude to ask someone's name without first introducing yourself?" "We both know that you know who I am," he responded and prepared for battle. Whoever it was obvious that they were up to no good. She also suspected that she was stronger than him, but that didn't mean she was going down without a fight. Ku. "True, very true." As soon as he finished those words, he launched himself at him at high speed. The blonde dodged at the last moment and threw a kunai at him a second later. His opponent also dodged as he laughed happily. The blue-eyed man grabbed another kunai with his right and prepared to make hand seals with his left if necessary. He was glad he learned how to do that after seeing the ice user use it on his mission in the wave. The black-haired woman realized what she was doing and smiled even more. She then unleashed her killer instinct on the boy. The Uzumaki tensed for a second before returning to normal. He had had to deal with the killer instinct of all of his teachers. Although that of the black-eyed woman was immense, surpassing that of Kakashi and Tenzo, that of the resurrected ones was much worse, especially that of Madara. Ku. You really are unique, Naruto-kun. See, taking my killer instinct head-on and not being scared one bit. Yes, just what I was looking for. He licked his lips. The Jinchuriki had to contain the shiver that rose up his spine at that scene. It was certainly disturbing. "Let's now see your combat skills." Without further ado, he faced him in a Taijutsu combat intertwined with kunai. Seeing that his opponent was much better than him, the Senju heir began with ninjutsu. A couple hundred shadow clones were always good for support. All element techniques, explosive tags, and many throwing weapons were released. What was once a lush forest became a barren clearing. It's not like the two fighters especially cared about that. Orochimaru under his costume smiled more and more at the spectacle. The boy was nowhere near his level, but he also wasn't as far away as he originally thought. Certainly the boy could handle most chunins and some rookie jonins, and he had not yet used his bloodline. Naruto, increasingly frustrated but trying to stay calm, began to bring out his most powerful techniques, which also involved using his Mokuton. He wasn't very happy because he suspected that was what his opponent wanted. He was certainly right. The Sannin watched in fascination and excitement as the Genin used the wood-style techniques. His smile couldn't have been bigger at that moment. Having seen what he wanted to see, he located the original and stretched out his neck to mark it. The blonde noticed this and inadvertently activated his Sharingan, allowing him to dodge at the last second. The snake summoner, despite being upset at failing, smiled wider if possible at this fact. He had been wondering what to do to obtain the Sharingan. Itachi was too powerful for him, and his brother had not awakened him. He had considered the idea of taking him. Maybe she could activate it for him and train him to be stronger, since from what she had discovered the boy was mediocre at best. With the discovery that the blue-eyed boy not only had Mokuton but also the Sharingan, there was no longer a need for that. He had everything he wanted in one body. Once he finished gloating in his mind over his discovery, he briefly fought with the Uzumaki before marking him. Before leaving, and while the boy struggled not to lose consciousness, he introduced himself and told him that they would meet again. Unbeknownst to him, once he left, the Jinchuriki he had marked turned into wood and rotted. The true Senju heir emerged from the ground and sighed. The momentary inattention of his opponent gave him the opportunity to change into a Mokubunshin and hide underground. He didn't want to think what would have happened if he had actually bitten him. Shrugging his shoulders, but with his sensory abilities at full power just in case, he went to where he felt Karen's chakra signature. As he jumped through the trees again, he frowned in annoyance. No, his annoyance had nothing to do with his previous fight. He had done his best against a clearly superior opponent. Knowing that this was the infamous S-class renegade ninja Orochimaru of the Sannin basically told him that he had only survived because he let him. He wasn't witty or arrogant enough to think he had a chance against him. No, his annoyance was about something else. Just as he could sense the location of the Redeed's chakra signature, he could sense that her companions were not close to her. That was what bothered him. He couldn't help but think that he would have been in the same situation as her if Team 7 had been formed in the end. He was sure that Sasuke and Sakura would have had no qualms about leaving him alone and to his fate. He quickened his pace and in less than 5 minutes he was there. The Kusa Kunoichi was scared and looked around nervously. Within what was possible it was normal. What wasn't normal were the bite marks she had seen when her sleeve slipped a little. He came down from the tree he was on and stood in front of her. The red-eyed girl screamed from her fright and jumped back. "Hello," Kakashi's apprentice greeted casually. "That?" The girl asked, confused at her casual greeting. She had been so nervous and scared that her sensory abilities hadn't worked as usual, so she didn't feel him approaching. Now that she was in front of him, he could feel her enormous chakra reserves. It didn't help that she identified him as the Senju heir. "I said hello. It's good to meet another Uzumaki." Even if she's scared, she told him, joking a little. The Gainin's mind managed to overcome its fear and rationalize again. Hence she was left speechless. "Uzumaki. Are you also Uzumaki?" she questioned surprised. "Yeah." Naruto Uzumaki Senju, at his service, made an exaggerated bow. He wanted her to see that he wasn't a threat. If that meant acting a little childish, so be it. I didn't think there were others left, she commented, still somewhat surprised. "Well, we are too. But I'm glad I was wrong," she said with a smile. The Redeed couldn't help but smile too, and a small blush appeared on her cheeks. "Now, I would love to catch up with a member of my clan, and I have every intention of doing so, but not here. Come on, let's go to the tower." "But, my team. If those idiots were able to leave you alone in the middle of a forest known as the Forest of Death, when there were also teams that could kill you just to get your scroll, they deserve to fail the test. We are going now." He created 100 shadow clones to spy on or eliminate the competition, picked up Karen bridal style, and began jumping over the branches to the central tower. He never noticed the blush her passenger had. Anko gripped her curse mark tightly as she forced her body to continue. She had to get to the tower and notify the Hokage about the presence of his former sensei. Not only that, but she also had to inform him of her interest in the Senju heir. With great effort, he reached the tower and went to the Sundaime's temporary office there. He knew that old Sarutobi would already be there waiting for news after he sent those Chunin to tell him about the dead faceless Gainins. He knocked on the door hurriedly. She wanted nothing more than to rush in to report her encounter, but she had to respect protocol. "Come in." Hiruzen's voice was heard through the door. Without further ado, he hurried inside. She was still weak and in pain. Her curse mark continued to throb and cause him pain, but she ignored all of that in favor of filing her report. "Hokage-sama, I met Orochimaru in the forest and confronted him." He began to speak only for his listener to sigh. "Anko, that was very reckless of you," he scolded her with no heat behind his words. "I know, Hokage-sama, but I couldn't help it." The old leader shook his head, slightly disappointed. "After he defeated me using the mark to cause me pain, he told me about how he had marked a promising boy possessing Mokuton, and the Sharingan Dadi also threatened to destroy the village if the exams are cancelled." "Sharingan?" the Nidame's former student asked without being able to avoid it. There were only 2 Mokuton users in the village, but neither had Sharingan as far as he knew. I think he was referring to the Senju heir. "He is the only Mokuton user in the village participating in the exam," the purple-haired woman offered. The monkey summoner already imagined that. The problem was that he wanted to deny it. He didn't want his grandson figure to have a cursed seal like the woman in front of him. He sighed regretfully. There was no point in denying the truth. She just hoped the boy had survived being branded. "Ryuko, I want to be notified when Gainin Naruto Uzumaki Senju arrives at the tower," she spoke over the intercom. "Hokage-sama, the Gainin you mentioned has already arrived at the tower. He arrived half an hour ago or so. Thanks for the warning." Both adults looked at each other for a few seconds before running towards the young man. They had to guarantee the blonde's safety. Orochimaru's curse mark was no joking matter. The first thing they heard when they were close to their target was the giggle of a girl. Upon entering the room they could see a young Redeed with red eyes, glasses and a Kusa hit I8. They only lingered on the foreign Kunoichi for a few seconds before looking at the boy next to her. The blue-eyed man had felt the chakra signature of his grandfather figure approaching and was going to greet him when he was attacked by it. Confused, he did not resist the strange inspection she was doing around his neck and shoulders. Karen could only look confused at what was happening. "Naruto, son, be honest with me. Did you encounter someone extremely powerful in the Forest of Death? Do you mean Orochimaru?" That question confirmed to both adults that he had encountered the traitor Sannin. "Yes, Naruto-kun, I mean him. And I want you to tell me everything that happened." Without seeing any problem, and anyway he planned to tell him later, he told him everything that had happened in his confrontation with the renegade ninja. Thanks to Kami, the older man sighed. It was nothing short of a miracle that the young man had been able to fool his former student. However, he was thankful that that had happened instead of the alternative. "Boy, you've been very lucky." If I were you, I would be careful from here to the future. Orochimaru will not take kindly to this failure, the Mitarashi warned him. I imagine, the Jinchuriki muttered between his teeth. Well. Now that we're calmer, I think we should talk about your Sharingan, the Sundaime commented. By what? Kakashi's apprentice questioned, believing he had heard wrong. The Sarutobi could easily tell that the Genin had not noticed the awakening of his Dojutsu in the middle of the battle. Channel chakra to your eyes, he told her calmly. The Senju heir looked at him strangely but did as he was told. His vision became clear and he swore he could see the chakra networks of the people in front of him. The snake summoner took out a mirror from somewhere and put it in front of his eyes, letting him see a two-tome Sharingan. His first reaction was surprise and disbelief. She then thought about it a little and realized what had happened, although she continued to feign surprise so as not to raise suspicions. He was almost certain in his mind that it was Madara's doing. The former Uchiha patriarch had already offered him the Sharingan to bring back his brother. He probably did it even if he told him it wasn't necessary. He idly wondered how Mito would react to the news. What will happen now? The Kyuubi container questioned. Right now, nothing. You are in the middle of the Chunin exams and you must focus on them. When all this is over, there will probably be another council meeting to talk about the subject, Hiruzen replied. I guess I should hide my Sharingan until later to prevent the council from trying to move the meeting forward. It would be appreciated, the monkey summoner stated with a nod. Well. I don't think I really need it no matter who I'm up against. Except for Gaara and maybe Lee, no one challenges me in these exams. Oh, by the way, I want to introduce you to someone. Man, meet Karen Uzumaki. Karen, meet my grandfather figure and Sundaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Redeed was shocked. Even if the blonde claimed to have a grandson-grandfather relationship with a man, he couldn't believe that he had called him all to his face. Nice to meet you, Karen-chan. I'm glad to know there's another Uzumaki alive. Although I'm curious to know how you ended up in Kusa. Well, you'll see. With a bit of reluctance and nervousness, the red-eyed woman told those present about the deal her mother made with the grass village and what happened after her death. To say that the three of them were disgusted and angry was an understatement, they were furious. Anko couldn't help but find similarities in her story to what she had suffered in the past. Hiruzen couldn't believe that they would be so cruel as to force a girl to do something like that just after killing her mother due to chakra exhaustion. Naruto just wanted to go to that village and kill them all for treating a member of his clan like that, much less a little girl. You stay here and that is final. If any of those idiots from Kusa have the audacity to come after you, I will kill them. Fuck the consequences, the blue-eyed man proclaimed angrily. The young woman was going to protest when she was stopped by the Sundaime. Naruto-kun is right. It's better for you to stay here. The Uzumaki were allies of Konoha. I will arrange all the paperwork so that you are recognized as a Leaf Kunoichi. Tears began to roll down her cheeks without her being able to stop them. Thank you, he sobbed almost without a voice. Hey, you're a member of my clan. That means we're family and I won't let anyone hurt you, she assured him with a soft look. The Redeed threw herself on him and hugged him tightly, burying her face in his jacket. The blonde didn't say anything and just returned her hug, trying to convey confidence and security. The two adults just looked at the two young people with a sad smile. Congratulations, brats, for passing the second test. Frankly, when I said the number would be reduced to less than half, I was expecting a single-digit number, Anko told the Gainans with a sadistic smile. Naruto watched the teams that had passed carefully. The rest of the rookies had passed by Team 9, Kabuto's team, Asuna team, and Oto's team. He was a little surprised to see that particular team there. One of his clones had confronted them and they had not exactly come out well. That's what happened to them for trusting themselves and believing they could kill him. He ignored the speech of his grandfather figure a little, but paid attention to the Jonin who would be the supervisor of these preliminaries. He narrowed his eyes when Kabuto resigned for, according to him, being without chakra and with damaged hearing. He sent the Sundaime a meaningful look and made two hand signals quickly and discreetly. He nodded subtly and could feel an Anbu move to chase after the suspect. Good, he coughed a little. Now we will start with the first fight. The selector activated and showed two names. Please let everyone except Yoroi Akato and Ino Yamanaka leave the arena, Hayate indicated. All the unmentioned competitors headed to where their senseis were. The blonde smiled at Karen, who was next to Kakashi. The girl forced herself not to blush. She knew that the blue-eyed man had a girlfriend and she shouldn't get her hopes up. He only saw her as a cousin of his. Start, the Gekko ordered the fighters. The most experienced Genin launched himself against his opponent with the intention of ending the match quickly. After all, the information about her indicated that she was a weak and useless fangirl. Team 10 member waited until the last second before dodging. She then used her opponent's momentum to knock him to the ground. She didn't wait for the man to be on the ground before she started performing hand seals at his maximum speed. Shintenshin no Jutsu. The brown-haired man had no opportunity to dodge or avoid the technique. The Mindwalker's body collapsed. Yoroi Akado, resigned Kabuto's partner spoke. Winner. Ino Yamanaka, the Kenjutsu master, announced. The blue-eyed girl stopped possessing her opponent's body and returned to her body. She stood up and walked towards her team. She paid no attention to her fallen Genin glaring at her. Wow. It seems that Ino has improved since the academy, Kiba commented, impressed that he had won their fight so quickly. Yeah. After the incident with Sasuke, Ino has put a lot of effort into training him, Shikamaru yawned a little. Although she was glad that her teammate had gotten over her crush on the Uchiha, dealing with her demanding harder training was a pain. Please let Zaku Abumi and Shino Aburam come down to the arena. Come on, Shino, you can do it, the Inyazuka encouraged him. Hinata wasn't as vocal, but she also wished her teammate luck. You should give up. Because you only have one working arm and I can tell you're limping slightly. Fuck off. I don't need both my arms to beat you. And a limp won't make you defeat me either. Under your responsibility, the Konoha Genin told him. Ready. Begin. The battle was not very long. The sound ninja got overconfident and, even though in the end he could use both arms, he ended up losing pretty badly. Shino may have gone a bit too far, someone commented when they saw how his arms were completely rendered useless by a small explosion caused by the plug of insects. He deserved it. That idiot was too arrogant, commented the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Aren't you being a little harsh, Naruto? Asuma asked him while lighting a cigarette. Not at all, he snorted. One of my Kage Bunshin faced his entire team in the forest. He was arrogant from start to finish, even when I broke his arm and his left knee. Hence the limp, the man agreed wisely. The next match was Misumi Tsurugi against Kankuro Sabaku, the latter winning. It really wasn't a very exciting fight, but it made it very clear that the Suna shinobi was a puppet master. Not that the bulge on his back wasn't a good sign of that. The fourth match was between Tenten and Tamari Sabaku. It couldn't have been worse for the Kunoichi of Team 9. The Futon user blew up all of her rivals' weapons. Plus she dropped it on her fan. It would have been worse for her to fall to the ground with all the weapons there were, but luckily her teammate dressed in green prevented it. Please let Shikamaru, Nara and Kintsuchi go down to the sand, Hayate asked. Any information you can give me about your clone's encounter with her? The shadow user asked his former classmate. From the little I saw before defeating her, she is not very good at Taijutsu, she uses senbons, and my clone damaged her, if not broke her, at least a couple of ribs, he replied. The lazy Genin nodded and began formulating various strategies in his head. In the end he opted for the simple path after realizing that he used Jinjutsu with his senbon. One good blow to the head and she was knocked unconscious. The blonde could only shake his head. Shikamaru was definitely a lazy genius. The selector worked again and indicated the next fighters. Please let Naruto Uzumaki Senju and Kiba Inyazuka come down to the arena. Heh. Looks like I'll get the revenge I wanted, ha Akamaru. The little dog barked. It seems that this is the end of Kiba's participation in the exams, Shino commented. Hey. Which side are you on? The brown-haired man protested. I think we already had this conversation just before the first exam. I am on the side of reason, she replied neutrally. Good luck, Kiba-kun. Even if you don't win, do your best, the pearly eye encouraged him, or at least she tried. What? You too? She complained with a moan. Kiba, you have to understand that your chances of beating Naruto are minimal. There is no shame in recognizing when one is overcome, Kurenai told him. The brown-eyed man left grumbling about traitorous teams and how he was going to kick the blonde's ass. The blue-eyed man watched the scene with amusement and received a thumbs up from his sensei. There was no need to wish him good luck. It was clear that he would win. Hajime, the supervisor announced. Catch, Akamaru, he threw a pill at him and his animal companion turned brown. Going with everything from the beginning, eh? The Kyuubi Jinchuriki commented with amusement. We both know that's the only way to bring you down. Beastman clone. The puppy became a copy of its owner in wild style. Fang on tusk. Both rotating drills headed towards their target. Doten. Earth wall. The drills managed to penetrate the wall, but crashed to the ground. His goal was several steps to the right, performing some hand seals. Suiton. Crash of water waves. The Suiton Jutsu generated a huge amount of water around the user, which began to rotate and took the shape of a spiral vortex of water. The vortex later exploded into a giant wave, which swept the Inyazuka and her Ninken against the opposite wall. The collision was not excessively strong, but it served its purpose of leaving both of them unconscious. Akamaru in his original form. Winner. Naruto Uzumaki Senju. The Yuhi shook her head. Despite all of his training, Kiba was still overconfident and rushed headlong into battle. He would hope that having fought the other Genin a few times he would know that that was a bad idea. At least Kakashi's apprentice went easy on his student. The scoreboard worked again and two more names appeared. Unfortunately, a few could see the impending disaster by reading the names. Please let Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga come down to the arena. Naruto grimaced as he watched his girlfriend confront his cousin. He was well aware of the bad blood between the secondary branch and the main branch, but that was dwarfed by Niji's hatred of Hinata. He internally scoffed. In his mind, the boy was a stuck-up idiot with a stick up his ass as big as Sasuke. He believed in destiny and said that everything was determined at birth, and yet he did the opposite of what he should do if he really believed that nonsense. That made him a great hypocrite, but he seemed to not realize it or preferred to ignore it. Add to that her hatred of his cousin for something completely out of her control, when she was nothing but kind to him, and she had the perfect mix for her to totally loathe him. Good luck, Hinata-chan. Kick her ass, she encouraged with a big smile and a thumbs up. The pearl-eyed girl smiled at him, took a deep breath and went down to the track. She was nervous about facing the other Hyuga, but she would be brave for his crush on her. Give up, Hinata-sama. We both know you don't want to fight, Niji told him. You're wrong. Yes, I want to fight. I'll show everyone how much I've improved, the black-haired woman proclaimed, glancing askance at the blonde. A failure will always be a failure. I admit that I misinterpreted the Senju heir in his day, but it was obvious that his destiny would be greatness due to his lineage. You, however, have shown since birth that you have no talent regardless of being the firstborn of the head of the Hyuga clan. You can't change fate, and fate has named me the winner. Stand down, Hinata-sama. This is my last warning. Although a little shaky, she remained firm. As you wish. The match begins. Ready. Start, Hade announced. The two Juuken users engaged in a taijutsu fight. Both trying to block each other's tenketsu points. In the end, the member of Team 9 was able to close the tenketsu points of his opponent's arms, making him unable to expel chakra through his hands. Determined not to give up, the heiress gave up her clan's fighting style and used the academy's taijutsu style. Of course, she was outclassed in every aspect, but she proved her worth. Do you see how useless it is, Hinata-sama? You can't fight destiny. The only thing you will do is cause yourself more suffering. Proctor, the fight ends, it can no longer continue. Hinata Hyuga can't continue. The winner is Niji Hyuga. You're wrong, Niji Nyasan. I'm not the one who's suffering. It is you who suffers. You suffer for the death of your father and for the seal on your forehead, she said between gasps. You don't know anything, Hinata-sama, he snapped angrily. I know enough, Niji Nyasan. Even if you hide it, I know that you suffer from the life you are living as a secondary branch member. I know you suffer from feeling like a caged bird. The wide-eyed man's blood boiled and his vision turned red. He charged at his cousin with a hand covered in chakra and pointing towards her heart. The supervisor told him that the game was over, but he didn't stop. Before the Jonins could stop him, the Uzumaki appeared in front of the black-haired man and gave him a chakra-reinforced fist. Team 9 member was propelled backwards and crashed into the wall. His jaw was completely broken because the punch hit him there. Try to hurt Hinata-chan again outside of a sanctioned match, and I will kill you. The last sentence sent a chill through most of the people there. Unconsciously, out of anger, she had channeled a bit of the Kyuubi's chakra. Orochimaru was excited for a moment at the thought that the blonde had activated the mark out of anger. He then frowned when he didn't notice any marks on his skin. He quickly realized that he did not have the cursed seal and gritted his teeth. He didn't know what had happened for him to no longer have the mark, but he would find out. Nothing will stop her from taking his body. Naruto-kun, the heiress muttered as she collapsed. I got you, Hinata-chan. And I'm not going to let you go. The pearl-eyed fell unconscious with a smile. Soon the doctors came with a stretcher and took her to the infirmary. Pray that we don't face each other in the finals, Niji, because if we do, I will have no mercy. The Genin still on the wall shivered at the sight of his cousin's boyfriend. His blue eyes were slanted and looked at him with a hatred and malice he had never seen before. Guy looked at his student with disapproval and a little worry. He didn't like at all what he had done at his party. He had promised her before the exams that he would control himself, but he didn't. He was now the target of the Senju heir's wrath. This wouldn't end well for him. Once everything had calmed down, the selector turned on again and showed the next participants. Yes. It's my turn. The youngest green spandex wearer exclaimed happily. Cheer up, Lee. Show everyone the power of youth. Yes, Guy-sensei. The excited boy jumped over the railing instead of using the stairs. His opponent came down by the normal method. Ready? Hade asked, to which the two nodded. Good. 8th match of the preliminaries. Gaara Sabaku against Lee Rock. Start. The Uzumaki watched the match very carefully. It hadn't taken him anything to realize that the Redeed was a Jinchuriki like him. It was also quite obvious that he was unstable and could kill his opponent just for the hell of it. He had to be prepared to intervene if necessary. The match was by far the most exciting that had ever occurred. Team 9 member was very fast and strong. Unfortunately, he could not use chakra due to a birth problem. Guy, you didn't do it. The nine-tailed fox container diverted his attention from the fight upon hearing his sensei's words. "Yes, I did, my eternal rival." "Do what?" the blonde asked curiously. Everyone gathered there was also curious about what they were talking about. "Guy has taught Lee how to open the 8 inner doors." That made the Mokuton user's eyes widen. "Are you crazy? That technique is too dangerous for someone so young. Lee may have the toughest body after me in our age group. But that doesn't mean that he is still too dangerous for his body, especially being so young," the Senju heir scolded him. "You're right, Guy," the silver-haired man commented. "I know the risks and so does Lee. He cannot expel chakra. Taijutsu is all he has. The 8 internal doors give it a much-needed advantage," he justified. "Taijutsu is not all he can do. You don't need a chakra to learn to handle weapons. You could have taught him or asked someone to teach him how to use a sword, a kusarigama, a bow staff, or any other weapon. From what Kakashi-sensei told me, you yourself sometimes use nunchucks," the genin stated irritably. The green-clad Jonin blushed a little as he realized he had never thought about that possibility. The other Konoha-senseis who were there shook their heads at their companion's carelessness. They understood where he was coming from, but that didn't take away his big mistake. Hee. "Oops," he spoke embarrassedly. People continued watching the game. It seemed that with the new power of the Leaf Ninja he could defeat his sand opponent, but that was not the case. The negative effects of opening the internal doors took their toll on Lee. However, the turquoise-eyed man was more or less unharmed and attacked him with his sand with the intention of killing him. Before the sand could destroy the young man's arm and leg, Naruto began performing hand seals at high speed. He appeared next to his leaf partner and did the technique on him. Mokuton. Wooden wall blockade. A semi-dome covered both boys and the sand hit the structure harmlessly. Due to external intervention, Lee Rock loses by default. "The winner is Gaara Sabaku," the supervisor announced. "That? Not me, Lee, that's enough. If he hadn't intervened, Gaara would have killed you with his sand," the blonde interrupted seriously. The black-haired man wanted to protest, but an angry shout stopped him. You can't take my prey from me. I will kill you," said the Ichibi's Jinchuriki with madness and bloodlust. "The game is over." He returns to the balcony. "You too, Naruto-san. The doctors will take care of Lee." The blue-eyed man nodded. His jutsu already dissipated. "No. You will not deny me my prey," the Riti raved. Mokuton. Prison with 4 pillars. The sand user found himself trapped in a cell made of wood. That didn't scare him in the least until he realized that he couldn't feel his mother's chakra. "What have you done?" he asked a little scared. "Enough," the Hokage shouted. "Jonin, control your genin or he will be disqualified. Naruto, break the prison." The Uzumaki followed his leader's order without problems. The doctors took the injured young man away. Baki took Gaara out of there without wanting to push his luck. The last match, Dosu Kanuda against Choeji Akimichi, occurred without incident. The sound shinobi defeated the chubby boy, knocking him unconscious. Once the fights were over, the winners went down and took a number to see who they would fight in the final. Very good. The matches remain like this. First match. Naruto Uzumaki Senju against Niji Hyuga. The blonde sent an icy look to the black-haired man, who felt a chill run through him. Second match. Gaara Sabaku against Ino Yamanaka. He had to stop because of the blue-eyed girl's scream, not that he could blame her for it. Match 3. Shino Aburam as Kankuro Sabaku. Fourth match. Dosu Kanuda against Shikamaru Nara. The winner of the fourth match will face Tamari Sabaku. Asuma-sensei, the Mind Walker, called weakly. "Calm down, Ino. You are not forced to have to fight in your match. When the time comes, just quit." The blonde didn't need to be told twice. "So what do we do now, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked his teacher. After the finals matches were announced, each Jonin sensei brought out their respective genin. Karen went with them because the blonde was the only one she really knew and trusted. "Well, I guess we'll train on something. Not that you really need it for the tournament. All the higher-ups know that you are a level higher than a Chunin. Whatever you do in the tournament, you will get promoted." And that was the truth. Both the Hokage and the council knew that the Senju heir was better than the average Chunin. Actually, his level was that of a special Jonin. A little polish and more experience in the field and he would easily be Jonin material. The only reason he entered the exams instead of getting a field promotion was for publicity. The Chunin exams were an event with a large audience and propaganda. There the villages sent the best they had in their genin ranks to make a good impression on nobles and potential clients. Naturally, the more promise and talent the aspirants show, the better it reflects on the village they come from. "That still doesn't tell me what we're going to do," the blue-eyed man complained a little. Although the silver-haired man had been a good sensei as far as he was concerned, he didn't like his tendency to go around the bush sometimes. "If I'm honest, I have no idea." Both Uzumaki looked at him with a blank expression. "But there is one thing I would like to teach you now that you have woken up." He cut himself off in his sentence, looking askance at the Ritiid. Kakashi-sensei, if you mean the Sharingan, Karen already knows it. She was with me when the Hokage informed me of her activation. Okay, just making sure. As I think Hokage-sama already told you, it is better to hide it from the public until the final. You save yourself hassle this month. Yes, I know. It's clear that nothing can be normal with me, she sighed. Being a Jinchuriki had marked his entire life. He had become the container of the most powerful of the Bijuu and the outcast of the town, without asking or wanting it at all. He then resurrected 3 legends, and later 2 more, he gained the element of wood, became the heir of the Senju clan, and now had the Sharingan, not to mention the interest of the Snake Sannin. Yes, his life was not normal, much less simple. See the positive side of things. You have friends, a girlfriend, a powerful sensei, and now even a distant cousin. Is it really that important that you don't have a normal life? The boy couldn't deny that. No matter how difficult or crazy everything was, he had beautiful people who loved him and supported him. At the end of the day, that was all he could ask for. He could live with the rest. What are you going to teach me? She asked him to change the direction of the conversation. What do you think? She asked with an eye smile. The blonde thought about it for a moment before widening his eyes. The Chidori? He questioned shocked. Yeah. Now that you have the Sharingan, you will be able to use the technique without worrying about tunnel vision. Also, while I know you'll be able to deal with Gaara with your Mokuton, it doesn't hurt that you have a jutsu that allows you to penetrate his sand. But let's be clear, Naruto, this is an assassination technique. You should only use it against enemies. Never against friends or allies, he told her as seriously as possible. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. I understand. I promise you that I will never use it against a comrade, and you know that I never break my promises. The Haddock's stern gaze dissolved into a soft smile. He knew that his student always kept his promises. And if he ever breached it, it would be due to external factors. He would never willingly break a promise and would give his all to carry it out. Well. It has been an intense day. I recommend that you rest. Tomorrow we will start with training. I also assume that you will have to discuss living arrangements with your cousin and want to go visit your girlfriend in the hospital. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. See you tomorrow. The former Anbu captain gave him a smirk and a thumbs up before leaving in a shunshin. Come on Karen. Let's go to the Hokage tower. Jiji should be there by now, she indicated. Don't you think it's disrespectful to call the Hokage Jiji? He is the leader of your village. Plus you referred to him as Hokage when you talked to your sensei. Because now no. The boy shrugged. Sometimes I call him Hokage. Sometimes I call him Jiji. Other times I call him old. That's really where the point hits me, and it's not official business. I told you, I have a grandson-grandfather relationship with him. The red-eyed girl could only shake her head at his response. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a highly respected figure throughout the elemental nations, and yet he did not care about the young man in front of him. He didn't know if she should be amused or exasperated. In a short time they arrived at the Hokage tower, and the secretary let them into the office. The Sundaime was already there, muttering under his breath as he fought against the paperwork. The blue-eyed man wondered, not for the first time, why he didn't use shadow clones to help him with his task. Ah, Naruto-kun, Karen-chan, I'm glad to see you both. First of all, congratulations on your performance in the preliminaries and reaching the finals. Your fight, although brief, was well thought out. Most of all, I am proud of you for your actions to protect Hinata-chan and Lee-kun. Although I feel like you went a little overboard with Niji, but I understand your anger about it. He knew that the young Daime's son was a kind-hearted young man. He had matured a lot since the night of the Forbidden Scroll incident, but that didn't take away his kind heart. However, just like his sensei, he had no qualms about eliminating threats and making anyone who messed with someone important to him pay. Anyway, he sighed, I guess you're not here to talk about the exams, but about Karen-chan's situation. They both nodded correct. I have already filled out all the necessary papers. He opened a drawer in her desk and took out a Hittite with the leaf symbol. Welcome to our shinobi forces, Karen-chan. From today you are a Kunoichi of Konoha. Thank you, Hokage-sama. He picked up the Hittite and tied it to his head. His old Hittite from Kusa he had thrown away days ago. He didn't want to have anything to do with that town anymore. Well. Now we just have to deal with the housing issue. Actually, Jiji, I think it's time for me to move to full Senju. This way I can invite Karen to live with me without worrying about space. Sounds good to me, Naruto-kun. He nodded and took out a map and a piece of paper with instructions. The map indicates the location of the complex, although I imagine you already know where it is. The paper has instructions for undoing the barrier seal around the compound and where the keys to all the houses in the compound are located. Thank you, Jiji. He thanked him while taking the 2 objects. You are welcome. By the way, what are you going to do with your old apartment? Don't know. I haven't really thought about it yet, she answered honestly. Don't worry too much about it. The place is yours, so you can decide to keep it without any problem. Thank you again, and we won't bother you anymore. Come on, Karen. Let's go to our new home. The monkey summoner smiled at the exiting couple before lowering his gaze to the paperwork. Someday I will find the key to defeat you, he said with fire in his eyes. The Anbu guarding him could only sweat a drop at the words and actions of their leader. Getting to the Senju compound was no problem. As the Hokage pointed out, Naruto already knew where he was. Getting in was a little more complicated. A blood and chakra sample was required to confirm that whoever entered was a Senju. Luckily, Tobirama had already foreseen this and made sure in advance that the blonde could enter. Because the blue-eyed man was the heir, the house of the head of the clan corresponded to him. At first he wanted to refuse since he felt that this was Tsunade's house, but all the resurrected agreed that he was the right fit. Upon arriving at the house, they explored the place a little, and then the Jinchuriki left several shadow clones to clean, while the original and Karen went to the hospital to visit Hinata. Once they left and walked away, a Kage Bunshin left to see the Ito Tensei. He didn't do it before because he knew the Reteed was a censor and they didn't want to raise suspicions. Hello, he greeted everyone. Surprisingly, all 5 of them were in the same clearing. Hello, Neri-chan. Hashirama returned the greeting with a smile. How did you do on the exams? The white-haired man asked him. Very good. The first test was a written exam where we were supposed to cheat to get the answers. I quickly realized the real test, but I didn't need to cheat to answer the questions. The second test consisted of obtaining a scroll from Earth and one from Heaven and going to the central tower. The test was held at Training Ground 44. It was quite easy to obtain the scroll I needed. I even sent clones to eliminate the competition. The only problem I had was the intervention of Orochimaru of the Sannin. He tried to mark me with a cursed seal, but I managed to trick him and he marked a wooden clone. I also met and saved in Uzumaki. Her name is Karen. She has Kagura's eye and the clan's medicinal chakra. She meets the original. There were preliminaries because too many Gainans passed the second test. I faced Kiba and defeated him again. In a month there will be the finals. My opponent is Niji Hyuga, Hinata-chan's cousin. I plan to beat him up in our fight. The idiot tried to kill Hinata-chan, he growled, oh, and I also awakened my Sharingan during my battle with Orochimaru. I think that was your thing, right, Madara-sensei? Mito was a little worried when she heard about the Sannin. She then very happy about the existence of another Uzumaki. She was glad that her clan was not totally extinct. She frowned at Niji's assassination attempt. She became furious when she heard the last part. Madara, do you have anything to say about this? She questioned with a sickeningly sweet voice. The former Uchiha patriarch, who was previously smiling upon hearing that his summoner awakened his Dojutsu, broke out in a cold sweat helplessly. Even if it wasn't common knowledge, the black-eyed woman was as fearsome as his rival and himself. It was never good news for the one who pissed her off. Well, he tried to explain himself, but the words didn't come out. The evil look he was giving her only made a shiver run through her. In the end she did the smartest thing to do. Run through her life as if there was no tomorrow. Come back here, the woman demanded as she chased him. The brown-haired man laughed when he saw his wife chasing his old friend. The scene was quite funny and he was glad that he wasn't the one being chased for once. The red-eyed man shook his head in exasperation. He sensed that something like that would happen sooner or later. Not that he could entirely blame the raven-haired boy for what he did. His family was on the brink of extinction and the 2 that remained only brought disgrace to his family. It was only natural that he wanted a worthy heir. The only thing that bothered him was that he was his heir that he had chosen. Although he also knew that the chances of anyone else obtaining the Sharingan by that method were almost zero. Izuna could only watch his older brother being chased without knowing if he should help him or not. The truth was that the Reteed was scaring him a little. His chains looked very sharp and dangerous. Tobirama-sensei. Yes, Naruto. Do you know how I obtained the Sharingan? I imagine that Madara-sensei did the same as Hashirama Ajisan, but I don't understand how my body has assimilated it so well. I have a theory about it, the blonde looked at him expectantly. When you summoned us with the Ito Tensei, you used Kage Bunshin as a sacrifice. The technique tied us to these clones and adapted them to be replicas of our former bodies. Keep in mind that the Kage Bunshin is a massive chakra with the shape, knowledge and personality of the caster. I think the last hand seal you added to the technique was what gave consistency to the body so that we didn't dissipate with one hit but reformed like my original jutsu. Even so, it does not mean that, in essence, our bodies are made from your chakra. When both my brother and Madara injected you with their Ito Tensei cells, what they were injecting into you was your chakra modified to appear like our old bodies. I think that's why your body gained its abilities without any rejection. I think I understand. Your cells are made from my chakra and my body recognizes them as mine, although slightly altered. I'm wrong. No. That's exactly what I said. An explosion was heard in the background and the brown-eyed man fell to the ground laughing. Teacher and student turned to see what was happening. The answer. Mito must have used an explosive tag since there was a small smoking crater and Madara was slowly reforming. Did you have to do that? She yelled at the Uzumaki when she reformed while she grabbed her butt. That should teach you not to do something so reckless again, he replied with a sadistic smile. Don't tell me Mito used that, commented the Suiton user without being able to avoid it. The Shadame's laughter increased and he clutched his stomach while still on the ground. Izuna watched the scene with wide open eyes and mouth. What do you mean by that? The blue-eyed man asked, confused. Just a shameful and quite lethal movement originating from the whirlpool, he replied dryly. That? She was still confused. Mito-chan, hahaha, he hit him, hahaha, with a kunai, hahaha, with an explosive tag, hahaha, in his, hahaha, ass, hahaha, the other Mokuton user told him with a laugh. The clone blinked in confusion a few times until the explanation registered in his mind. What? You're telling me that Kakashi-sensei's thousand-year death technique is based on Mito Abachan's technique? The brown-haired man's laughter only increased at his student's scream. The Nidame's sweat dropped. Had someone really adapted Uzumaki's technique? In another part of the village, a certain silver-haired jonin sneezed. He was reading the beloved Icha Icha when due to sneezing, he hit a woman with a book on her ass. The woman, a kunoichi, turned to look at the man and instantly recognized what she was reading. Pervert, he shouted before starting to hit him. The passers-by turned deaf and blind to the unilateral beating. The women were with the kunoichi and the men were not brave or stupid enough to get involved. Why do I feel like I've gotten Kakashi-sensei into trouble without meaning to? Naruto asked himself internally. He shrugged and continued conversing with Hinata and Karen. She could hear distant screams of pain through the window, but none of the three gave it much importance. Naruto's sweat dropped when he saw his sensei's state. Although most of his body and face were covered, he could see obvious signs that he was beaten. The highlight was a couple of bumps on his head that stuck out of his hair. He also had the area around his visible eye slightly swollen and blackened. It was noticeable that he moved with some stiffness, and even with the mask on, he could tell that that part had also been hit. Good. Now that you have arrived, we can start training. I know you have already completed the Raiten chakra to chakra conversation exercises. After all, I helped you with them. This will make it easier for you to create the Chidori, but don't get confused. This technique is probably one of the most difficult B-rank jutsus there is. You will have to concentrate a considerable amount of rays in your hand and you must control them so that they do not dissipate or attack your own arm. At first we will make it stationary and check its strength. Then we will do it in the race. Each one has its advantages. The first is faster and therefore you do not have to control the technique for a long time. The second gives you more momentum and therefore greater penetration, he explained with a slightly distorted voice. Obviously his jaw was not fully recovered. For me, perfect. By the way, will I continue training with Tenzo-sensei? Yeah. This week you will train only with me. From the next one you will train with both of them again, she responded with her patented eye smile. So, starting next week I return to the normal training schedule. No. Essentially yes. Only the time we normally dedicated to missions is free for you. Take advantage of it to visit your girlfriend or spend time with your cousin. Take it for granted. The morning passed peacefully. Despite having mastered the 2 Raiten elemental manipulation exercises, it was not easy to accumulate and control the rays. More than once he had to cut the technique to avoid electrocution. At mealtime, teacher and students separated. The blonde went to look for his pseudo-cousin and the silver-haired boy went who knows where. The blue-eyed man moved through the town with the confidence of someone who knows the place intimately. After all, as a former prankster, he had to know every part of his home in detail if he wanted to succeed in the prank and escape from it. He arrived at the Senju compound, deactivated the barrier and entered. She headed to his house, which he shared with the Uzumaki, and waited at the door. Naruto-kun, you finally arrive. You were late. The Jinchuriki chuckled. Oh come on, Karen-chan. We both know that I have arrived on time. The redhead rolled her eyes, but there was a slight pink tint to her cheeks. Although she knew it wasn't romantic at all, he couldn't help but blush slightly when he heard her called Karen-chan. Yes. Whatever you say. Now let's go now. I'm hungry. The Mokuton user laughed again. The red-eyed girl was somewhat bipolar. One moment she was loving and even a little shy and the next she was tough and determined. He found it fun. They left the premises and headed towards Ichiraku. Apparently the love of ramen was an Uzumaki trait. Neither of them could get enough. Fortunately for their bodies, they both knew they couldn't exclusively eat ramen all the time. Although Tucci wouldn't have had any problem with that. After eating half a dozen bowls, in Karen's case, and a full dozen, in Naruto's case, the 2 Gainans left the stand satisfied, leaving a ramen chef anticipating an increase in his profit soon. Let's go to the hot springs. I always wanted to try them. I don't know. We just ate. Besides, I would like to visit Hinata-chan before returning to training. Please. He put his hands together and gave him puppy eyes. Good. I'll accompany you to the hot springs, she agreed reluctantly. But then I'll go to the hospital. I really don't feel like taking a bath right now. Brilliant. Thank you. Go. She grabbed his arm and pulled him up. If he had wanted to, he could have let go, but he let her drag him. They soon arrived at the reception of the hot spring establishment. He paid for the former Kusa Kunoichi to enjoy the place and then left. He had planned to go to a store to buy cinnamon buns for his girlfriend. Surely enjoying her favorite food would lift her spirits. As he was leaving, he heard some giggling. She narrowed her eyes in annoyance as she recognized what kind of giggles they were. After all, Kakashi-sensei blurted them out quite often when she read her beloved orange book. He changed the direction of his steps to find the source of the sound. It didn't take long to reach the place and see who was causing the laughter. He was a man in his 50s, long white hair, kabuki-style clothing, and wooden jeta. A mark appeared on her forehead as she watched him spy on the women's bathroom. He wasn't going to tolerate any shameless pervert seeing women naked, much less his cousin. A dark smile appeared on his face. It was about time she could put into practice one of the many things that Mito Abachan taught her. He took out a kunai and placed a low-performance tag on it. Then, she stealthily approached the unsuspecting man. Jiraiya was enjoying his research without a care in the world. That cost him dearly when he heard. Secret whirlpool technique. 1,000 years of burning pain. A kunai was embedded in his rear, making him jump and scream. Then the explosive tag activated and sent him flying slightly with the kunai buried deeper in his ass. The scream, already unmasculine, became completely feminine. The copy-nin apprentice shook off his hands and set off on his way whistling lightly. He had already done his good deed for the day. Free those poor women from the scrutiny of a dirty old man. Yes, he deserved a reward. Maybe while I was buying cinnamon buns for Hinata-chan, I should grab something sweet for him. So he could eat it with his partner while he told him what he had done. She hoped she could get a few laughs out of him, although she might feel sorry for him. He had a very kind heart. Unbeknownst to him or caring, the Toad-san ended up falling several meters away from the hot springs, with his head buried in the ground and the kunai still stuck in the hole. When the women who heard the scream came out to investigate and saw the scene, they didn't feel the need to punish the pervert further and went back inside. They weren't going to help the man either. Damn. Who the hell taught that gaki that demon technique? He complained weakly from his position on the ground. As he jumped, he could see the face of his attacker. He didn't have to be a genius to realize that this was the son of his former student. She was practically a carbon copy of his father, except for the whisker marks. I need to talk to sensei about Naruto. He tried to get up, but stopped when the kunai tried to dig deeper, but first I have to get rid of that. Damn Uzumaki for creating such a ruthless technique. It wouldn't be until almost an hour later, after being practically raped from behind by the kunai, that he was able to remove the evil object. With great difficulties and a ridiculous gait, he went to the hospital. The talk with his old teacher could wait. First he had to go to the hospital to have a doctor or nurse cure him of his hardship. Hiruzen was doing paperwork as usual. The list of finalists for the exam had been published the day before. Invitations for VIPs would be sent out during the next week. All she had to deal with was the thrice damned daily paperwork. She still didn't understand how his predecessors and his successor were able to deal with it without difficulty. The slight sound of the window opening did not faze him. He knew the person who was about to enter very well. No matter how much he had asked him in the past to come through the door, he never did. He had come to accept him even if he didn't like him. I see you're back, Jiraiya, she said as she turned slightly to look at him. Sensei, he greeted and entered with a slight shudder. He raised an eyebrow when he saw that some movements were difficult for him. Then he shrugged, thinking that they had caught him in the hot springs and given him a beating from which he still hadn't recovered. What brings you here? She asked him while he prepared his pipe and lit it. He was almost sure he would need the nicotine to get through the conversation they were going to have next. I came to ask. What the hell were you thinking when you allowed that gaki to learn that technique from hell? He questioned, annoyed to no end. Sorry. He had no idea what his former student was talking about. Don't play innocent with me, sensei. Obviously you had to be the one to teach him or give him the instructions to do that technique, he accused him. The Sarutobi frowned. He didn't at all like being blamed for something when he didn't even know exactly what they were accusing him of. Be clear, Jiraiya. Who are you talking about and what technique are you referring to? He demanded to know in his commanding voice. I'm talking about Naruto and that hell technique of his clan. Damn Uzumaki. He blinked a few times, completely confused. Then something in his mind clicked. Oh. You refer to that technique. I didn't know Naruto-kun knew her, she commented calmly and took a drag on her pipe. How can you stand there so calmly with this information? He asked incredulously. Oh, please, Jiraiya. It's not that big of a deal. Beyond being a rather embarrassing technique for those who suffer it, it is not harmful, she dismissed with a disdainful movement of her hand. What is not harmful? Tell that to my poor ass. She protested almost in a shout. The Hokage blinked, taken aback by the white-haired man's outburst. It didn't take her 2 seconds to realize what happened and why he was so upset. Because of the laughter that wanted to come out of his throat, he choked on the smoke and coughed several times. Still, she could hear the faint giggles between her coughs. Yes, laugh. I would like to see you in my place. He complained still loudly. Jiraiya, he coughed a few more times. What did you do to make Naruto-kun use that technique on you? He questioned. Nothing, he responded immediately. The Sundai sent him a clear look that he wasn't buying it. He may have been watching the girls in the hot springs, he admitted somewhat sheepishly, but that's no reason for him to do that. She insisted. Jiraiya, recently Naruto-kun has found a member of his clan, whom he considers a cousin. She was probably in that place and she didn't appreciate you spying on her, he informed her sternly. Well, how would I know? She tried to defend herself. Jiraiya, he scolded with a frown. He understood that the man was a super pervert, as he called himself. He also liked his Icha books. But he thought this was going too far. Okay. Maybe it's my fault. The older man sent him a flat look anyway, changing the subject. How is the brat doing? I heard that he is now the Senju heir. How did that happen? Naruto-kun has the Mokuton. You know as well as I do that the only man who had Mokuton naturally before Naruto-kun was Shadame-sama. It's not very difficult to deduce that they must be related, she explained neutrally. But how? Neither Minato nor Kushina were related to him that we knew. You said it. That we knew. Kushina may very well be related to Shadame-sama thanks to the relationships between Senju and Uzumaki. Or maybe she inherited it from Minato. We both know that he was an orphan and it is unknown exactly who his family was. Well. Shit. That brat is related by blood to 3 of the 4 Hokages. And he has a family romantic relationship with you. That makes 4 out of 4. Indeed. Naruto-kun is destined for greatness and I have no doubt that in the future he will become Hokage. Perhaps the greatest of all of us, he said with sincerity and a loving smile. Who is training him? The Sannin asked curiously. Kakashi is his Jonin sensei. Tenzo is also training him, but it's mainly his Mokuton. The wise toad nodded thoughtfully. Hiruzen saw his expression and narrowed his eyes. Jiraiya, no. Don't even bother. Oh, come on, sensei. That boy is a goldmine. Who better to teach him than me? Jiraiya, I already told you no. I know Naruto-kun. Your intervention will not be appreciated. Oh, come on. No means no. Naruto-kun is Kakashi's apprentice and Tenzo's part-time student. That's all. I'm not going to make you his sensei. I can teach him more than young Kakashi and you know it. I was his father's sensei. You're also supposed to be his godfather and you haven't seen him since he was a baby. I had a job and you know it. The road is not a good place to raise a child. That's bullshit, he shouted angrily. You've been to the village many times and you've never bothered to see him. You haven't even written him a measly letter. As far as Naruto is concerned, you don't exist. That was cruel, sensei, he stated darkly, and you know that I have checked it whenever I could. I also left him a couple of gifts. A couple of gifts in almost 13 years. What a big deal, she snorted and then looked at him intensely. I'm not going to get your chestnuts out of the fire. Not this time. If you want to have something with Naruto-kun, you will have to talk and achieve it on your own. I'm not going to intervene. Very good. I do not need your help. I'm sure the brat will be more than happy to receive training from a Sannin. Without further ado, he went out the window in search of his godson. Oh, Jiraiya. If you think everything is going to be so easy, you are very wrong. If it was the old Naruto you would have a good chance, but not this one. Reminds me so much of Tobirama-sensei. It will be an uphill battle for you. Maybe this will serve as a lesson to you. It's time for you to act according to your age and not like a hormonal teenager. Thus, he stopped thinking about his former student and returned to his paperwork. Worrying about what he was going to go through wouldn't do her any good. As she had told him, he would not intervene. He would depend solely on his efforts and the blonde's mentality. He could only pray that everything turned out well in the end. Naruto stretched a little. He had finished the morning training and his body was a little sore. Kakashi could be a slave driver when he put his mind to it. Once satisfied, he left the training ground in the direction of Ichiraku. He had met Karen there to eat and then visit Hinata. Maybe he went to a flower shop earlier to buy her some flowers. He didn't want to show up in her room without some gift. It was his duty as her boyfriend to spoil her. Hey boy, a voice called him. Curious, he turned towards the sound. He quickly identified the man and a grim expression appeared on his face. It was the damn pervert who had been spying on the hot springs the day before. What do you want? She asked sharply. He wasn't even going to go through the trouble of pretending to be nice. That guy didn't deserve it. A shiver ran through the white-haired boy when he heard it. It was the same tone Minato used when he was walking the fine line between annoyed and pissed off. "I want to talk to you," he said bluntly. "About what?" She snapped at him with annoyance. "If you expect me to apologize for yesterday, you're clear. You deserved it for yes. It's not about that. Although I would like to know how you learned that technique. It is none of your business. And he speaks now before I leave. I'm meeting my cousin for lunch and I don't want to keep her waiting." "Wow, boy, you don't have to be so harsh." The blonde sent him a withering look. "Anyway, to what I was coming to. I would like to take you as my apprentice. You should feel honored that passed. I have 2 wonderful senseis. I don't need a dirty old man like you." He actually had 6 senseis. 7 if you counted Izuna. Although the latter acted more as Madara's assistant teacher. "Boy, don't you know who I am? I am the gallant Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin and sage of Mount Myaboku. You should feel honored that someone like me wants you as an apprentice. Many would kill for an opportunity like that. Well, go find one of those many because I'm not interested and, frankly, I'm quite disappointed with what I've seen of the Sannin so far. A psychotic traitor who is after my body and a perverted savant who spies in the hot springs. I'd like to believe the last member of the group is better, but something tells me he's not. Have a good day." She didn't say the last sentence sincerely, but it served as closure and she turned to leave. "Wait, what did you mean by going after your body? Has Orochimaru gone after you?" he questioned horrified. "Yes, it was. She attacked me when I was in the second part of the Chunin exam. Luckily she was able to trick him and get out of there without a cursed seal," she replied without giving it any importance. The black-eyed man breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to think about what would have happened if his former teammate had managed to tag him. It seemed like he had another pending discussion with his sensei. He should have warned him that Orochimaru went after Naruto. Although he was a little obvious now that he thought about it. That damn snake was always intrigued by the Shodame's Mokuton. When he was going to say something else to the blue-eyed man, he realized that he had already left, probably in a shunshin taking advantage of his lack of concentration. Sigh. His first meeting was anything but good. The second one wasn't much better. Maybe he should look for another approach. Several hundred meters away, the Uzumaki continued on his way towards Ichiraku as if nothing had happened. She didn't want anything to do with that man. Call him petty or overly demanding, but that guy didn't give him a good first impression, and the second one, if anything, made him worse. Tobirama had explicitly warned him about guys like him. They were never consistent and in the long run were more of a burden than a help. He shook his head. She wasn't going to waste her time thinking about that guy. It was nothing like him and hopefully she would never see him again. A shiver ran through him. The sigh. It seemed like she had cursed herself. Brilliant. Chances are she'll see him later. He reached his favorite food stall in no time. Although the town, for the most part, changed its mind about him and he was able to enter many other establishments, Ichiraku was and always would be his favorite. He would never forget the kindness they showed him when he was just an orphan with no apparent clan. "You're late" was the first thing he heard when he entered the stall. "Sorry. Yesterday's damn pervert delayed me," she apologized. "Were you spying on the hot springs again?" she asked him with a disgusted expression. The red-eyed woman had heard the man scream and the women who came out told the rest what they saw. After the Jinchuriki returned home, she asked him if he knew anything about it and he told her what he did. It should be said that she approved of his actions with all her heart. "No. I ran into him when I left the training ground. Apparently his name is Jiraiya and he is one of the Sannin. He offered to make me his apprentice, but I declined. I am very happy being Kakashi-sensei's apprentice. I'm not interested in his offer at all. Besides, I suspect that his interest in me is due to the rumors that I am a prodigy and my Mokuton. Naruto-kun, they are not rumors. You're a prodigy. From what you have told me and I have seen myself, your learning curve is extraordinary. If you're not a prodigy, I don't know who is. I don't feel comfortable with people calling me a prodigy or genius. It implies that I got my strength out of nowhere or that it required little effort. I have worked very hard to be at the level I am today. Not to mention that for years people called me a failure. I can't help but think sometimes about the hypocrisy of people." The former Kusa Kunoichi was going to say something to him, but someone beat her to it. "Don't worry about that, Naruto-kun. My father and I always knew that one day you would be a great shinobi. Thank you, A.M. Nichin. I know that you and Tuchi Ajisan have always believed in me. You can't imagine how much it has meant to me," she told him with a soft and grateful smile. "It was a pleasure. Now, what can I serve you?" They both ordered their orders and ate heartily. Father and daughter couldn't help but internally wonder what it would be like if those two had children. The old cook was sure that this single family could pay all his bills and give him a good profit margin. Not that he would say it out loud. He knew that the boy was in a relationship with another girl. Although he had been able to notice the Ritide's interest in his favorite client. Once they finished eating, they went to a flower shop to get a bouquet for Hinata. "Welcome to the Yamanaka flower shop. How can I help you?" "Hello Ino. I'm surprised you're here working instead of training for the finals," the Senju heir greeted. "Hello Naruto. I'm glad to see you. I have wanted to apologize to you for a while for my treatment of you at the academy. At that time I was obsessed with Sasuke and I didn't see beyond it. I'm sorry. Don't worry. That's a thing for the past. Although I'd really like to know why you're not training." "Oh that. I'm going to give up as soon as the game starts. There's no way I'm going to face Gaara. I know my strength and I know he would kill me." "I'm sorry to hear that. Although it is true that Gaara is dangerous, you should not fear for your life. The supervisor is there to keep things from escalating too much. And if not, I would protect you like I did Lee. He wouldn't let me kill you." The blonde's cheeks blushed slightly. She knew he was just being nice and wasn't interested in her. She was dating Hinata after all. But she couldn't help but think how chivalrous it was of her. She cursed herself for not noticing him when she was at the market. They could have been a cute couple. "Thanks for the cheering. But I'll have to decline. Anyway, how can I help you?" "I would like a bouquet of flowers to take to Hinata-chan." "Oh. I think I have just what you need. Give me a minute." The blue-eyed girl returned in a minute with a beautiful bouquet of flowers. The Mokuton user thanked her for her help and paid for them. She didn't notice the longing sigh that her former classmate let out just after leaving the store. "Thank you again Karen. I know I've said it many times, but thank you." "You have nothing to thank, Naruto-kun. I'm happy to have been able to help." Both Uzumaki were at the entrance to the hospital waiting for Hinata to come out. Under normal circumstances, the black-haired girl would have been stuck in the hospital all month. Fortunately, the Ritide's bloodline was able to completely heal the internal injuries that Niji gave her. The only reason she hadn't gotten out of it sooner was because the doctors wanted to keep her under observation just in case. "Naruto-kun Karen." They both turned towards the voice to see the pearl-eyed girl smiling happily at them. The doctor had already discharged him. She would not be able to return to active duty for another week and she was not recommended to do strenuous exercise, but otherwise she was fine. "Hinata-chan, I'm glad to see that you're completely healed," he smiled at her. The red-eyed girl snorted. "Was there any doubt? My healing skills are excellent." The bride and groom laughed lightly at the former Kusa Kunoichi's small outburst. "Where do you want to go Hinata-chan? We are celebrating your release from the hospital." "Naruto-kun, don't you have training today?" "Nah. I told Kakashi-sensei about your release and my plans to celebrate and he gave me the day off. Tomorrow I will have a hell of a workout. But today I'm free. How about we have a picnic in nature? I'm sure you know some nice quiet place to hang out," the Uzumaki suggested. "It's not a bad idea. What do you think Hinata-chan?" "That seems fine to me. But first we would have to prepare some necessary things for the picnic." "Don't worry," he made a hand seal cage bunshin no jutsu, half a dozen duplicates appeared. "You know what to do." The replicas nodded and left. "Why don't we take a little walk while my clones take care of everything?" Both girls readily accepted. With calm steps, they walked through the town a little before entering the forest. It didn't take them long to reach a meadow full of flowers where a blanket had been set up on the ground with a basket on top. The young women, feeling a little mischievous and curious about what was inside, smiled at each other and ran towards the basket, leaving the blonde behind. They pouted as they saw that its contents were several storage scrolls. The blue-eyed man chuckled at his actions. The storage scrolls were necessary so he could bring everything he wanted in a single picnic basket. He never imagined they would do something like this. But he wouldn't deny that he had fun about it. He picked up the basket as the female Gainans continued to pout and grabbed the scroll labeled games. She unrolled him in the blanket and channeled chakra. The cloud of smoke later, there were several board games there. "Now, what do you want to play, ladies?" she asked them with her sly smile. "What do you think if we play her on, the tickle monsters are coming? Hinata and I will be the tickle monsters and you are prey." Without any further warning, the Ridide launched herself at the Senju heir. The black-haired woman followed her a second later. Despite the short notice, the Jinchuriki managed to dodge the first charge and began to flee. The place was filled with the sound of playful shouts, laughter, and the occasional crash. After playing for a while, they sat down and ate some of the things that were sealed. The poor cinnamon buns disappeared before the Uzumaki had a chance to try them. At one point, the Mokuton user had to retreat due to an urgent call of nature, leaving the two girls alone. "Do you like it? It is not like this." The Hyuga suddenly released. What are you talking about?" The red-eyed girl stammered nervously. The Byakugan user sent him a soft, understanding look. "I've seen how you interact with him. That's not cousin love," she told him calmly. The former Kusa Kunoichi squirmed uneasily in her spot. She considered lying to him, but she ruled it out. Resigned, she sighed. Yeah. I admitted. I like it. He is the sweetest boy I have ever met. Without even knowing me, he did everything to help me. I know he did it because we're from the same clan and he sees me as family, but that only makes him cuter in my opinion. I have tried to control what I feel, but I can't. I know that you and him are dating and I have no intention of getting in the way. I just need time to convince my heart that Naruto-kun is not for me. I know how you feel, Karen. Something very similar happened to me. I noticed Naruto-kun after he saved me from some bullies when he didn't even know me. I was watching him from afar for years. Seeing how he never gave up. Despite how hard things were. Despite all the people he told him he would never make it. He always kept going. His determination, his courage, along with his kindness, were what made me fall in love with him. I wanted so much for him to notice me. I reproached myself for my shyness and lack of self-esteem for which I never approached him. I came to believe that I could never be by his side. But you did it. You are now in a relationship with Naruto-kun. Yeah. But not on my initiative. It was Naruto-kun who approached me and asked me on a date. Even though I was the one in love, he had to be the one to take the first step. How in the end doesn't matter. You're together. That's what counts, she stated with a bittersweet smile. The heiress smiled softly at her and put a hand on her shoulder. I'm not telling you this to discourage you. Nor to console you. What I'm trying to convey to you is don't give up. If you love him, go for him. Don't do what I did. But you are dating him. You're basically telling me to chase your boyfriend, she commented, dumbfounded and confused. Naruto-kun is the last male Senju and the only one who can prevent the Senju clan from becoming extinct. He is also the last known male Uzumaki. I wouldn't be surprised if the council passed a law or something so that Naruto-kun can have more than one wife to ensure that his clans don't become extinct. I prefer to share Naruto-kun with someone who really loves him and not his position and power. What happens if you are wrong and he is not allowed to have more than one wife? He asked defensively. You will continue to be part of the family. I have to marry Naruto-kun no matter what. It is the only way I can give up my position as heir in favor of my sister and that neither of us ends up sealed. If it weren't for that, marrying Naruto-kun would be the least of it as long as I could be with him. You are not limited. You can be with him even if you don't get married. Wouldn't you mind if your husband had a lover? He questioned incredulously. As long as it's you, I don't care. You are a good person and you love him. Naruto-kun deserves all the love and happiness that he was denied for years. Before the Redeed could say anything else, a voice was heard in the clearing. Now I'm back. What do you want to do next? We could look at the board games you brought out earlier. In the end we didn't even look at them, the pearl-eyed girl offered. The Jinchuriki nodded and the red-eyed woman didn't say anything. For the rest of the day, the black-haired girl's words echoed in the head of the former Kusa Kunoichi. On the one hand, the idea was crazy and made her feel a little uncomfortable. On the other hand, Hinata was offering in good faith to share her boyfriend, allowing her to be with the boy who had captured her heart. That night she dreamed of a handsome blonde man with blue eyes and mustache marks, hugging and kissing two women, a black-haired woman with pearly eyes and a red-haired woman with red eyes. The three of them were surrounded by several children of different ages who looked like one or two of the adults. Naruto did some stretches, focusing mainly on his right arm and shoulder. His training with the Chidori was going quite well, but that day he had gone too far and had paid the price. Kakashi dismissed him for the day to give him time to recover. He also informed him that his training that day with Tenzo was cancelled. Sigh. He didn't know what to do with his free time. Hinata was busy at the Hyuga complex with a matter she did not specify and Karen was at the hospital doing her internship. The Redeed decided that she wanted to become a medical ninja and he supported her wholeheartedly. Hey, kid, do you want to? Before I could finish the question, he was already gone in a shunshin. The blonde clicked his tongue in annoyance. Jiraiya had been very insistent in his attempt to accept him as a teacher. Too bad he wasn't the least bit interested. Many would be drooling for the opportunity to be a student of one of the Sannin. He does not. He had legends and elite shinobi as teachers. He didn't need more. Not even the opportunity to summon the toads made him hesitate. I had nothing against toads. He knew that they were one of the most powerful contracts there was and the Yondaime, one of his idols despite making him a Jinchuriki, was an ancient summoner. That made them even more attractive. But he didn't want to deal with the pervert. Maybe I should get my own summoning contract so he'll leave me alone. He muttered to himself. He thought carefully about the matter. There were only two ways to get a summoning contract. Have someone give you the contract to sign or summon without a contract to go to Earth with the animal you have the most affinity for. I knew of 5 people who had a contract. 3 of them were the Sannin and it was a no-no each. Then there was Jiji with his monkey summoning. Unfortunately, it was a family contract and he highly doubted that he could sign it even though the Sundaime was a grandfatherly figure to him. Lastly there was Kakashi-sensei with his summoning of dogs. Although he didn't doubt that he would let him sign it if he asked, he didn't see himself as a dog summoner. That left him only one option. Perform the summoning technique without having signed any contract. Hand in hand he was reluctant to do so. It was known that not all summons liked humans. It could very well be dangerous for him. There was also the fact that he wasn't 100%. In the end he shrugged and decided to give it a try. As they say, he who does not risk does not gain. He looked for a quiet place without people and did the technique. In a puff of smoke he was no longer in the human world. The first thing he saw when the smoke cleared was a jungle. She looked everywhere trying to see an animal, but had no luck. She looked at the ground, the trees and even the sky in case they were birds. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it didn't matter how much she walked. Except for some insects she did not see any animals. And something told him that insects were not the summoning animal. Hello? Anyone here? She asked out loud, hoping that someone or something would hear her. Hey friend, what are you doing here? A voice asked him. He frowned and looked around more carefully trying to find the source of the voice. She even used her sensory abilities, but nothing. I am looking for the animal of this summoning realm. I would like to sign your contract, she responded without stopping searching. There was a ripple in one of the trees and revealed a greenish-yellow chameleon. She was surprised to say the least. She should have been able to sense it with her sensory abilities. Oh great. A new summoner. It's been more than a century since we had one, said the animal, approaching. Hello. My name is Issy. What's yours? Naruto Senju Uzumaki. It's nice to meet you, Issy, she spoke politely. I'm wondering the same. Come on. I'll take you to the elders. I'm sure they'll be happy to meet you, she stated happily. Along the way, the chameleon told the blue-eyed man about the abilities his clan had. They were primarily infiltration and intelligence gathering animals, but they could do everything. Messaging, combat, trapping, transportation, medical assistance, and so on. The Jinchuriki couldn't have been happier with his animal affinity. They were extremely versatile and useful for any situation. They also reminded him of his old joking personality. Who would have thought chameleons were so mischievous? Along the way he was able to notice a small handful of chameleons of different colors and sizes. However, it bothered her that she couldn't feel them until they were visible. How the hell was that possible? The journey came to an end when they arrived at a kind of temple. There were two chameleons twice, if not 3 times as big as an adult person guarding the door. The one on the left was dark purple and wore black armor along with 2 swords at waist height. The one on the right was burnt orange and wore reddish armor that reminded him a lot of Madara's, along with a sword on his back whose guard peeked out from his right shoulder. Issy, what are you doing here? And who is the human? Asked a chameleon on the left in a deep voice. I have come to bring this human before the elders. He wishes to become our summoner, he answered them. The Genin stepped forward and bowed briefly. Nice to meet you. I am Naruto Senju Uzumaki, heir to the Senju clan. I hope to work alongside you one day. Good manners, boy. Although I imagine it is a basic requirement for a clan heir, commented the purple chameleon. It's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-san. I'm Kagam, and this is my partner, Taro. I also hope to work with you in the future. The orange chameleon was introduced. Well. Now that that's out of the way, let's go to the elders, said the yellow one. Not so fast, Issy. You know the protocol. First you have to ask for an audience, explained the one in the reddish armor. Yeah. Even if your grandfather is one of the elders, you have to follow the rules. This is not a courtesy visit. So we have to ask for an audience, said the one in black armor. I'll go tell the elders. I will return as soon as possible, the chameleon with a sword announced before entering the temple. So you are the grandson of one of the elders, huh? The Mokuton user couldn't help but comment. Hey. Oh yeah. My grandfather is one of the elders. Actually, my grandfather is the 3rd oldest chameleon in the entire clan. How many elderly people are there? -12, but Kitaro does not participate in the council. He is the oldest of them all and tends to meditate or be in a trance most of the time. Elder Kitaro has an extraordinary connection with nature. Some say that when he is in a trance he is actually uniting his soul to the flow of energy, Taro said. Wow, I was actually impressed. Yeah. Our clan may not be as well known or acclaimed as the toads, slugs and snakes. It is also true that we do not have a sage mode or a seer among us. But that doesn't mean we have our own set of unique skills that other summoning clans don't have. Elder Kitaro, although he cannot see the future, is able to see anything that happens in the present. He pities that the old man hardly comes out and stays mostly quiet about what he sees. The blonde sweat dropped at the last part. The black chameleon had been speaking very respectfully of Kitaro, only to insult him at the end. He didn't know what to say about that. Soon Kagam came out and announced that the elders were waiting for him. Issy went with him since she was curious about what she was going to go through. Naruto surreptitiously observed the interior of the temple, analyzing the place. The highlight of the place was the proportion. Everything was built on a larger scale than you would find in a human temple. It was probably because the chameleons that frequented the place were much larger than an average human. Another point would be the decoration. She reminded him in some ways of the full senju. It was elegant but not ostentatious. The paintings in the hallway depicted various chameleons and scenes of what he assumed were important clan moments or celebrations. After a brief tour they found themselves in front of some huge doors made of what he identified as mahogany. Kagam opened the doors and let them in without saying a word. Once the blonde and the little chameleon entered, he closed the doors and returned to his position. The elder council room was a huge room. In the center was a U-shaped table that pointed towards the door. The table had 12 chairs, each one occupied by a chameleon except one, which was the second to the left of the joining part of the U. "Ah, Issei-kun, it's good to see you," said a greenish-yellow chameleon in the seat to the left of the empty chair. "Hello, Grandpa," the little animal greeted cheerfully. Ahem, the chameleon to the right of the empty seat cleared her throat to attract attention. She was a mix of blue and green. Like the rest of the chameleons in the room, she was wearing a simple dark green tunic with dark brown trim and some gold embroidery. "Hello, young human. I am Chio, the leader of this council in the absence of my older brother Kitaro. To my right is my little brother Hideki, Issei-kun's grandfather, and to my left is my other little brother, Kano." The one mentioned was a light green chameleon. "I will let the rest of the elders introduce themselves. Nice to meet you, young man. I'm Kibu." The chameleon appeared next to Hideki, which was purple. "Hello. It's a pleasure to meet new people. I'm Yua," the chameleon next to Kibu, who was pink, greeted animatedly. "Delighted. I'm Raiden," said the reddish-orange chameleon. "Nice to meet you. I'm Yoko, the lilac chameleon." Kuta, the dark blue chameleon, spoke briefly. "My name is Mika, dear, the maroon chameleon. I'm Nitsuki. Nice to meet you, the blue-white chameleon. The best for last, right? Hello. I'm Katsumoto, the youngest of the elders," the red chameleon commented with a big smile. "Nice to meet you all. I am Naruto Senju Uzumaki, heir to the Senju clan." He bowed in respect. "It's good to see a young man with manners." "Clan heir or not," Chio commented with an affectionate smile. "Yeah. Youth has no respect lately," the red chameleon agreed. "You're not one to talk, Katsumoto. Despite being a few hundred years old, you still behave like a child." Several chameleons laughed. "Now, seriously, we would like to know a little about you. This summoning clan, like any other, has its standards. Even if we haven't had a summoner for a long time, we won't accept someone unworthy." "Of course. What do you want to know?" the blonde asked respectfully. Before the blue and green chameleon could speak, the door opened. To the surprise of all the chameleons present there, and the curiosity of the blue-eyed boy, a yellowish-green chameleon entered. "Chio-chan, there is no need to question this young man. He is more than worthy of signing our contract." Kitaro Nayasama, the aforementioned, said, surprised. The oldest of his kind looked at the Jinchuriki with a fond grandfatherly smile. "You have lived a very interesting life, Naruto-kun. It was always fun watching you play pranks on people. And although it turned out well in the end, it was very irresponsible of you to perform a forbidden technique without really understanding it." He scolded him lightly at the end. "As?" he asked, surprised. "Very easy, young man. As young Kano told you, I can see everything that happens in the world when I meditate. I've seen everything you've been through since your birth. Did you see my birth? Do you know who my parents are?" She couldn't help but ask with some desperation in her voice. Despite having matured mentally and having created his pseudo-family, he has always wanted to know who his biological parents were. "I saw your birth and I know who your parents were. But it's not my place to tell you. The one you call Jiji will give you your answers once you ascend. Have a little patience." He nodded. She wasn't exactly happy, but she understood. She had waited years to know the answer. What were a few more days? "One more thing, Naruto-kun," she came out of her thoughts when she heard him speak. "The one who is looking for your body has a member of your clan with him. She has heard about you and it is likely that she will try to contact you so that she can escape from him. He is expected to arrive in Konoha 3 days before the finals. He has valuable information about the snake's plans that he will try to exchange for asylum in your village. I suggest that you contact the person who was the supervisor of the second part of the exam. Like said woman, she possesses a cursed mark. It would be good if you looked for a counter-seal for that brand with the help of Mito." "I will do that. Thanks for the information." "You're welcome, Naruto-kun. Now, where did we keep the summoning scroll?" He muttered the second part to himself. "We keep it in the scroll room, Kitaro Nayasama. We didn't move it from there," he informed her. "Oh, true. Thank you, Chio-chan." She had forgotten. "Come on, Naruto-kun, Issei-kun. I will take you to the scroll room. I better go with you. Lest you have also forgotten where the scroll room is," the blue and green chameleon sighed. Because he spent most of his time meditating and joining the flow of energy in the world, the elder tended to forget certain things. He could remember his life and most of what he sees when he meditates, but sometimes he forgot certain elements due to the great knowledge he had. Or was it old age catching up with him? Much appreciated, Chio-chan, the yellowish-green chameleon said with a warm smile to his little sister. I'll go too. I would like to spend some time with my grandson after he finishes everything, Hideki stated. Oh. I'm going too. It's always exciting to see a new summoner sign our contract, the pink chameleon signed up. Oh, Yua, dear. For you, everything that has to do with something or someone new is exciting, Mika commented, half amused and half exasperated. I don't see what's wrong with that, she tilted her head in confusion. The maroon chameleon just shook her head. The purple chameleon laughed. Let her enjoy. If you want to see our new summoner sign the contract, go see it, Kibu supported. Yep. What he said, the Rose agreed, to the amusement of more than a few. With that cleared up, the 5 chameleons and the human left the Elder Council room and went to the scroll room. The scroll room was a large room with the walls full of pictures of people with chameleons around them. It didn't take a genius to know, or at least suspect, that these people were the former summoners of the clan. In the center of the room was a pedestal made of rosewood with a large rolled scroll on top. Forward. Pick it up, open it and sign with your blood in the first unnamed slot, Kitaro encouraged him. The Mokuton user did it carefully. The scroll itself didn't seem fragile in the slightest, but he didn't want to risk it. He was a little surprised by the considerable list of summoners the chameleons had had. Even more so taking into account the different surnames. He could identify 8 clans, and there were still surnames that didn't sound familiar to him. Pushing all those things aside, he took out a kunai and cut his finger. He quickly signed the scroll knowing that his injury would not last long. Finally, he left an imprint of his footprints with the remaining blood. He was ready. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. You are now a summoner of the Chameleon clan, the older elder congratulated him. Yeah. We have a new summoner, Issei celebrated, and you had joined him. Naruto smiled. He was happy to have such a versatile and fun summoning contract. Naruto returned to Konoha in a puff of smoke. He smiled with satisfaction at what he had experienced in the last few hours. The chameleons really were a useful and interesting summon. He shook his head. This was no time to have your head in the clouds. She had to go see the resurrected ones. He dug a finger into the ground to extend his sensory abilities, just as Tobirama-sensei taught him. It took her a minute, but she was able to locate them. Surprisingly, they were all together. Although, now that she thought about it, she was becoming quite normal lately. Maybe it was because of Izuna's arrival. He channeled chakra into his legs and headed to his location. She couldn't wait for the Nidaime to teach her the Hiraishin. She knew it wasn't as fast and comprehensive as the Yondai maze, but she still found it cool and useful. In his haste, he wasn't as aware of his surroundings and bumped into someone. Sorry. My mistake. He wasn't paying attention, the Jinchuriki apologized. He looked at the person he had bumped into and it was none other than Temari, the Sant Kunoichi. No problem. I wasn't paying attention either, she said diplomatically. She recognized him instantly. It wouldn't do to get on the bad side of the heir to one of the most prestigious clans in the village. Not to mention the killer instinct she released in the preliminaries. She reminded him merely of her little brother, Gaara. Still, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I was on my way to see someone and in my haste I didn't pay attention. Not that that's an excuse. Once again, I'm sorry. If he remembered correctly, the girl was the eldest daughter of the Kazekage. It would not be well regarded for him to make the young woman unlucky. She would look bad in the image of Konoha and her clan. Like I said, nothing happens. No one was hurt so there's no fault, she sent him a polite smile. Still I feel bad for bumping into you. Can I do something to make it up to you? If it weren't for knowing that the boy was just being polite, she would have thought he was flirting with her. Honestly, she wouldn't care. Because she was the daughter of the Kazekage and Gaara's sister, no one approached her out of fear. It would be refreshing to have a boy's attention for once. She also had to admit to herself that he was a good catch. She pitied that she couldn't get anything out of there considering the future invasion by Suna. She didn't know that the blonde already had a girlfriend. Well. I don't know the village much. Maybe you can give me a tour and recommend a store or two, she offered. The blue-eyed boy smiled softly at him and complied with his request. At the first opportunity he would send a Kage Bunshin towards the Edo Tensei. The first thing was to fix the possible disaster that he almost caused. Tobirama-sensei would give him hell of training with a Luing lecture if he didn't do it. The white-haired man took protocol and decorum very seriously. Since he was the heir to his clan and wished to become Hokage one day, he had hammered those lessons into his head. As they calmly walked through the streets, they had a small conversation. So, how have things been going for you so far? Have you liked Konoha? It is a nice place. Much colder than I'm used to. But a warmer temperature is appreciated, she responded noncommittally, to which the Uzumaki nodded. I can understand. I've heard that the temperature in Suna during the day is very high, she commented lightly. You have no idea. There are some days when the temperature can exceed 40 degrees, she sighed. That's harsh, he sympathized. Couldn't your people create a barrier seal to regulate the temperature? I wish, he sighed sadly. Unfortunately, Jutsu users are somewhat scarce in my village. No one has enough knowledge to create something like that. Couldn't the higher-ups ask Konoha for help in this regard? We have some good Jutsu users in our ranks, he frowned, to which the blonde followed him. I don't think it's that simple. Even if we are allies, Konoha would ask for something in exchange for that seal. Suna is in very bad shape financially, and I don't think the council is willing to give techniques and methods of making our arsenal. The Mokuton user's scowl deepened. If things were so bad for his allies, why hadn't they done something about it? I can't promise anything, but I will talk to Hokage-sama about this matter. Suna is our ally, and we should be able to help you without receiving anything in return. If necessary, I will investigate the barrier seal myself. I have advanced knowledge of Jutsu and an excellent teacher of the art. It will take some time, but I think I can do it. His words surprised the green-eyed girl immensely. She didn't expect the young man next to her to care so much about her home, even if they were technically allies at the moment. He smiled sadly at this fact. His village was planning to betray and attack the Leaf, and the Senju heir was looking for ways to help them. In truth, sometimes, reality could be cruel and ironic. Thank you. I appreciate the effort, she thanked him sincerely. It doesn't matter. Like I said, we are allies. It is natural that we help each other. Heh. Many wouldn't see it that way, she commented with light black humor. That's because they only care about themselves and those who are closest to them. Truly, that is the cause of so much war and conflict. They only see what is in front of them and not the whole picture. And, even if they did see it, they don't care. It doesn't help that every village teaches its shinobi to only care about the future of their village. They don't teach empathy. Instead, they are taught to suppress their emotions and just focus on the mission, no matter the cost. That's what a shinobi is. A weapon or tool at the service and protection of your village. There is no room to think anymore. And that is the problem. You don't think about the rest. Even among allies, outsiders are not taken into account. It's our way of life, said the weasel summoner with a sad smile. Only because we don't know any other. I know I'm going to sound pretentious. But one of my goals is to change the current shinobi system. Make him more empathetic without leaving aside other values. Good luck with that. A steep path awaits you. If not completely vertical, he joked. I know. But remember that a chakra exercise is precisely to stick to surfaces and walk on them, regardless of whether they are vertical or upside down, she reminded him with a playful smile. Touché, he granted with an amused smile. He smiled at her with amusement dancing in his eyes. The sand Kunoichi couldn't help but shake her head in amusement. Naruto was an unusual young man. He was kind and dreamy, but at the same time a strong and determined shinobi. It really was something. The next few hours were spent touring Konoha while talking about one topic or another. At dinner time they went to a small establishment to eat and then the blonde dropped her back at her hotel. Tamari sighed in content as she fell onto the bed. His time with the Senju heir was the closest thing to a date he had ever had in his life. It had been nice and a welcome change of pace. Not to mention how attentive the boy had been to sacrifice much of the afternoon and some of the night to compensate for a mistake that, in his eyes, was minuscule. Some noises in the next room made her groan in annoyance. Ankuro must have been making some adjustments to her puppet again. Sigh. Why couldn't I have a normal family? Where are you going, Taiya? Jirobo asked him. It's none of your business, fat ass, he replied rudely. A young lady shouldn't use that vocabulary, he said with a frown. Bite me. I'm not a fucking lady. I'm a Kunoichi, you bag of shit. The orange-haired man sighed in exasperation. She had tried since the Sound 4 was formed to improve the attitude of her partner, without success. The rest of the group ignored her argument, as usual. It happened so frequently that it was already part of the routine. Without further interruptions, the pink-haired girl walked away from the group. He moved lightly and carefully. If anyone from Odo found out that she was betraying them, she would be toast. Orochimaru did not take betrayal well at all. A few months ago the idea of leaving that village was unthinkable. She had nowhere else to go, no one who could help her, and the curse mark the snake Sannin had given her was sure to make things more difficult for her. In short, being a sound Kunoichi was her only chance to survive. However, life was curious. When Kabuto brought her usual report with the information of the new Senju heir, things changed radically for her. Naruto Senju Uzumaki. She almost had a heart attack when she heard that name. No one in her life knew it, she wasn't stupid enough to say it out loud, but she was in Uzumaki, or well, half in Uzumaki. Given her soon-to-be former leader's fascination with bloodline users, it was only natural for her to hide her ancestry. For better or worse, she had not awakened any of the Uzumaki clan's Kekkei Genkai. Her ability to summon Dokus with her flute came from the other branch of the family. She thus saved herself from being a test subject. She had tried to gather as much information as possible without being noticeable about the Senju heir. She needed to know everything she could about the boy to be sure of things. She couldn't afford mistakes. Things looked promising from what I had heard. Naruto was a kind and strong person, with a very good relationship with the Hokage, apprenticed to one of the elite shinobi of the village, user of Mokuton and, from the last he had heard, he had taken in an Uzumaki when he found her in the exams. With all that, she could safely bet that he would listen to her and she would have direct access to the Hokage to request asylum in exchange for information. She was standing in front of the wall surrounding the Senju complex when she found herself trapped by vines. "Identify yourself," ordered a person who came out of the shadows. You didn't have to be a genius of any kind to know who he was. She had seen a photo of the boy before and the vines were a dead giveaway. The blonde analyzed the young woman he had caught with a stone expression. His chakra was slightly familiar, like what he had with Karen, only weaker. He could also feel a disgusting chakra on his body. That reminded him of the one with Anko's cursed seal. He assumed that he was the person Kitaro-sama told him about, but he was never too careful to be cautious. "I'm Taiya Uzumaki. I have come to talk to you." It seemed like he was right. He made the vines disappear so he could free her. He then addressed her calmly. "I'm glad to see that you have arrived safely. Follow me please. I'll take you inside the complex so we can talk more comfortably." The Kunoichi blinked in confusion a couple of times before accelerating to catch up with him, since he had not waited for her and had continued moving forward. "Wait, how come you believe me so quickly? Not that I'm complaining or anything, but it's just fucking weird. Besides, what the hell did you mean that you were glad to see that she had arrived safely?" First, language. I understand that we Uzumaki are not the most educated people or with the most refined vocabulary, but we don't have to be vulgar either. Regarding your questions, I could sense in your chakra signature that you are an Uzumaki. I can also tell that you are not a complete Uzumaki and you are only half or a quarter. And before you get me wrong, I have no problem with it. I was just pointing it out. I myself am not a pure Uzumaki. As for what I wanted to say before, Kitaro-sama, the oldest member of the Chameleon contract, warned me that you were coming. I have been preparing for your arrival in recent weeks. The Pincat was quite surprised by his words, before shrugging her shoulders. As far as she knew, several summoning contracts had someone who could see the future and all that stuff. It wouldn't be far-fetched for the Chameleons to also have one of those guys. "Then, I suppose you know that I am from Odo and who the leader of the village is," he commented with a slight frown. He really hoped Konoha didn't know much about the subject. Information about the invasion was his bargaining chip. Losing her could put her in a screwed situation. "Yeah. We also know there will be an attack. Kitaro-sama has been kind enough to give us some information about it. However, he didn't say too much so that you can bring information to the table and therefore have an easier time obtaining asylum." The brown-eyed woman let out a sigh of relief. Even if she had blood from a clan allied to the Leaf and the support of the heir of one of the most prestigious clans of hers, she preferred to have that cushion, just in case. "Karen, I'm home. And I come with our cousin Uzumaki," the blue-eyed man shouted from the door. He knew that the Redeed could sense him and his companion, but she still did it. The Jinjutsu user blinked in confusion at what he had called her. She didn't have much time to reflect on it before a girl her age came down the stairs and invaded her personal space. "Oh great. Now we are officially three. We Uzumaki are rising again. Hello, I'm Karen Uzumaki. That's great and all, but could you get away from my face? You look like you're going to fucking kiss me." The red-eyed girl, somewhat blushing, moved away with shame. Her emotion had gotten the better of her and she had not realized her mistake. "Taiya," language the Jinchuriki sighed. "Fuck. You sound like that fat-ass Jirobo." "I don't know who Jirobo is, but I'll have to agree with him on this one," he murmured loud enough to be heard. "Bite me. I'm not a fucking lady. I am a Kunoichi. One thing does not remove the other. There is no reason for you to speak so vulgarly. And I certainly don't advise you at all to talk like that when we are in front of the village's high command." The pink-haired girl quietly murmured a few choice words about what she thought about the matter. The poor medical ninja student blushed up a storm upon hearing certain parts of her ramblings. The Kyubi container could only sigh and shake her head as she tried to block out what the young woman next to her was saying about her. She idly wondered if the cursed seal was making her more vulgar than she normally would be, or if that was just how she was. She was blurting out everything she believed that even Anko would learn some new words. Which led him to the next thought of those two meeting each other and exchanging notes. He became serious in an instant. For the sake of the youngest's innocence, he had to make sure that those two never met. He looked at the former Kusa Kunoichi in front of him. Poor girl had a blush as bad as Hinata's when she was still so shy and she was close to him. It seemed like it was too late to save her innocence. The day of the Chunin exams had arrived. The entire village was buzzing with excitement and anticipation. Some stores had closed so they could go see the tournament. Others had taken the opportunity to take their stalls to the stadium in the hope of making cash. In general, everything was very lively. While the public was filling the stands, the participants were in the arena waiting for the time to compete. Naruto was staring at Neji with a cold fury that sent a shiver through the Hyuga, even if he tried to ignore his gaze and his body's reaction. Gaara was muttering to himself how he was going to give blood to his mother. His brothers looked at him uncomfortable and somewhat scared. Shino was stoic. Ino was nervous. Shikamaru looked like he was going to fall asleep standing up. And there was no sign of Dosu. In the cage cabin, Hiruzen was welcoming Orochimaru while pretending he didn't know it was him behind the disguise. The information Taiya had given them included the death of the Kazukiage and the impersonation of him. Without further delay, he gave his inaugural address. Attention please. There has been a slight change in the fighting. Due to certain circumstances, Dosu Kanuta will not be able to compete today, so the fourth match will be between Shikamaru Nara and Tamari Sabaku Genma announced. Brilliant. I saved myself the extra combat. Although now I'll have to fight a girl, again. How problematic, thought the shadow user. The green-eyed girl had the sudden urge to hit her opponent on the head with her iron fan. Please let everyone except Naruto Senju Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga leave the arena once done, he addressed both the competitors in the public first match of the Chunin exam finals. Naruto Senju Uzumaki against Neji Hyuga. Get started. Are you prepared to pay for what you did to Hinata-chan? The blonde asked him while he cracked his knuckles. You do not scare me. I will beat you like I did my loser cousin. Destiny has named me the winner, she responded as she stood in her Jukin stance. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but you're not going to win. No. Scratch that. I'm not sorry to burst your bubble. I'm going to win. I'm going to crush you. I'll make you pay for what you did to Hinata-chan in the preliminaries, she told him with icy eyes. Like I said, you don't scare me. Destiny is on my side. Your mouth says that, but your body tells me the opposite. Don't you see how you tremble? How unstable your posture is. It was true. The raven-haired man was trembling even if he didn't realize it until he mentioned it. His body was unconsciously reacting to the imminent danger. The blue-eyed man had to contain a malicious smile. His shaking was caused by something Madara taught him that month of training. The former Uchiha patriarch had been dissatisfied with the use of killer instinct. Yes, he wanted his enemies to fear him, but not in that way. It was from that he created something similar but more subtle and effective, since no one would train against it. Instead of using the killer instinct to send people images of his death and scare them, he used his chakra to create pressure on his enemy. The user could modify it so that it was light and only caused some danger to its victim, as was happening to Neji, or so that it was very strong and crushed its enemy to the ground. So far, the co-founder of Konoha had only met a very small and select handful of people who could cope with his technique at full power and continue fighting. Curiously, or perhaps not so much, he was reduced to the group of resurrected ones. The Jinchuriki himself still couldn't withstand all the force of pressure that Madara could cause at full power. Prepared to be humiliated, Neji-chan, the Mokuton user sneered with a bloodthirsty smile. Before the wide-eyed man could react, he received a punch in the jaw that sent him flying. Channeling chakra into his legs, the chameleon summoner ran towards where his opponent was going to land and positioned himself to knee him in the back during his fall. The Byakugan user let out a pitiful moan as he fell to the ground in pain. You say that Hinata-chan is a failure. That she is weak and pathetic. Well, Neji Hyuga, I say that you are the pathetic one. We've barely been in combat for a minute and you're already on the ground at my feet. To add insult to injury, he kicked him away from him. Team member 9 rolled several times before losing momentum. He didn't need his Dojutsu to know that he had a broken rib or two. Get up, Neji Hyuga. Not that fate had named you the winner. Get up and show me what you can do. Hinata-chan stood up even when you almost killed her. Won't you get up when your wounds are less than his? With great difficulty, Guy's student stood up. His left hand gripping his ribs. His right hand on her thigh as he tried to stay standing. His breathing was labored due to his injuries. His blood boiled at the words of his adversary. Being considered less than his weak cousin was unforgivable. He would show the blonde that, Senju or not, he was the stronger of the two. Ignoring the pain, he charged at his opponent with his Byakugan active. The blue-eyed man dodged the attack easily and sent an elbow to his ribs. A crack was heard, and the wide-eyed man screamed in pain as he fell to his knees clutching his ribs. You're a failure, Neji Hyuga. Not me. Not Hinata-chan. You, Neji Hyuga. You have shown me nothing of your vaunted strength as a supposed prodigy. I've only ever seen a whiny child take out his anger on the only person who really wants to help him. I despise you like you have no idea. You symbolize everything I hate and one of the reasons why this village hated and despised me almost all my life. You're lucky that, despite everything, Hinata-chan still loves you and has asked, if not begged, me not to kill you. If it were up to me, you'd be dead. Of course for you, my love for Hinata-chan far outweighs my disdain for you. Proctor announced the fight. He is not in a position to continue. Winner. Naruto Senju Uzumaki, the supervisor, announced. The crowd commented on the game without much enthusiasm. The fight had been completely one-sided, short and boring. They expected much more from the supposed Hyuga prodigy. At the same time, they were slightly surprised by the brutality with which the Senju heir defeated his opponent. Although everyone suspected that it was because of something the dark-haired man did to his girlfriend, which sounded very romantic in the minds of the young girls. Second match. Gaara Sabaku against Ino Yamanaka. Please let the participants go down. Proctor, I resign. There is no way he can beat my opponent, the blonde said. Very good. Winner by loss. Gaara Sabaku. The crowd booed. The first fight was not enough for them, and the second there hadn't even been anything. The Redeed looked at the blue-eyed girl with a frown before looking at his fellow Jinchuriki and letting him pass. He would be a better catch than the girl ever would be. Third match. Shino Aburam against Kankuro Sabaku. Proctor, I resign, the puppet user announced. Very well, the Shiranui side winner by loss. Shino Aburam. The crowd began to boo even louder. They were supposed to see big battles and they weren't getting what they wanted. Fourth match. Shikamaru Nara against Amari Sabaku. Please let the participants go down. The Geinin was planning to surrender when his teammate knocked him off the balcony. Hey. What has come? She complained as she stood up. You were going to give up. I saw it in your face, she demanded. Yes, and? You did the same, he protested. I had a good excuse. You do not. Now get off your lazy ass and win the match, he yelled the last part. Problem women, he murmured under his breath. Ahem. Team 10 member looked forward and saw his opponent with a certain sadistic gleam in his eyes. Oh shit. Shikamaru Nara was many things. He was a lazy person who loved watching the clouds, a genius in the intellectual field, the heir of the Nara clan, a member of Team 10 and a shogi master second only to his father. Likewise, there were many things that it was not. He wasn't an energetic boy, he wasn't stupid, he wasn't reckless, he wasn't good at anything regarding girls, and, above all, he wasn't an ostrich, even if he seemed like one at the time. After the supervisor started the match, the blonde made it a personal mission to show him the error of his ways. For that, she diligently used his iron fan as if it were a club. The poor boy never stood a chance. He barely managed to dodge the first blow before the second sent him flying. Deciding to get up despite knowing that he would be troublesome, he did not notice the weapon descending on his head. The final result. Shikamaru Nara doing a perfect ostrich imitation. Winner. Tamari Sabaku Genma announced between amusement and exasperation. That year's Chunin exams were the least exciting in all of history. The people in the stands booed at the terrible show. The first round had consisted of 2 completely one-sided and boring matches, and 2 matches where one gave up without even trying. In short, they were nothing of what they were expecting and longing for. We will have a 15-minute break before starting the second round. People who placed bets and won went to collect their winnings and make new bets. Others went for food and/or drinks. Others went to the bathroom. And others stayed in their seats waiting for the start of the second round. They really hoped things would get better. Well, Kakashi. It seems we are the only ones who have a student still competing. Although I would have preferred if Shino could actually fight in this round, Kurenai commented to his fellow Jonin sensei. Yeah. I'll have to collect my winnings later, the silver-haired man smiled. Don't tell me you bet, my eternal rival guy expressed in his unique way. Yes, I do. I couldn't miss the opportunity to earn some easy money, she stated smoothly. Really, Kakashi? I don't think you have cash problems. From what I heard, you and your apprentice have gone from high-ranking mission to high-ranking mission. Asuma contributed his opinion. Meh. You know what gossip is like. It's true that Naruto and I have gone on a few high-ranking missions, but they've only been a few. And none of them were of S rank, he dismissed. Some people looked at him like he was crazy. The fact that a Geinin had gone on any high-ranking mission, regardless of the exact number, was already unheard of. Sure, occasionally a mission would level up, but that was very rare and almost no Geinin had ever had it happen. The green spandex wearer began ranting about the modernity of his eternal rival and the flames of his apprentice's youth. People didn't pay much attention to it. Although they quickly looked away when the man began hugging his student Lee. No one could understand how they created that unbreakable sunset Jutsu. Attention please. The 15-minute break is now over. Now we will begin the first fight of the second round. Naruto Senju Uzumaki and Gaara Sabaku, please come down to the arena. Iridide used a sand shunshin, while the blonde used a leaf shunshin. Some members of the public appreciated their way of going down as a representation of their respective villages. Very well, first fight of the second round. Naruto Senju Uzumaki against Gaara Sabaku. Get started. Quickly using shunshin, the blue-eyed man moved away from his previous position. Not 5 seconds later, that place was attacked by sand. If he had stayed there, he would have risked dying. Not wanting to start the match with Mokuton anymore, he performed the hand seals necessary for a Suiton technique. Tobirama had long ago taught him how to condense moisture from the atmosphere. Something that he had been perfecting over time. During his mission in the country of waves, he could not reduce the hand seals so much for the Suiton techniques if he wanted to perform it in the humidity of the environment. At that moment, that was no longer a factor. With only 23 hand seals, he was able to summon a water dragon to attack the Ichibi's Jinchuriki. Yes, the Nidaime could do the same with only 5 hand seals, but for him to be able to do it with only half as many hand seals was already a great achievement, especially considering that water was not his main element. The turquoise-eyed man invoked the sand to protect him. The wall he made cracked under the force of the Suiton Jutsu. Some large enough cracks allowed some water to reach the other side. Instead of that sight discouraging him, it increased his bloodlust. Yes, mother. The Senju is worthy. And soon you will be able to feast on his blood. With a psychopathic look, he sent the sand against his opponent. Because it was wet, he moved slower than he normally would. The next 3 minutes was a battle between sand and water, which could be said to be tied. The people in the stands cheered as it was the most exciting fight they had seen all day. They hoped it would stay that way. Gaara, feeling frustrated at having failed to catch his prey, surrounded himself in a dome of sand with the intention of freeing his Biju. Naruto, knowing what he intended to do, decided to use the Chidori to break through his defense. Plus he knew that he would have to show his Dojutsu in combat to make it known. His Juji had been quite insistent that he do it that way so that all potential customers would see that the village still had an active Sharingan user. There was a gasp of surprise as people saw the change in his eyes. It seemed that the Senju era also had Uchiha and Sharingan blood. That was very good for Konoha. Sasuke seethed with anger upon noticing them. He couldn't believe that the loser, in addition to surpassing him in every possible way, also had Uchiha blood and had awakened the Sharingan before him. He was unheard of. Once the Raiten chakra was properly formed for the technique, he ran at full speed down the wall, the distance to his opponent, dodged the sand missiles that had been fired at him, and penetrated the dome with the Chidori. A deadly silence settled in the stadium, which was first broken by a light drip. "Mother, what is this warm feeling?" the Iridide murmured before realizing blood. "It's my blood. Mother, I'm bleeding," he finished shouting. The dome exploded and a half-transformed Gaara was seen. Feathers descended on the stands. An explosion in the cage box. The invasion had begun. "It seems that Naru-chan is doing well," Hashirama stated happily. "It seems. I'm glad to see that the training I'm giving him isn't wasted," Tobirama commented dryly. "Oh, come on. You know as well as I do that he's doing great for someone who doesn't have Suiton as a primary affinity. Not to mention the short time he has been training. I don't understand why you always minimize his achievements," the brown-haired man complained slightly. "I don't want it to go to his head. Although his attitude has improved a lot since he started the training, he still retains some of his old tendencies. Not to mention that he looks too much like you," he murmured under his breath the last thing. "Naru-chan is not the arrogant type," he defended passionately. "I'm inclined to agree with Hashirama. Naruto is the furthest thing from someone who is arrogant. He can be a little boastful at times, but he's not arrogant," Madara agreed. "You see? Even Dara-chan agrees with me." The aforementioned growled at the nickname. He was lucky that they were in a stadium full of people and didn't want to draw attention to themselves. Otherwise, he would have cast a fire dragon at her. It seemed that the only way for him to receive the message was through extreme violence. Although sometimes not even with those. His old friend was a lost cause. "It seems that the time has come," Izuna said when he saw the sand dome. Sure enough, Naruto activated his Sharingan in front of the crowd and began to perform the Chidori. It was fun for the resurrected ones to see the general commotion this act caused. They also noticed the anger in Sasuke and shook their heads, for different reasons. The younger Senju saw him as a miniature, weaker version of Madara. The Mokuton user was saddened by the fact that someone so young was so consumed by hatred. Mito thought along similar lines to her husband and brother-in-law. The former Uchiha patriarch was very disappointed at how far his clan had fallen. Izuna had a middle line between the Shodaime Hokage and her older brother. They didn't have much time to reflect before the feathers began to fall on them. It didn't take them even 2 seconds to realize it was a Jinjutsu and dispel it. They looked at the arena in time to see the blonde trap the Iridide in a wooden prison, effectively stopping the other Jinchuriki's transformation. "Should we go help him?" asked the brown-eyed man. "Needless. He has everything under control. We must concentrate on protecting the village," the Nidaime responded. "I guess the time to hide is over." Although he said the words calmly, the truth was that he was eager to fight. It had been too long since he was last in battle, and she missed him. His Uchiha blood encouraged him to fight. "It seems so," the white-haired man commented dryly before launching a water technique towards the attackers. With a malicious smile and a slightly crazy and bloodthirsty look, he released his gumbow from the seal on his wrist and charged into battle. Izuna shook his head, let out a sigh and went after him with a sword in hand. He loved his brother, but sometimes he was too much trouble. Much of the male population of the Nara clan sneezed. Even Shikamaru, who was still unconscious in the stadium infirmary, sneezed and mumbled troublesomely in his sleep. The Shinobis and Kunoichis who were fighting were surprised to see the five resurrected. The Leafs' morale rose a lot seeing them fight at their side. On the other hand, those from Suna were beginning to have serious doubts about the invasion. Gaara had been held back and now they had to fight resurrected legends. Yes, his morale was at rock bottom. In Odo's case, they didn't care and continued trying to kill as many people as possible. Those guys were mainly cannon fodder who believed they were invincible solely by serving under Orochimaru. While this was happening in the stadium, the snake summons on the walls were being repelled by the toad summons with Jiraiya on Gamabunta's head. "Do not fear, because the great and brave Jiraiya is here." He did a little dance and a pose. The toad did not appreciate his actions and jumped abruptly to get him off of him. Because he was more focused on looking good than on sticking to his back, he went flying with an unmanly scream. As luck would have it, she landed in the hot springs, specifically in the women's section. He ran from the scene both to return to the battle and to avoid the beating of the angry women who were chasing him. He would never understand how women could pull out guns seemingly out of nowhere when they caught him looking at them. Note to self. Talk to Pa and Ma to contact the Chameleon clan. We urgently need a competent and mature summoner. It's really depressing to know that a 12 or 13-year-old boy is more mature and responsible than a 50-year-old man. Minato's son is our best bet. But that depressing thought, Gamabunta continued the battle. He wasn't the only toad summon who had similar thoughts and was ashamed of his summoner's actions. Ibiki himself, who was there to coordinate the village's defenses, shook his head at the Sanin's actions. Although he respected his abilities as a spymaster and sealmaster, he couldn't respect the man himself because of the foolish things he used to do. Some sand shinobi who had watched the spectacle wondered if it was some strange ploy of the blade to make them overconfident. Konoha's own ninja would never admit the truth of the matter out loud and would let their enemies believe what they wanted. Anything was better than the truth. The Gainans, some Chunins, and a handful of Naruto clones escorted the civilians to the safe zone. Along the way they were joined by the group of academy students with most of their teachers. The ride was mostly trouble-free. They were only assaulted by a small group of sound shinobi who were quickly killed. Many of the ninjas in the group and the blonde's own clones wondered if those men were Gainans and what were such weak people doing there. Without giving much importance to the matter, they continued on their way, still keeping their guard up. Thanks to the early warning and all the information Taiya was able to provide, the village was very well prepared for the invasion. It was for that reason that the attackers were repelled or eliminated relatively quickly and easily. The only places where there was real activity were the area of the walls and the stadium and its surroundings. And even there the battles were ending. The Anbu were sweeping the village for possible stragglers and the trackers led by Inyazukas were combing the forest to ensure there were no hidden enemies. Several Kage Bunshin and a pair of the Senju heirs Moku Bunshin dissipated, satisfied with their work. It didn't seem like anyone needed his help and they didn't see the need to stay there any longer. Everything was returning to normal and the few surviving enemies were being escorted away for future interrogation. People working in T&I were going to have a lot of work in the near future. Konoha had won once again, proving that they were the strongest shinobi village for a reason. It was unlikely that anyone else would challenge them in the near future. "Naruto, we have to talk. Although our male protagonist will have to deal with another problem imminently. And I hope you have enjoyed the video and want more videos like this. Turn on the notification bell. And until then, wait for my next video. And I'll see you all very soon. And goodbye, everyone."